Suddenly, two strange rifts appeared in the sky, and one day a portal suddenly opened. From the rift, a gigantic dinosaur burst out, and the boy, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh with delight. While everyone was still trying to adjust to this unexpected phenomenon, a horde of monsters surged out from the portal. The father, seeing this, widened his eyes in horror and rushed to embrace his son, causing the boy's dinosaur toy to fall and shatter at the same time. The father, terrified, held his son tightly, his eyes shut tight, and when he opened his eyes, he witnessed magic emanating from the boy's palm, blocking the sharp teeth of the dinosaur. Those with special abilities, the psychics, had appeared and become hunters. A deep red rift emerged, while passers-by were engrossed in their own affairs and failed to notice it. Thanks to the efforts of these hunters, everyone thought the world had returned to peace. The rift grew larger and deeper, but soon the world would face a new challenge. People looked up in astonishment, following it with their eyes. It was the worst chaotic portal in history. The citizens fled in panic, and the strength of countless hunters was not enough to contain it. While everyone continued to run, a group of 4 stood still, gazing at it, facing that immense threat as humanity confronted the risk of extinction. A line of people slowly approached the rift, only 12 psychics in the entire world, those who possessed the highest powers. Ihyeon led the way along with the others, moving closer to the rift. They were legendary hunters who had risen to the occasion. The 12 of them simultaneously passed through the spatial rift, entering the world of the monsters. They were the heroes who had defeated the disaster of the chaotic portal and protected humanity. Each of them had their own unique abilities and strengths, and they were the 12 apostles who successfully breached the chaotic portal. One of them rolled up his sleeves, looking at the mechanical watch on his wrist as time entered the portal. 79 hours, 17 minutes, and 8 seconds. A group of 5 stood before the corpse of a colossal monster, having successfully eliminated the destructive beast. The youngest girl in the group lay sprawled on the ground, saying, "I'm completely worn out," while the short-haired girl put her hands on her hips and smiled brightly. "Great job, everyone!" She pointed to her chin, rolling her eyes. "I bet there won't be any chaotic portals opening for the next 100 years, and today might just be the last day our 12 apostles gather." Her sudden question left everyone present puzzled. Had they thought about how they would live in the future? The white-haired girl squinted and smiled. "I'll go to Hawaii for a vacation first." A boy with sandy yellow eyes mischievously blinked. "I have 4 contracts for advertising gear for hunters, you know." Another boy with brown hair raised an eyebrow. "I guess I'll just focus on inventions." Ihyeon pursed his lips when someone asked him, "What about you? What do you want to do in the future?" A deep voice called to him as he sat alone, "Loide." An old man with a long beard approached, squinting as he asked him, "It seems you still haven't made up your mind, huh?" He bent down, resting his cane beside him. "Well, this is not an easy matter." The old man rubbed the orb on his staff. "Our power is too great, not everyone can possess it casually." His brow furrowed, a sorrowful look in his eyes as he gazed at the magic staff. Just a slight misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Ihyeon tilted his head, watching him. "So if you're still lost?" The old man squinted and smiled brightly, extending his hand toward him. "Let's search together for the path of a true hunter." Ihyeon scoffed, rubbing the back of his neck, cutting him off. "No, I'm planning to quit being a hunter." The old man continued to smile, gently reaching out to him. "I knew you would say that, huh?" Everyone present stopped all actions, their eyes turning toward the two of them. Ihyeon wondered, what are they all gaping at? The boy with sandy yellow eyes shouted, "What are you talking about?" He sat cross-legged, bewildered by their questioning. "Even if you quit being a hunter, what do you plan to do for a living?" Ihyeon lowered his gaze, mumbling a writer. The group stared wide-eyed, confused. What did you say?" Ihyeon's eyes lit up, his cheeks flushed. "I'm going to become a web novel author." The man stood on stage, announcing loudly, "Finally, I'd like to conclude with a quote from my book." He tightened his grip on the mic, waving his hand. "Before you write, imagine you're telling a story to someone right in front of you." He spoke while gesturing, his eyes sparkling, and make sure that person isn't bored. "Remember, the most important thing in a web novel is that it has to be interesting." The voice echoed through the laptop. "It has to be interesting, and it has to be interesting, and it has to be interesting." Ihyeon was filled with enthusiasm, continuously jotting down his words months after the Chaos Gate was closed. His 2 friends began to stand up and leave, but he remained dazed, staring at the computer screen. "This is amazing." Ihyeon snorted, scoffing. "I've already come up with countless ideas in my head." While he was still elated, a strong force slammed his computer shut. "Great, now that I'm inspired, I need to get to work." His friends held onto the computer, grinning slyly. "Don't even think about working alone. After studying, we have to go out for drinks." He looked at them hesitantly. Well, it's just that." He cried out to them, "Tomorrow is the deadline for the manuscript." The other 2 snorted goodbye. "We'll head out first, then." Ihyeon waved goodbye to his 2 older friends, but he felt unusually uplifted today. He felt a surge of excitement inside, not noticing the manhole cover outside the shop shaking violently. This is the aura of a masterpiece. A large tentacle began to rise from the sewer just as James Peterson had mentioned. The cheerful staff member smiled brightly, bringing water over order number 18. She tilted her head and smiled, her expression gradually darkening. "Here's your rice latte." Ihyun replied loudly to the staff, looking at the 7 or 8 empty rice water cups on his table. "Oh, could you leave it here for me?" He excitedly downed half a cup of rice water in one go. "Fantastic, I'm fully charged now." Ihyun slammed the cup down on the table. "I need to ride this momentum." He put his headphones back on and sprinted at full speed toward the deadline. A piece of music playing through the headphones, a classical music playlist. He was focused, typing away on the keyboard, working on his draft. Without noticing the monster that had just emerged from the sewer outside, this part was like this, that part was like that. A gigantic creature with a single red eye and large tentacles appeared. Ihyun sat inside the shop, stroking his chin, concentrating on the draft, and then the monster wrapped its tentacles tightly around a random citizen, pressing him against the shop window. Ihyun smiled with delight. Yes, this is it. Absolutely perfect. The tentacles wriggled incessantly, and he still hadn't noticed Great almost done. The octopus monster glanced at his back through the shop's glass. Now just one final line of dialogue. Ihyun was typing intently, looking really cool too. A giant tentacle shot straight towards him, slamming down. Ihyun was excitedly about to hit enter, finishing up. Before he could press it, the large tentacle struck, shattering the shop's big glass window. The force of the wind sent shards of glass flying everywhere. His glasses flew off too, along with his laptop and a cup of rice water. As the shock subsided, only Ihyun remained sitting there. The wooden table collapsed, the computer smashed in half. He slowly walked over to his computer. Ihyun's hand trembled as he reached out. He helplessly sank to the ground. Ihyun painfully held his face, groaning the draft. His hand was covered in blue veins, 2 fingers slightly parting to reveal his gloomy green eyes, mine. A massive bolt of lightning shot out from his body. One of the monster's tentacles was burned and smoking. Its whole body collapsed to the ground. Ihyun's hair gradually turned golden. "Hey, that octopus." He stepped forward, stepping on it. "Get up." His eyes widened, bolts of lightning continuously flickering from his palm. "I'm still not done cooking." A large bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. A girl with a furrowed brow screamed loudly. She yelled at the man who was being electrocuted, floating on the water. "Jason, no, why is there suddenly thunder?" The man was coughing up blood, his face pale, floating on the water. "Don't leave me alone, Jason." A girl with a garlic bun hairstyle lay stretched out on the sofa, exclaiming, "Oh my God, this is the peak. Such a great twist. The male lead gets electrocuted to death." She laughed heartily, grabbing a piece of potato chips. "A drama needs to be melodramatic to be good Hongdm Tai Yiseo S-class." A boy walked over to the sofa, looking gloomy as he glanced at the other person. She squints, purses her lips. "Look at that stance, the youngest of the 3 Tae brothers, Tae Yijun, a high school student." A girl with bright red hair steps out from the large flames. Hongdm Tai Yiseo, one of the top-tier hunters in the country, also the captain of the 7th Squad of the Elite Guard, the highest-ranked team. She wears a beautiful dress, squinting and smiling under the lights. And not only that, she's a superstar in the hunting world. Yiseo has her hair in a low bun, resting her chin on her hand for a photo, famous for her delicate looks and outstanding fashion sense, but the TV switches to the news program. Yijun, carrying a bag, fiddles with the remote. Who would consider that thing a Hongdm? Yiseo jumps up from the couch. "What are you doing?" She frowns and questions her brother. "It's the climax here. Why are you ruining my precious day off?" He scoffs without looking at her. "What day off? You're just an unemployed freelancer. If you're home, help with the chores a bit, or you could go exercise outside." Yiseo raises her voice. I don't know anything. Just hand me the remote." Suddenly, the phone on the couch lights up. The 2 of them turn their heads simultaneously to pay attention to it. Iseo picks up the phone. A news alert comes through. "Breaking news, a portal has just appeared in the Mapo district. Please move to the nearest shelter or limit going outside. A portal has appeared in Mapo district, Seoul." Yujun stares blankly, mumbling Mapo. The voice from the news continues. "This area has now been designated a red zone, so everyone please limit going outside unless necessary. Additionally, those outside should quickly move to a shelter." Yiseo jumps up from the couch. "I'm going outside for a bit." Yujun watches his sister closely. Is there a summon message? She takes off her glasses. No. Tilting her head, she squints at her brother. "I just think it's better to go outside." He smiles back, replying to her, "You look pretty good when you're working, too." Yujun sets the bag down on the couch. "But I don't think you need to go anywhere." Hwadiem wonders why. He raises his voice, mentioning Ihyun. "Coincidentally, that freeloader from our house is nearby." "Oh no, I mean that failed writer." He sits down on the ground, gritting his teeth. His laptop is smashed into 3 pieces. The hard drive is completely wrecked. He sits on top of an octopus that has been charred by lightning, feeling dejected. My luck is really as bad as it gets. His face darkens as he holds up the shattered screen. His debut work today was supposed to be the day it gets recognized. He imagines himself being praised when submitting the manuscript, his debut work becoming a huge success, then being launched grandly as a Rookie of the Year. Imagining receiving an award, then I would become a famous writer winning the Online Novel of the Year award. Imagining standing in front of many people giving lectures, organizing speeches, and starting a golden era, right? Aeon, feeling frustrated, buries his face in the ground. I had it all imagined out already. His hands clenched tightly, his whole body shaking with anger. He stands up and roars. Lightning strikes down continuously. Indeed, just roasting a few squid isn't enough to vent my anger. From behind him, dark energy swirls continuously. Aeon grits his teeth. Then I must get back what I owe you guys. Have messed with the wrong person. He shouts towards the thick black mist. Where's the boss? Oh, over there, just wait! He charges straight towards the source of the black mist. A helicopter is flying overhead, updating the situation. Team 1 has dealt with the monsters. A few fully equipped soldiers approach the bodies of the monsters, confirming that the civilians have been evacuated and they will eliminate the remaining monsters thanks to you guys. One soldier cheerfully asks, "We're almost done, right? Just a little more effort." Another one sits down beside the monster's corpse, squinting and smiling. This gate was pretty easy, all thanks to the overwhelming strength of our captain. He focuses on the man holding a large hammer, looking around, truly worthy of the title of Bulldozer, the emergency response captain of Team 4 of the Maseogi Rescue Association Class A. The captain narrows his eyes, reminding them, "Stop chatting." He jumps down from the pile of monsters, ready to take on the boss who will be appearing soon. There's nothing to worry about. A young soldier chuckles. "Class A captain, what's a Class A boss to us?" Shogi smiles back, but warns not to be complacent. Stay alert. Suddenly, several dragon heads connected together emerge from the tall building. Shoki lowers his head and smirks. Who knows where the enemy will strike from? Before he can finish his sentence, a massive 9-headed dragon appears before them. "Quick, form up!" Shogi and a few soldiers stare in shock at it. The monster swings its tail. Its massive tail crashes down where the three of them are standing. The young soldier leaps away in panic. "Hydra, how did it appear at a Class A gate? Wait, over there is..." The dragon's tail slowly lifts, blood trickling down its scales. Shoki's pupils dilate in horror. A hand emerges from beneath the Hydra's tail. Shoki's eyes widen, trembling uncontrollably. The large dragon with its fierce snake-like heads raises the alarm. The boss monster has appeared, the class triple a Hydra. The soldiers continuously raise their guns at it, firing without holding back on the ammo. Its eye bulges wide as it tilts and thrashes its tail. One swipe destroys the tall building, sending clouds of dust into the air. Shoki's face tightens as he grips his hammer, cold sweat running down his side. A Class A gate has a Class triple a monster. Could there be a change at the gate? This is bad. We need to call for stronger reinforcements. The young soldier mourns for his fallen comrade on the ground, while the other comforts him, fearfully watching the Hydra, feeling helpless. One head of the Hydra glares, emitting a dark purple aura from its mouth. Shogi's eyes widen in shock, completely unable to comprehend. The Hydra opens its mouth wide, unleashing a fierce purple flame. The flames head straight for the two soldiers in the crumbling building. The remaining soldier hurriedly embraces his grieving comrade. The flames split in two, causing the other person to look up in shock. Shogi tightened his grip on the hammer, blocking the two of them, Captain. He was panting heavily. Damn it, there was no time to sit and wait anymore. Looking back at his teammates who could no longer fight, he silently assessed that he had to buy time until reinforcements arrived. The problem was the strength of a single head was almost top tier. If all 9 heads attacked together, survival would be nearly impossible. But he gritted his teeth, blood spilling from his mouth. Shogi clenched his jaw, dropping to the ground. He wouldn't give up. He stomped his foot hard on the ground. If someone needed saving, if there was still strength to fight. Shogi gathered momentum, raising the hammer high, propelling himself into the air. He would still fight. He grimaced, his teeth clenched in determination, fighting until the end. He slammed the hammer down on the Hydra. A massive explosion erupted, sending debris flying everywhere, a shockwave. Shogi's eyes widened in astonishment. He focused on the bloodied neck of the Hydra before him. Only 2 heads was that all it took to be hit. He was horrified as one of the Hydra's heads slowly appeared behind him. So that meant... Shogi's face darkened, his eyes bulging as he turned to look behind. A fierce flame surged toward him. Shogi fell hard to the ground. His eyes rolled back, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. Damn it, he couldn't collapse here. He forced himself to rise. 7 dragon heads were channeling energy to create a massive fireball. If it fell, this area would be wiped out. Suddenly, a powerful lightning bolt struck straight down at the fireball from the sky. The purple flames gradually extinguished. Shogi's eyes widened in shock. What was happening? His pupils reflected the figure approaching with wings made of thunder. The man spread his large wings, slowly moving toward the Hydra. That was... Ihyon's hair was wildly blown about and he gritted his teeth. His hair stood on end, his eyes narrowed darkly as he glanced down at the Hydra. A god. Ihyon hovered in the air, the Hydra's head swayed, watching him. Found you, final boss. He glared, gritting his teeth, bolts of lightning sparking from his palm. Do you know your sins yet? If you have a mouth, justify yourself. The Hydra's heads froze. It quickly charged straight at him. Ihyon clenched his fist, bowing his head to the ground. So this is what you wanted indeed. His pupils narrowed, staring wide, lacking a punch is just plain foolish. He swung his hand and slapped one of the Hydra's heads, our computer. He roared fiercely, continuously slapping its head. My manuscript is all ruined because of you. His face darkened, shouting and swinging at the Hydra. Now what are we going to do? He lowered his face, his voice deep, his palms smoking, and with this, what can we do? With every word he spoke, the Hydra's heads twisted, cold sweat streaming down me. Ihyon raised his hand high, snapping his fingers me. He glared and shot a large bolt of lightning at the Hydra, roaring loudly, making a grand entrance. Ihyon landed on the ground behind him. A massive explosion sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. His hair gradually turned black. He frowned, clicking his tongue. Turning you all into charred remains still wouldn't quench my anger. Ihyon scratched his head and walked away, leaving behind the charred remains of the Hydra. Tomorrow is the deadline. How am I going to rewrite everything? 2 soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, stirring awake. They pushed themselves up, cursing why they passed out. What just happened? We were clearly fighting the Hydra. Looking towards Seoki, who was unconscious, leaning against a large rock, calling out loudly, Team Captain. One person ran over to support him. Thankfully, he was still alive. Just wait for the rescue team to arrive. The long-haired boy looked up in shock at his teammate. Wait, look over there. The 2 of them stared in astonishment at the scene before them. The Hydra, is it dead? Its cheek bore the imprint of a deep dent. This mark, it seems like someone hit it hard before it died. The 2 soldiers turned their heads in unison to look back. Seoki frowned, unconscious. Could it be? The sunlight shining down made him squint, uncomfortably pouting and turning away. The host's voice came through the broadcast, breaking news. After 2 years, an A-rank monster has unexpectedly appeared in South Korea, Ant Hospital Mapo District, Seoul, reported by journalist Kim Gaem, with the monster being an A-ranked Hydra. The screen shifted to a hospital bed covered with a green curtain. Behind the curtain loomed a large figure, though only an A-rank, a hunter, fought alone and won against that giant monster. The curtain was pulled back, and that hero was Ma Seoki, commonly known as the Bulldozer. Upon hearing the introduction, he waved his hands and shook his head continuously, but couldn't refute because his mouth was covered. Ma Seoki, a member of the Guardians. A short video of the explosion at that time played on the screen. The video, Defeating the Hydra, uploaded on YouTube, quickly reached 100 million views. Hero Ma Seoki bravely defeated the monster and saved the people from danger. Seoki felt dizzy, helplessly giving up on explaining. Beside his hospital bed were many gift boxes and cameras recording. Currently, he was confirmed to need 14 weeks of recovery and suffered permanent vocal cord damage. The footage of him grimacing and cursing was shown. The cause of the vocal cord damage was due to desperate curses directed at the Hydra during the critical moment. Damn it, the footage from the scene at that time. The television screen suddenly turned off. At a long conference table, a slow voice echoed as everyone has seen. The man raised his voice. We must recruit Ma Seoki, who defeated the A-ranked Hydra, into the guild immediately. The lively discussions erupted. I disagree. He's just an A-rank hunter who knows what if he ranks up to S. Moreover, there aren't many hunters with that kind of power right now, but from what I understand, he seems very proud to be a member of the Guardians. Yeseo squinted that Tae Iyon hasn't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Inside, her anger flared silently, grinding her teeth and glaring, but on the outside she maintained a cold expression. What the hell is going on? Yeseo pursed her lips, rolling her eyes, always lacking any sense of moderation. She glanced at the man sitting in the center, knowing that if the one suppressing this raid was the Thunder Emperor, it would be a real hassle. The man stroked his beard, chuckling. Did everyone really think that an A-rank hunter could take it down? The man with mint-colored eyes squinted and smirked. I don't think so. The Hall Guardian of the Gold Emperor Gu Huisu is S-rank. Yeseo rested her chin on her hand, smiling faintly, cursing silently. Damn it, I've been found out. I'm really in trouble now, Iyon. Huisu narrowed his eyes at her, raising his voice. Isn't that right, Hong Viem? Yeseo turned her face away, running her fingers through her hair. What are you talking about? The president of the Gold Emperor jumped up from his seat. How could an A-rank Hydra be defeated by an A-rank hunter? Well, I suddenly remember some legendary hunter. He walked to the large glass door behind the long table, daring to underestimate the Gold Emperor and then disappearing. But now he finally showed up. Huisu smirked, pressing his hand against the glass door. Thunder Emperor, I will personally come to meet you. Eon bit his lip, his whole body trembling. He tightened his grip on the glass of water, nervously watching the man in front of him reading his manuscript. The man spoke in a low voice, author Tai Eon. He eagerly replied yes. The tablet was slammed down on the table. The man frowned, pushing up his glasses at this rate. I fear you won't be able to continue, editor from the Gold Label Publishing's editing team, 3 Gu Kyungmo. He raised his voice to evaluate, straight up telling you the story isn't interesting at all. The setup is good, but the monsters die too quickly every time. Every word he said left Ihyun stunned, confused, lacking realism. And if that's the case, readers won't be able to get into it and will drop the story. He trembled as he set the glass down on the table, but I've tried my best, Kyungmo read aloud. The chimera's brain splattered like... He narrowed his eyes and sighed, no need to describe it in such detail. Kyungmo pushed the tablet toward him. Have you seen the news this morning? The story about a guardian hunter saving people from a raid and almost dying. A black and white image in an old comic book. Just imagine an ordinary hunter, not a high-ranking one, risking his life to protect the people. A small man tightly gripped a large hammer. He glared, gripping the hammer tightly. He couldn't fall here. The man boldly approached the nine-headed dragon, despite his teammates trying to stop him. It was dangerous, Captain. The screenwriter raised his voice. How fierce and tragic that battle was. Kyungmo squinted through the glasses. Even though he didn't witness it firsthand, everyone would still feel it. The citizens watching the news were amazed, and everyone would remember the name of that hunter. The big screen reported on the incident, not beside them, but still felt like being there together. The follower can't help but exclaim, feeling like they truly understand that character's heart. The townspeople hang banners cheering in celebration, looking cool, our hero Ma Seoki. Kyungmo seriously clenches his fists, empathizing, and that's what authenticity is all about. The sunlight from outside illuminates half of Ihyun's face, along with his sparkling eyes. He bows his head low in front of the screenwriter. I really hadn't thought about that. I'm sorry. Kyungmo lets out a sigh. He slowly stands up, bringing the tablet in front of him, as it seems you've figured it out, too. I'll give you exactly 1 more week, make the revisions. Ihyun quickly gets up and bows. Thank you so much, I'll do my best this time. Kyungmo leaves softly, saying through the crack of the door, you have to make it happen if next time it's not more interesting. Only he remains in the room with the last words of the other, you better prepare yourself for the contract cancellation. Ihyun is stunned, cold sweat running down his face. What, cancel the contract? The sunset gradually descends. Ihyun lowers his head, groaning as he walks into the house. Yujun, sitting and tapping on his phone, notices and softly says, you loser just got back now. He dejectedly flops down on the sofa. Each of his sighs annoys Yujun. He jumps up and throws his phone at Ihyun's face. Hey, you're complaining like the sky is falling. Yujun snaps back. What now? What happened this time? Ihyun holds his head and groans. What do I do now? Ihyun drops his hands, revealing his swollen forehead, crying and wailing. I'm about to get fired. Yujun squints in frustration. So if you can't revise it to the editor's liking, the contract will be canceled, right? He crosses his arms, rolling his eyes. So you have to make it authentic, but I don't know how to write it. Ihyun sits cross-legged beside him, gloomily replying, Yujun continues. What did you write before? He pouts. Oh, let me tell you. Ihyun shudders, frowning loudly. You had 30 A-class monsters knocked out in just 1 hit. Sounds pretty solid, right? But that guy said it wasn't realistic. It's just A-class, not S-class. Why can't it be? Yujun tiredly sighs. He scratches his head. Hey, have you ever really fought? Ihyun shouts. What are you asking, kid? He clenches his fists in rebuttal. Of course I have. Yujun squints. When? Ihyun's eyes light up. Back at that chaotic gate, I fought for 70 hours against the annihilation monster. It was exhausting. Yujun calmly strokes his chin. So now you're using that as an example. The other person hearing this breaks into a cold sweat. What? He softly asks, listen carefully, how many legendary hunters are there in this world? Ihyun is confused. 12, the other continues. So how many people can match the experience of those hunters? Ihyun stutters. 12 as well. Yujun crosses his arms in silence. Most hunters in this world are between ranks F and C. Just reaching rank A is enough to be financially secure. You can change your life. The image of the Grand President appears through his words. Reaching rank S means having both wealth and power, a status even greater than that of a large corporation's chairman. Yujun wore a frustrated expression, tilting his head to look at him. If things are like this, do you really think people can feel the story of the legendary hunter? A group of hunters had bright eyes. Readers only see the main character and place themselves in that role, so they prefer stories about growth that start from levels similar to theirs. Yujun's face darkened. If he wanted to write stories like that, what should he have done before? He shouted loudly at Ihyun's blank face, saying he needed materials, then research those materials and understand how ordinary hunters fight. At the very least, he should have observed it. The other person looked dumbfounded, rubbing the back of his neck. But where I'm not a hunter anymore. Yu Jun glared angrily, wanting to walk away. What am I supposed to do with someone as brainless as you? Seeing this, Yi-yeon quickly hugged him around the waist. Please help me out. The cold housemate pushed him away. Why don't you go to the Korean Hunter Association? If you say it, the president will have to help. Yu Jun's words made Yi-yeon freeze in place. But I'm the Thunder Emperor, the only legendary hunter in Korea who has faced the Annihilation Monster. He lowered his head to the ground. Oh, right. The main building of the legendary Hunter Association was towering and magnificent. He really is the Thunder Emperor. A man grimaced, slamming his hand down on the table, roaring, "How can this be Park Dae-han, president of the Korean Hunter Association?" Surrounding him were dozens of large electronic screens. After being downgraded to Tier 2 last year, we have not only continuously attacked the National Gate, but also proven the results of training hunters. Dae-han shouted at the person on the other end of the line, "Even when the law faced danger of extinction due to a gate, they asked us for help." He turned around, and then Germany requested to transfer the entire training secret of hunters, and we helped with everything. Dae-han's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead. How can the proposal to adjust the rank be rejected? He clenched his fists. This is ridiculous! Another man on the electronic screen smirked. Isn't this just how it is? He squinted, stroking his chin with a mocking smile. It's because there are no legendary hunters, right? Gulshan Grover, president of the Indian Hunter Association. Sitting at his private desk, he narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the large electronic screen. 11 countries, including our India, can support legendary hunters, but Korea cannot. Grover squinted mischievously. I heard your Thunder Emperor from Korea suddenly retired, right? Dae-han gritted his teeth in anger at his sarcastic words. How do you manage hunters to let a national-level force disappear without reason? Dae-han raised his hands to refute. That's personal freedom. But before he could finish, the other person interrupted. No more excuses. It's already come to this and you still want to raise the rank. Grover rested his chin on his hand, sneering. I'll say it again. Tier 1 hunters at the national level are only for countries that have legendary hunters. Dae-han's eyes widened, shouting angrily. Then at least we should adjust to Tier 2. That's enough for today. This meeting has gone on too long. We'll discuss Korea's rank adjustment next time. All the electronic screens around him turned off simultaneously. Everyone has worked hard. Dae-han's face darkened, slamming the table frozen in place. Secretary Wu approached with a report, frowning helplessly at the person yelling, "Damn it, these bastards!" Dae-han swept the pile of papers off his desk. When they need help, they're so eager, and now they turn their backs like this. Secretary Wu quickly spoke up to calm him down. President, please stay calm. We still have the next schedule. He sighed, resting his head on the table. What's the next schedule? The other person frowned, watching him with concern. It's a meeting with the Scorpion Guild, one of the guilds that responded to the cooperation letter you sent, sir. But perhaps we should reconsider. The two walked down the large hallway. As you know, this guild has a reputation for poor quality, and there are rumors that their experts secretly attack rival guilds. They are definitely looking to use the association's support as an excuse to monopolize the high-level gate. The secretary held the report tightly, his tone awkward. If we get involved with these guys, the association's reputation will... Dae-han stopped cutting him off. Secretary Wu. He frowned, rolled his eyes, and said, We are the Korean Hunters Association. If we are an officially recognized guild, we have to accept meetings. Dae-han pursed his lips, furrowed his brow, and the man closed his eyes tightly, silently assessing. He said that, but honestly, I don't want to either. If we accept Scorpion, other guilds will tear our association apart. Suddenly, a group of bodyguards rushed over, and he shouted loudly at the person on the other end of the line. Those people have been here more than once or twice. Just use force to drive them away. Dae-han stopped him. Captain of the security team, what's going on? The bodyguard bowed to him. Chairman, there's someone in the lobby demanding to see you, causing quite a scene. Apparently, he's the son of some convenience store owner. Hearing that, he squinted and sneered. Now even the son of a convenience store owner doesn't take me seriously. The bodyguard bowed even deeper, flustered. I'm so sorry, sir. We should have handled the situation more quickly. His tone was flat, but what he said made Dae-han pause. But he keeps saying if we mention the Taejongdae convenience store, you'll know. He looked pale as a wax figure widened his eyes and turned back. What did you say, the son of the Taejongdae convenience store? The phrase struck Dae-han like a bolt of lightning, leaving him speechless. The son of the Taejongdae convenience store, Tae-yeon, the legendary retired hunter. He shouted loudly, pointing at the bodyguard, then hurriedly ran to the elevator. Quick, contact downstairs and tell them I'm coming down personally. Why isn't the elevator here yet? Don't let him get away. Secretary Wu, looking weak and helpless, called out, Chairman. A shiny black car parked in front of the headquarters of the Legendary Hunters Association. A stern-faced man stepped out of the car, took off his sunglasses, and arrogantly sneered, "Look at their building. The Hunters Association is indeed impressive. Scorpion's chairman Joe Jinam." The assistant following him rubbed his hands together softly, trying to flatter. "Park Daehan, that difficult guy, is actually willing to meet us. It shows how powerful our Scorpion Guild is." His cheeks flushed with flattery. "Of course the chairman is different." Jinam threw his arm around him, acting arrogantly. "Naturally, my sponsorship money isn't small, so I have to show my face." Daehan burst through the door, shouting, "Where is everyone? Where are they?" Jinam noticed him and sighed. He must be in a hurry to run out barefoot like that. He squinted and waved his hand. "I'm here, Chairman Park." Daehan glared and rushed past him. "Get out of the way!" He looked pale and shouted, "Hey, you step aside! Do you know who this is that you're blocking?" The staff member, frightened, stammered, "I'm sorry, Chairman." Daehan ran up and grabbed his shoulder. "Ishyun, I'm sorry for being late. Have you been waiting long?" He was shaken by the man, but just smiled. "I thought I wouldn't get to see you." He awkwardly chuckled. "I got the notification too late. By the way, what do you need to talk to me about?" "Oh." He widened his eyes. "I have something I want to discuss." Daehan smirked with delight. "Something to discuss? Could it be that you're making a comeback?" He crossed his arms, smiling smugly. "The legendary hunter is back. It makes sense. Even though he retired, the Hunters Association has always cared about him. Now we can become a country with legendary hunters and elevate our status worldwide." Ihyun spoke up. "May I take a look around?" Daehan laughed heartily, pointing at himself. "Wonderful, I've been waiting for you to say that. Legendary hunter, I'll get everything ready for you right away." Suddenly he froze. "Wait, take a look around." Ihyun's eyes lit up, reaching out to him. "I want to see how ordinary hunters fight." He extended his hand in goodwill towards the other man. "And if you agree..." He tilted his head, smiling gently, reaching out to shake his hand. "I will help you fulfill one of your wishes." At the headquarters of the Legendary Hunters Association. "So what are the terms of the contract?" "A contract was established between Iyon and Daehan to support his writing. If we help you with research, then you say you will act like the legendary hunter." He squinted, rubbing the back of his neck. "Is there a way to observe better?" The other person replied loudly, "Of course there is." Daehan's face was clouded with a calculating expression as he carefully presented a card to Iyon, saying, "This is just perfect for you. If we bring the king back, not only will our national ranking rise, but South Korea will once again expand its influence in the world." It was an employee card with Ihyun's photo on it. "I absolutely couldn't miss this opportunity. Tae Iyon, Level F Gate Assistant, Korean Hunter Association. It's called a gate assistant." He stared wide-eyed, bowing his head to examine the employee card closely. "A gate assistant. That's the main role for a Level F hunter." The man cheerfully collected the crystals from the monster's corpse, gathering the spoils from the portal that other hunters had completed. He hurriedly led everyone to find a way out, helping residents escape safely in emergencies. He wielded his sword to support his teammates and would join the fight if necessary. While other hunters struggled to battle the monsters, the two gatekeepers sat leisurely far away, eating snacks and drinking tea. Of course, they rarely had to fight. Most of the time, they just waited behind, ready for action. Daehan frowned with concern, resting his chin on his hand. It was a great position to observe the other ordinary hunters, wasn't it? Iyeon, innocent and bright-eyed, raised the card high in his hand, saying, "I didn't know this position existed. I never thought about it." The other man raised an eyebrow, secretly amused, thinking of course Iyeon wouldn't know. How could gate assistants be present in a battle where national-level hunters would participate? He smiled with squinted eyes and raised his hand in agreement. "Chairman, this is exactly what I wanted, thank you." The man frowned, his brow furrowed. "Are you really okay with being a gate assistant?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ihyun gathered his energy and dashed off. "Of course, send the remaining details to the convenience store at Taejongdae." The office window shattered and Secretary Wu helplessly covered his head, exclaiming, "The king is always like this." Daehan, with a resigned expression, raised his voice to remind him, "Hey, be careful with what you say. He might be a bit unusual, but he's still the hope of South Korea." Aehyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. "We're here." He focused on the sign hanging outside the building. "This is..." Hyun looked up at the large building before him. "C-Rank Guild Gawa Mansaseong." His cheeks flushed and he clenched his fists with determination. "All right, I'll learn about the real world of hunters here. This time I'll write a story that's as realistic as possible." He tightly gripped the strap of his bag and happily walked into the guild. "Hello, I'm Tae Yeon here as a gate assistant." He was taken aback by the scene before him. Outside the main door were a few large trash bags, and inside the room were two men, one focused on his phone, while the other lay sprawled on the couch, sleeping. "Huh." The brown-haired man peeked out from his phone, looking at him curiously. He said, "Are you the gate assistant coming here today? Which portal is open?" "No, I mean the gate assistant has arrived," Ihyun replied. Right, it is today." "Sorry about that. It's been a bit busy around here lately." So this is what a real guild is like. Nice to meet you. I'm the president of the Gawa Mansaseong Guild. Nice to meet you too. I'm Tae Iyon. All right, come on in. You know, we're just a C-rank guild, and the only official members right now are me and that guy sitting over there. What about the others? He's been temporarily dispatched. Dispatched. So it's like the 12 apostles sent to the land, huh? You chose to come here, and that's unfortunate. Why? What do you mean, look at this place? Does it even resemble a proper guild? We're stuck at C rank, so there aren't any jobs that pay better for us. In reality, we're just getting by day. Hey, do you have to be so blunt about it? Come on, I'm just stating the truth. Why are you getting so worked up? Those two seem really close, like they have a bond from working together for a long time. Yeah, after all, we've been through tough times together, and honestly, I'm so tired of that. It's the same here. Been through tough times together sounds so cool, like real hunters. Do we really look like that to a rookie? I guess we do have a bit of that veteran vibe, huh? With this kind of synergy, you two must coordinate perfectly in battle. When are we going to raid the gate? Our guild doesn't have any plans for that. What? Wait, isn't this a hunter guild? It is, but lower-tier guilds don't get called for raids often. So what am I supposed to do? There's really nothing to do at all. Right? It's not like you open every day. This is the reality I've been waiting for. Just give me any task and I'll work hard. Really, can you clean up here a bit? Hey, it's your turn to clean today. Cleaning, leave that to me. See, he wants to do it. This guy, why make the rookie do that? There's only a week left until my contract ends. During this time, I'll find real inspiration and get back to writing. Just wait for it, draft. He's Tae Iyon, someone who dreams of becoming a web novel author. Right now, to write a genuine novel, he's observing a C-rank guild. Current word count of the draft 0. Days left before the contract expires 0. Iyon sat in despair on the chair, continuously smiling with a look of no regrets. I'm done for. Really done for. Hugging his knees, he mumbled like he was lost. What if I get fired? It's been 10 years and I haven't produced a decent story. Suddenly, Mansaseong pushed the door open and came in with Hyung. He looked at Ihyeon going crazy in the chair and said, "Kid, get ready to head out. We need to go to the urgent gate this afternoon." Hearing this, Ihyeon unconsciously replied, "Yes, I'll get ready to clean the gate." But when the two of them approached him, Ihyeon realized he was stunned in place. After loading the data, his eyes lit up as he turned around. His voice couldn't help but get louder. "We have a gate mission." At that moment, Ihyeon felt like he was bathed in light. With a fiery spirit, he tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, eagerly thinking, finally, I get to see real hunters in action. He was so happy that tears welled up in his eyes. Ihyeon wiped them away and renewed his determination. He had to finish the draft today. Suddenly, the bright golden light flickered out, and Ihyeon, who was feeling moved, stared blankly at the two sitting with Mansaseong. He saw Mansaseong and Hyung sitting down with frowns and asked, "But why do you both look so strange?" Sitting slumped in the chair, Hyung sighed before answering Ihyeon. "What do you mean? This time it's a B-rank gate." Hearing the rank made Ihyeon feel confused. Isn't B-rank supposed to be easy? Seeing Ihyeon still puzzled, Hyung raised 3 fingers and waved them before continuing. "A guild like ours, it's not easy to complete a B-rank gate on our own, so we decided to collaborate with 3 other guilds." But Ihyeon still didn't understand the reason. He was like a naive deer questioning. "So that reduces the danger, right? That's a good thing, isn't it?" Hearing this, Mansaseong next to him couldn't take it anymore and replied, "That's true," but his face was tense as he rubbed his throbbing temples before he could continue. "The problem is, it's about the guild that will fight alongside us." At the gate in Soksan Mountain, Gangwon Province in Wolf Valley, dozens of people had gathered in front of the gate, and the sound of complaints echoed continuously. "My back hurts. It's been ages since I climbed a mountain." Hyung tiredly stretched and complained to Mansaseong, "Why does a gate have to appear in such a remote mountain?" But it seemed Mansaseong didn't quite agree. Having something to do is good, but as he said this, Mansaseong noticed Ihyeon bouncing around. "What's that rookie doing?" In front of dozens of onlookers, he kept jumping around, firing off questions like a machine gun. "Is this a B-rank gate?" The rocks seem different. What weapons is everyone using? What about skills? After a while, Mansaseong finally realized maybe he was just gathering information, but the Hyung next to him simply shrugged, not knowing, probably just taking notes since he was new. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, catching both of their attention. A burly figure appeared. "Who is this?" 3 chubby guys walked slowly, the leader smirking and calling out to both of them, "Aren't they from that famous group, the Universal Harmony?" He's the president of the C-Rank Association, Polar Bear Richard Bear. As soon as he finished speaking, he called out loudly, "Hey, come over and say hi! This is the charity house of the gang world!" Hearing the call, a few people chimed in, "Oh, is this the president of the C-Rank Universal Harmony?" Feeling surrounded like a monkey in a zoo, Mansaseong couldn't control his expression, grumbling, "Why does it have to be this damn guy? At that moment, a fat guy stepped forward, bending down and teasing him. You're good at raising newbies, but then they get snatched away by other associations, not a single one left. Just then, another guy interrupted. Come on, let's just say it's a donation. He's a philanthropist after all. Bear looked at Mansa Seong with contempt, sarcastically continuing the previous guy's words. If you weren't an idiot, you definitely wouldn't be nurturing members only to send them off to other associations. No matter how patient Mansa Seong was, he finally exploded. What do you mean by that? But the Hyung was quicker. I've been listening to you, but isn't the one who snatched the newbies from here, you. How dare you talk like that? Despite being much smaller than Bear, he stepped up and slapped Bear on the shoulder, defiantly replying, Isn't it enough that you guys stole our members? Where do you get off trying to pick a fight with someone else's president? Seeing the Hyung so bold, Bear burst into laughter. This kid has some guts, huh? You're interrupting a conversation. But the Hyung wasn't backing down, quickly retorting, Besides me, is there anyone else here? All I see are kids looking for trouble. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out. From behind, a group of people in blue gradually approached the leader, laughing mockingly. This is too funny. Why are you rookies exhausting yourselves fighting each other? The newcomers were the president of the C-Rank Association, Mantis Sa Mariong. Watching the two argue in front of him, Mariong just smirked and mocked them. Starting off by wasting energy like this, huh? Ignoring the angry expressions gradually appearing on everyone's faces, Mariong provocatively continued. Once you get through the gate, you still have to support our association? He sneered at Bear and the Hyung, even as both gritted their teeth, their eyes like bullets aimed straight at him. At least you should conduct yourself properly to pick up something right, you fools. Seeing the chaotic scene in front of him, Yi-yeon, despite wanting to jot down more ideas, felt nervous this isn't good. With his energy burning brightly, he kept writing ideas in his notebook, unable to suppress a smile. We have to be this tense before even entering. It's so intense, this is the real deal. In his eyes, everything from the rock at the gate to Samariong of the Mantis Association, with his sharp gaze continuously provoking the people next to him, Richard Bear of the Polar Bear Association with his massive frame showing his claws, and below them the Hyung and Mansa Seong angrily responding, You guys are really small today, brothers. Suddenly, a guy with a frowning face appeared, quickly hitting Yi-yeon on the head and loudly asking, Hey kid, why aren't you greeting a newbie, huh? Acting like a senior, this guy kept talking loudly despite Yi-yeon struggling to adjust his glasses. Newbies these days are so slow, I'm warning you, if you dare touch the monster I picked, you're done for. Suddenly, Yi-yeon turned his head back, his gaze as sharp as a predator hunting its prey. Just seeing that look, the guy who had been boasting earlier jumped back in fear. He stepped back in fright, and seeing this expression, Yi-yeon panicked, quickly putting on his glasses and feigning meekness. Yes, I hope to get your help. As soon as Yi-yeon finished speaking, the guy turned and ran for his life. I'm really looking forward to working with you, which made Yi-yeon even more excited, quickly jotting down everything in his notebook. So even the supporters are competing with each other, huh? Suddenly, Mansa Seong stepped forward quickly, calling out to Yi-yeon, Hey newbie, let's go in. A moment later, in front of the gate, there were already many people standing, their voices ringing out, Focus, don't get knocked out. Yes, thank you, everyone. Inside the gate, a huge wolf was charging wildly. Mansa Seong had raised his sword, his face showing intense concentration. But as he swung down, another guy swung a fist to interrupt. Get out of the way, get out of the way. While he was fighting the wolf, Mansa Seong fell flat on his back. He sprang up like a god and immediately grabbed the strap on the guy's body. What the hell are you doing? It's dangerous. But seeing his furious expression, the guy calmly held the wolf in his arms and replied, If you don't like it, handle it yourself. You have to fight for your own share. You're too slow. On the other side, the Hyung was also busy fighting monsters, easily taking them down in just a few moves. Hyung was intently watching the direction the wolves were moving when suddenly, just as he was letting out a sigh of relief, a figure appeared right in front of him. Great, it's over now. The bear aggressively knocked him away, a smug look on its face. In an instant, he had dealt a finishing blow to the wolf, and as he turned back with a smug expression, he said, You're still standing here. Sorry about that. Seeing his brazen attitude, Hyung became even angrier and shouted, You bastard! Eon, watching from the side, was also taken aback by the current situation. Is this really a battle of ordinary hunters? In front of him, there were not only people fighting monsters, but also members from other guilds clashing, creating a chaotic scene. The wolves were like juicy prey, and everyone rushed to claim them. I'll kill it first, get your hands off! On the other side, some people didn't hesitate to swing their blades at others, shouting, Get out of the way, you dog, let's die together. In the midst of this chaotic scene, like a pot of pig feed, Ian could only stand there confused. He had never seen such a ridiculous fight before. Suddenly, Mariong appeared humming while calling everyone, Come on, come on! Standing aside and watching the show, he and his teammates were happily commenting, saying how nice it was to have exclusive rights. Exactly. Mariong's view allowed him to see almost everything. Despite Bear Hyung and Mansa Seong continuously battling, they remained relaxed, thinking that with exclusive rights they could attack however they wanted. Let those pests handle the miscellaneous monsters first. Our guild will only deal with the final boss. Isn't that the most efficient method? Hearing someone next to him say it so confidently, Mariong glanced over with satisfaction. Right, I just said it was coming. The boss monster of this gate, just as he finished speaking, a gigantic wolf slowly approached. The members of the Mantis Guild immediately drew their weapons upon seeing the target, each of them wearing a delighted expression. Gripping his two short swords tightly, Mariong said eagerly, "If we take it down, leveling up to rank B is just a matter of time. From now on, I won't be on the same level as those pests anymore." With that, he dashed forward with his teammates, and the wolf didn't hesitate to leap. With just a few moves, the boss was beaten to a pulp. As it noticed the group that had just attacked it, Mariong leaped into action. He quickly swung his sword, striking the boss and causing it to stop thrashing. The entire body of the boss fell heavily, shaking the ground slightly. Stepping on the corpse of the boss, Mariong burst into laughter. "That felt great!" Tightening his grip on the sword, he stood tall, looking down, and then sighed. "So this is what it feels like to change your fate." At this moment, all that remained in his eyes was overwhelming desire. No one would dare to look down on me anymore. Now it's time to finish this. Suddenly, a death wolf appeared right in front of Mariong. The members of the Mantis Guild were also stunned by the enormous monster. The death wolf's massive jaws opened wide, and when someone recognized it, they shouted, "It's the death wolf!" Bear over here was also frightened and stepped back, stammering, "Why is a rank A monster here?" However, Eon beside him looked very pleased. "Hey there, little mutt, long time no see. I remember when we gathered this bunch at the rank S gate." The death wolf stomped its foot, creating a tremor. At this moment, only a shadow flickered past. In an instant, it easily knocked away dozens of people. Blood splattered continuously across Mariong's still astonished face. Watching his teammates fall one by one, he could no longer maintain his arrogant demeanor and muttered, "Is this really happening?" The direwolf continued to growl while Mariong remained frozen in shock. The others had already begun shouting to each other, running away, switching gates. Switching gates is a phenomenon of gate leveling up triggered by the sudden appearance of a high-level boss monster, something completely unpredictable. Hyung looked at the monsters in front of him, his voice filled with fear. "Those direwolves are A rank. A rank for B rank hunters. That's a talent wall that's impossible to overcome." The massive shadow of the direwolf gradually enveloped the people below. Everyone trembled at the sight of the monster before them, unable to comprehend how a gate switch could happen here. The survival rate of C-rank hunters in an A-rank gate is even slimmer than that of ordinary people in a gate. In just a few seconds, the sounds of tearing flesh echoed everywhere as the direwolf killed one person and then spat them out. Standing amidst dozens of corpses on the ground, the large direwolves with their bloodshot eyes made the scene even more terrifying. Everyone was terrified, and ran-away cries for help echoed everywhere. "Help me!" Mariong remained still, his heart filled with confusion. Why is the B-rank title right in front of me, but it's like this?" His hand tightened around the sword, thoughts swirling in his mind, filled with frustration. "I've tried so hard." At this moment, Mariong made a decision. He charged at the direwolf in front of him and shouted, "I can't die here." In his eyes, only determination remained, but a shadow struck. Mariong didn't have time to react before the direwolf knocked him away. He crashed hard into a rock, shattering it before finally stopping. Other wolves took advantage of the chaos to attack continuously, and those who were terrified couldn't fight back. People were panicking. A wolf was chasing a man in black whose face was filled with fear as he screamed, "Help me!" Seeing the man fall to the ground, the wolf approached its mouth wide open, terrifying the other man. Over here, Bear was frantically running away, so hurried that he knocked over the person next to him. "Get out of the way, move!" Suddenly, a calm voice rang out, grabbing everyone's attention. "Everyone stay calm!" Mansaseong had just killed a wolf. He looked seriously at everyone and reassured them, "The gate switch will be reported to the association, so if we stay calm, we can still survive and get out of here." Everyone looked dazed and stunned upon hearing his words. "Run and hide well, then hunters sent by the association will come to rescue us." Seeing this, Mansa Seong became even more anxious. He waved his hand. "I'll do my best to buy time, everyone, hurry and run." Seeing him like this, the others started to feel moved. The president is truly selfless. After just a few seconds, everyone turned and left, leaving only Mansa Seong's silhouette standing there. "Thank you, I'm sorry, I still have family." Turning around, Mansa Seong quickly pulled the blade from the wolf's body and rushed towards the dire wolf behind him, silently determined, "I'm nothing to this monster, but at least I must buy time for everyone to evacuate." Just thinking about this, even though his teeth were clenched, he stood firm. Suddenly, a voice from behind caught Mansa Seong's attention. "What are you trying to act cool for now? You think the 12 apostles are showing up or something?" Gripping his weapon tightly, Hyung proudly raised his head, a satisfied smile on his lips. Then let's turn the tables together. Seeing his determination like that, Mansa Seong felt curious, thinking, is it really okay to die like this? But Hyung remained optimistic, cheerfully responding to what he said. We might not even die, so stop acting like you're the main character in a war movie. However, in front of both of them was a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. Mansa Seong couldn't agree with Hyung's decision. Kid, you should run away too. I'm sorry for bringing you to a place like this, Mansa Seong said, still managing to smile as if bidding farewell to him. Ihyun, standing beside him, was taken aback, his eyes sparkling in the sunlight. Ihyun bit his lip tightly, quickly turning his head. At that moment, he understood. So that's how it is, now I get it. Someone had to escape to survive, and someone had to fall. In front of him was chaos, as the wolves relentlessly pounced on those before them. A few flashes of lightning appeared, and Ihyun's teeth were still clenched, but watching the backs of Mansa Seong and Hyung bravely charging forward, he realized everything. This was still a battlefield for those willing to accept death and fight until the end. This was the reality. Thinking of this, golden flashes of lightning appeared in Ihyun's hands. Nevertheless, he didn't forget to continue, "Thank you, everyone." Over here, Mansa Seong and Hyung had both been knocked away. The wolves slowly approached them, and seeing this, he hurriedly got back up, cursing, "Damn it, why can't I land a hit?" Behind him, Mansa Seong urged him one last time, "Seong-ho, you should run." But before he could finish, a bolt of lightning struck, leaving him stunned. The small figure of Ihyun ran over, and as soon as he saw him, Mansa Seong shouted, "Kid!" Not stopping there, he slowly took off his glasses, and his hair gradually turned golden. At that moment, he was still mumbling, "It's over." Disguised, his emerald green pupils lit up, revealing only indifference. Pointing his hand towards the pack of wolves, Ihyun coldly called out, "Lightning." "Power at 5%, he said, and as soon as he finished, dozens of lightning bolts struck the wolves. In just a few seconds, the ground was shattered, and a column of golden light gradually appeared. Mansa Seong and Hyung, standing nearby, were also stunned. He was still confused. What the hell is going on? Hearing the commotion from Mansa Seong, Ihyun turned his head back. He smiled brightly, giving a thumbs up, and couldn't help but exclaim, "So cool, this is how a hunter's story should be." But before Ihyun could enjoy his moment, a larger wolf stood behind him, causing Mansa Seong to fearfully remind him, "Behind you." Seeing them so scared, Ihyun snapped his fingers, delivering a powerful bolt of lightning that instantly obliterated the wolf. He also didn't forget to chat with Mansa Seong. "I've learned a lot from you guys." Below, he and Hyung were still in shock, murmuring, "That kid, is he the Lightning Emperor?" Meanwhile, Ihyun calmly said goodbye to them. "Sorry, but my manuscript deadline is coming up, so I have to leave now." As he turned to fly away, he reminded them once more, "Please keep it a secret for me and also treat your wounds." With that, Ihyun vanished through the portal, leaving only a few lingering bolts of lightning. Mansa Seong and Hyung looked exhausted after everything, both bewildered as they asked each other, "What just happened?" "Yeah, right." A moment later, urgent voices rang out. "We've arrived at the A-class portal transition site, confirming the explosion. There are 2 people still conscious. Prioritize rescuing the injured." A few people appeared, rushing towards where Mansa Seong and Hyung were standing. Outside in the newsroom, a window was still lit, and the voice of some host echoed in the dark night. "This morning, there was a portal transition replacing the class of 1 portal. Fortunately, the hunters present at the scene were safely rescued." Inside the newsroom, a person sat staring intently at the brightly lit computer. It was 11:59 p.m., just a minute before the contract with Tae Ihyun expired, and Kyungmo was anxiously biting his nails. Suddenly, his phone on the table buzzed with a notification along with a message that came through, authored by Tae Ihyun. The editor, "I'm sorry for sending this late." Kyungmo quickly grabbed his phone, his heart racing as he checked it. The message from Ihyun was an apology along with the draft file he had just written. Seeing this, Kyungmo let out a sigh of relief. It was sent just a minute before the deadline. At this point, he began to review the draft again silently, hoping, "This time it better be good. I've written so many reports already." After reading for a while, Kyungmo was taken aback, his pupils widening. His fingers moved even faster across the screen. Focusing intently on the content, Kyungmo exclaimed in surprise, "What is this? It's pretty good." A few days later, outside the gate, a head of red hair appeared. Youngsik spread his arms wide in welcome, excitedly shouting to grab everyone's attention, "I'm back." Seeing him acting all crazy, a little boy piped up, "Dad, that's a hunter too." But his father quickly covered his eyes and reminded him, "Close your eyes, don't look." Looking at Youngsik's face, all you could see was his nose confidently pointing up to the sky. He was still lost in his own joy, thinking to himself, "If the guys see me, they'll be shocked." He added in his heart, "Because I've come back as a C rank now." At this moment, memories flooded back. He had been training at his cousin's B-rank guild for nearly half a year now. The wide road ahead was filled with challenges, but all of it was just hard training to grow up. And after countless days and nights of relentless practice, he finally overcame the limits of a D-rank hunter. Remembering the Vansu Jia Hoa Guild, along with Mansa Seong and Hyung Yongsik, proudly assessed himself, goodbye to the useless hunter Choi Yongsik, now I'm a C-rank on par with the older guys. After a while, he arrived at the Vansu Jia Hoa Guild's base, standing at the door. Yongsik couldn't help but wonder, why is it so quiet? They know today is my return. He imagined the scene inside with a welcome banner Mansa Seong and Hyung joyfully crying and words of longing like, Yongsik, why did you take so long? You've grown up, kid, which made him even happier. He also resolved in his heart, oh, maybe there's some surprise party or something, let's just go along with it. After a moment of contemplation, Yongsik opened the door and walked in, his face beaming with a bright smile. Hey guys, I'm back. Just as he finished his sentence, Yongsik spotted Ihyun sitting inside. Both of them stared at each other in confusion, and Ihyun spoke up. Who are you? Not rushing to answer him, Yongsik was equally puzzled and asked back, then who are you? Seeing Yongsik's reaction, Ihyun hurriedly introduced himself. Oh, I'm Tai Ihyun, the support for the new gate. Upon hearing this, Yongsik understood the gate support. Looking at Ihyun sitting there, Yongsik pouted and pointed. The gate support must be at the lowest F rank, right? Seeing this expression from him only confused Ihyun more. Yes, but... Without letting Ihyun finish, Yongsik boldly introduced himself. What a coincidence, I just leveled up here, I'm a C-rank hunter now. Ihyun could only stare blankly at Yongsik as he rambled on, and after a long pause, he incredulously asked, what? On the main road, the two Hyungs were walking dejectedly, and Hyung's tone seemed filled with regret. Turns out that kid is the Thunder Lord. I've been making him clean up for days. Mansa Seong walking beside him didn't comfort him, but instead rubbed salt in the wound. Yeah, it seemed like an attempt to comfort, but the look in his eyes couldn't hide his pity. Goodbye, take care, seeing this. Hyung shouted back. You handed the broom to him too, didn't you? Even if I go, you won't escape. Reminded by him, Mansa Seong realized, but he still had many confusing points. Oh, right, but why did the Thunderlord come to our guild? Hyung's face darkened as he recalled the past feeling scared. If I had known, I wouldn't have made him clean up. Taking slow steps down the road, Mansa Seong glanced at Hyung and made a guess. Well, he had already revealed his identity and left, so they probably wouldn't meet again. Hearing this, Hyung looked annoyed but felt a bit regretful. Seeing him like that made Mansa Seong even more curious. Did he want to ask for an autograph? When he heard the question, Hyung didn't hesitate to explain the benefits they could gain. No, if our group had one of the 12 apostles, we'd benefit too. The high-level dungeons would be cleared out faster and the guild's ranking would rise as well. I thought Mansa Seong would agree, but no. He angrily pointed at Hyung and shouted, That's not the point, you fool. Hyung, scared by his outburst, looked bewildered. Goodness, what's going on? Why did he suddenly yell like that? I almost fainted. However, Mansa Seong didn't lower his voice. He emphasized every word. Don't you realize how dangerous this is? As he spoke, he recalled the scene of Mariong being hit at the gate. Remembering how Mariong was knocked away by a single blow from that beast, Hyung pouted and replied, Oh, I know. I almost bit the dust. Seeing his expression, Mansa Seong became even angrier. You knew and still said that. Knowing that Hyung didn't understand anything, Mansa Seong recalled Iyon when he dropped his disguise. He was radiating immense power and explained the gate transition happened because of the hunter's magic joining forces. This gate transition was definitely caused by that kid. So if I'm with the Thunder Emperor every time we enter a gate, it's a life-threatening situation. I'm not doing it. I have an elderly mother and young children at home. As he said this, his face was pressed close to Hyung's. After hearing him out, Hyung turned to retort, but suddenly pushed him away in panic. Absolutely not. Can you move your face away from mine? It sounds like the Thunder Emperor is about to join our guild. With one hand on the doorknob, Hyung looked impatient and said, I'm just saying that. Pushing the door open, he still frowned and rebutted Mansa Seong. There's no way the Thunder Emperor is really joining. Suddenly, a loud voice came from inside, starting to chant slogans. Yongsik stood in front of Ihyun, loudly lecturing him in this harsh world of hunters. F-rank is not a hunter. As soon as he shouted, Ihyun focused and shouted back, F-rank is not a hunter. Seeing this scene, the two Hyungs froze in place. Not noticing the newcomers, Yongsik confidently crossed his arms, wearing a victorious smile. But don't worry, meeting me is your lucky day. I'll help you become an A-rank hunter. To achieve that, the most fundamental thing is... Seeing him declare with such vigor, Iyon felt even happier. The most important thing, Yongsik was very pleased with this expression from him and praised, Good, then let's start with the cleanup. Just as he said this, the two Hyungs appeared behind him. Seeing them, Yongsik brightened up and greeted, Oh, you guys, long time no see. but before he could finish, a powerful arm swung toward him. The two Mansa Seong and Hyung seemed to teleport, both forcefully grabbing Yongsik. They tightened their grip on him like beasts. "Shut up!" Yongsik, scared by both of them, struggled to breathe and asked, "What are you guys doing?" And so a chaotic scene unfolded. Do you even know what you just did? No idea. Only Eon stood aside, leisurely watching the drama, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This place is so interesting." Remembering his last encounter with Kyungmo, he had praised him, saying, "This draft is solid, especially the realism has improved significantly." The selfishness of hunters turns the battlefield into hell, and the main character's courage in sacrificing himself for his teammates is impressive. Even though dark circles had appeared under his eyes, he couldn't hide his joy along with the pain from those experiences. It was all very impressive. If this keeps developing, a debut is just a matter of time. Hearing Kyungmo say this, Lee was also surprised, his eyes wide open as if he couldn't believe it. At that moment, Lee felt like he was in another dimension, his whole being frozen. A debut. After a moment of letting his brain process, Lee was filled with enthusiasm. "I'm not hearing things right. It's a debut, isn't it? Finally, the opportunity has come to me." At this moment, a burning passion ignited within him. He sighed internally while jotting down ideas. Indeed, coming here was the right choice. I need to gather more information to secure my debut. However, Ihyon's current crazed demeanor frightened both Hyung and Mansa Seong. Although he didn't want to, Mansa Seong still voiced his concern. "What are you writing? Don't tell me it's..." In both their eyes, the smile on his face looked like the Grim Reaper grinning. He scribbled while mumbling just as planned. Thinking this made both of them even more terrified. Is that the death note? He must be planning to record everyone's sins and get revenge. Suddenly, Ihyeon interrupted their wild imaginations, causing them to freeze. "Oh, right, I have something I want to give you all." Watching him approach with fervor, Mansa Seong added a heroic filter to Ihyeon, making both of them even more confused. "You have something for us. What is it? Don't tell me it's thunder. Are you planning to strike us all with lightning?" As he got closer, Mansa Seong fearfully hugged himself, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Wait, I have a family." But Ihyeon calmly presented a ticket. "This is a gate-crashing ticket." Ignoring the panic on Mansa Seong's face, Ihyeon sincerely proposed, "Let's all four of us go together with the complete team of harmony of all things." Hearing this, Yongsik, who had just been beaten up, jumped up and said, "All right, let me show you what you're missing out on." Regardless of Hyung wildly beating Yongsik behind him, "Oh my god, please pay attention a little over here." Mansa Seong is still confused, confirming with him 4 people including Yongsik, so that kid is going along too. Seeing him like that, Eon cheerfully replied, his eyes shining with anticipation. "Yes, and I want to join the Harmony Guild." Just hearing this, both Hyung and Mansa Seong were frozen in place. Because he targeted the wrong person, Yongsik, who had just been beaten up badly, was kicked out to sit in front of the guild. Inside, Ihyeon was sincerely persuading Mansa Seong, so to gather materials, I absolutely must become a member of the Harmony Guild. However, his identity made him hesitate. "Loid no te Ihyeon, I understand why you're doing this." His face showed signs of discomfort. "I also understand why you want to come here, but Loid operating in a C-class guild is a bit..." Suddenly, Hyung interrupted him. "Just accept him." Seeing him like that, Mansa Seong angrily turned his fist clenched tightly. "That kid, I already said I wasn't joking anymore," but Hyung just frowned and held him back. At this moment, both his demeanor and tone were serious. "I'm not joking either." Every word from him brought back old memories. "Do you remember the early days when our guild was founded? Remember that scene when the guild started 5 people who knew nothing gathered to begin? Then it grew to 10, 20 people, the number of guild members kept increasing, and just like that, we had some really fun years with dreams and goals to go even further. The scene of everyone rejoicing when defeating monsters, everyone's faces were filled with joy. But when trouble came, everyone started choosing to leave, but as Richard said, one by one, they left to face reality. And in the end, we settled for the reality of life, leaving behind the sad expression on his face as he looked at the old photos. In the photos, everyone was beaming with smiles, but, deep down, he still regrets not being able to reach that dream." Patting Mansa Seong on the shoulder, Hyung looked at Ihyeon with determination. "I will help you." Seeing him sitting there seriously, Hyung also tried to persuade Mansa Seong, "This kid standing in front of us is not Lloyd, one of the 12 apostles, but just a kid wanting to fulfill his dream. And this is also a big opportunity for our guild." Hearing this, he couldn't help but waver. The sunlight shone on the worn-out photo frame. His shadow alongside 2 others became clear. Hyung continued speaking. "Why don't we give it another try for Chiho?" "So let's go with that." At this point, he started to panic, looking around. Knowing he was wavering, Hyung continued to persuade the one who will join our guild is not Lloyd, but Tae Ihyeon, a supporter who wants to become a web novel writer. Hearing him say this, Mansa Seong fell into contemplation again. Before him now was the image of his beloved family and teammates. After a moment, Mansa Seong could only sigh and then laugh a dream, huh? Not making Eon wait any longer, he made a decision. All right, I agree. I hope to receive help the youngest hearing this. He smiled joyfully. From inside the guild, his voice echoed outside, hoping everyone would help. Inside the black car, a man was driving while on the phone. Yes, absolutely. His eyes were glued to the guild. He was still informing the person on the other end, the supporter that the guild master mentioned. I have found him. Sitting inside the cafe, Ihyun kept typing. He even muttered a few words. I will help you become an A-class hunter. While typing, he felt satisfied, unable to hold back a smile. That was a good line. The staff at the nearby cafe saw him like that and wondered what he was doing, muttering to himself for a while, so they just let it go. After all, he was helping to boost sales, and just as he finished speaking, a few empty glasses appeared beside him. Suddenly, the bell rang, and someone walked into the cafe, catching the attention of the two staff members. Welcome! Seeing the newcomer, the staff member became even more flustered. Welcome! A man in a suit entered, his cold expression leaving the staff stunned. It was the chairman. Standing at the reception desk, he tilted his chin towards Ihyun and spoke in a commanding tone. I need to see that person over there. Can I borrow the cafe for a bit, just the two of us, for only 30 minutes? And I will pay handsomely, he added, pulling out a suitcase full of money and placing it in front of the cafe owner. Seeing the suitcase glimmering with cash, the owner didn't hesitate to agree. Let me clear the space right away. Outside, the bodyguards were continuously blocking onlookers while the chairman was striding towards Ihyun. Watching his back and hearing his humming, the chairman mumbled to himself, after all this time hiding. Finally, we meet again, he said, a strange smile spreading across his face. Sensing the chairman's power, Ihyun paused for a moment. Curiously, he took off his headphones and looked around. The chairman was now standing behind him with a manic smile. His face was grim, and the way he looked down at Ihyun made everyone feel uneasy. We still have things to settle, don't we? Seeing the murderous expression on his face, Ihyun thought something big was about to happen, but unexpectedly, in an instant, the chairman turned into a doting relative, hugging the bewildered Ihyun tightly and asking with concern, How have you been lately? His face was pressed close to Ihyun's, his arms wrapped around him so tightly that Ihyun couldn't push him away. At the same time, the chairman's overly sweet voice rang out, It's been so long since I've seen you in person like this, my dear. I've missed you so much. After enduring for a while, Ihyun threatened him with a fierce glare, causing the chairman to quickly step back. At that moment, Ihyun transformed into Pikachu, his eyes like a fierce beast staring at him. He didn't forget to threaten, I'm writing a story, no interruptions, please. Seeing Ihyun like this, the chairman could only cough awkwardly and try to lighten the mood. Still as difficult as ever, huh? The chairman slowly sat down, suddenly speaking firmly about something. But this time, I won't let it slide. Hearing this, Ihyun felt confused. Huh, let what slide? It was as if he had touched a nerve. The chairman jumped up in anger as soon as he sat down, not caring about his image, as he shouted, What else is there? Don't tell me you plan to deny it. Since you retired, you haven't answered my calls even once. Feeling intimidated by his outburst, Ihyun could only stammer, Well, that's because... Remembering how he was jolted awake by the chairman's phone call at 2:40 a.m. after having just closed his eyes at 2:00 a.m., Ihyun didn't hesitate to block his number. He then nervously explained, You call at all hours. Do you know how hard it is for me to sleep because of that? Hearing such thoughtless words, the chairman transformed into a resentful figure, scolding him, If you would just show your face once, I wouldn't have to call so much. Not wanting to argue further, the chairman pointed directly at Ihyun and asked, Do you dare treat your uncle like this? But Ihyun wouldn't back down either, replying, You're not even my real uncle, confirming that they had no blood relation. After talking for a while, feeling exhausted, Ihyun plopped down. He waved his hand dismissively. But we've met now, right? I still have to write my story, so I'll take my leave. Seeing him like this, the chairman relented a bit, sitting there with an imposing demeanor. All right, but answer me one question, why? His gaze was cold, and his words carried a hint of determination. Why did you suddenly return to being a hunter? However, when he looked over, Ihyun didn't even bother to respond and continued typing. Seeing this, the chairman could only smile wryly. Not listening, huh? But he wasn't going to give up easily. The chairman continued to strike up a conversation, making Ihyun sigh. Ihyun, those shoes I told you about last time. Speaking of which, those were the limited edition black ones designed by the subsidiary of the Suho Moon Guild. There were only 100 pairs in the whole world, and even the best hunters had to put in a lot of effort to get them. I managed to get 3 pairs for you, which was very difficult, extremely difficult. There were even rumors in the company about the chairman abusing his power. As he spoke, the image of those shoes appeared in his mind, and listening to him ramble like this, Ihyun's face grew darker. At this point, he couldn't take it anymore. He slammed the laptop shut. That's it. Turning to look at Do Hoang, Ihyun, though uncomfortable, explained clearly, I need the identity of a gatekeeper to gather material for my story, so I made a deal with Old Park Daehan on the condition that I have to make a comeback, that's all. However, after hearing him out, Du Huang had another question. What with the president of the association? Why not seek the protection of our group? Yi Hyun simply shrugged, shaking his head as he got to the point. The protection is too strong, it lacks authenticity. Hearing this only confused the old man more. Authenticity. What do you mean? Seeing that he didn't understand, Yi Hyun broke into a victorious smile. Suddenly, a light from somewhere shone directly on him. His lips pouted and his head began to shake. Honestly, I don't expect much from those rookie hunters. How could they understand the authenticity of the ordinary hunter world? A person who was edited out for lacking authenticity said. But faced with such rebuttal, Do Huang became even more defiant. Sweat dotted his face, but he still argued, I don't quite understand the whole situation, but didn't you say you needed to gather material? Just come to us for protection, and I'll give you the position of successor, then you can... Before he could finish, Yi Hyun coldly interrupted. I'm already in a guild. Suddenly, the energy in him diminished and a silence enveloped them. Do Huang still looked bewildered. What did you just say? But Yi Hyun bluntly repeated, I'm already in a guild, and please don't mention the successor thing again. His face darkened and laughter erupted from him. There was no trace of sadness on his face. Instead, he smiled. Looks like I've lost a round. You even managed to recruit the Thunder Emperor, huh? That's impressive. Maybe I should have the protection buy you out. Seeing the determination in the old man, Yi Hyun felt alarmed. Don't joke about serious matters like that. I just officially joined, so don't pull any weird tricks, okay? Seeing his determination, Do Huang could only pat him on the shoulder and concede, All right, I wouldn't dare stop you. I couldn't even if I wanted to. His hand gently rested on Yi Hyun's shoulder, but he suddenly hesitated. But Thunder Emperor, oh no, Yi Hyun. Seeing him hold on and not let go, Yi Hyun raised his hand to brush it off his face, showing impatience. What's up? Is there something else? Suddenly, his tone became serious. Listen to me, this is important. He looked directly into Yi Hyun's eyes, earnestly advising him. Now that you're making a comeback, people will definitely recognize your identity, and there will surely be dangers. Don't forget this. After hearing this, Yi Hyun felt confused and quickly retorted, What do these things matter to me? Just as he finished, the old man cut him off, Not you. But those around you, they aren't as strong as you are. At this point, a look of sadness suddenly appeared on his face. His deep green eyes flickered, and he remembered the boy from years ago sitting despondently on a monster's corpse. Back then, his face was just indifferent, and even in his eyes there was a hint of vagueness. Seeing the old man pause, Yi Hyun still had questions. And what else, hearing this? Du Huang snapped back to reality. In front of him was Yi Hyun looking puzzled, but he seemed more vibrant than before. A gentle smile blossomed on his lips. He couldn't help but ruffle Yi Hyun's hair a few times, and he didn't forget to remind him, Hang in there, kid. If it doesn't work out, just come to us for protection. Hearing him repeat this, Yi Hyun replied irritably, I told you I'm already in a guild. Seeing his frown, Du Huang finally stopped. All right, I'm off now. With that, he turned to leave, still smiling, while Yi Hyun remained bewildered. Remembering his lively demeanor now, Du Huang felt more at ease. Seems like you're living your life to the fullest now. He slowly stepped outside. Ignoring the gazes of others, Du Huang slowly asked his secretary, Hey, Secretary Kim, how much did the coffee shop acquisition cost last time? As soon as he asked, Secretary Kim, who was behind him, replied, About 1 billion won, sir. After hearing the price, Du Huang remained calm. Oh, I see. Opening the car door, he looked back at the coffee shop and asked, How much did the publishing house cost? Once inside the car, he quickly closed the door. As the car rolled away, a well-dressed man stood nearby chatting, Yes, definitely. He had met Du Huang, and as he spoke, a resume of Yi Hyun was picked up. Jinnam felt annoyed, his voice dripping with disdain, going from the association president to that useless Do Wang, clearly just a worthless F-tier. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. Wait, could it be that Do Huang treats him like a nephew? Is it really Do Huang? Jinnam's face was dotted with sweat, his pupils widening with his realization. Could it be true that the rumors about Do Huang having a nephew were real? Meanwhile, Yi Hyun was oblivious, scrolling through his phone as the voice from the other end echoed the target just left the cafe, follow the plan. Suddenly, Janam shouted loudly, Wait, stop right there! Tell them to cancel the plan. Hurry up the guy we were supposed to kill before he could finish you cross the street. Suddenly, a car crashed into him, sending him flying. Both his phone and glasses fell out. The shattered glass scattered everywhere. Janam's voice grew louder. It's Do Wang's nephew! The person shouted as he saw someone's glasses flying into the air. Shattered, the guy we were supposed to kill is... The man was shocked, Do Wang's nephew. His face paled as he realized the seriousness of the situation. What the hell is going on, his nephew? He ran for his life, leaving the crashed car behind, completely unaware. The two thugs in the car scoffed. Even though they were scratched up themselves, that was enough to kill him. However, they froze when they saw a figure standing in front of the car, huh? They shouted, "What the hell?" Staring in shock at the person in front of them. "Who the hell is that monster?" One of them quickly got out of the car holding a dagger. He yelled, "Damn, it wasn't he, just a support for F-tier." The other called out, "I don't care, kill him." Ihyun brushed off his hands, puzzled, why is there suddenly a car in the middle of the road? So this is why my mom always told me not to look at my phone while walking. The two guys in the car rushed at him, catching Ihyun off guard, He bent to dodge their attack. Then he pressed his hands against their faces. A fierce counterattack. The two thugs fell before Ihyun, unable to throw a second punch. His hair changed color, a sign of using power. Ihyun was shocked as he noticed his hair gradually turning black. He looked around anxiously and spoke. "I acted without thinking. Are you guys okay?" Guilt made Ihyun anxious. Did anyone see that? It's Do Wang. The screams echoed, and Rasul quickly looked over Guildmaster Do Wang. He sighed. Wow, sometimes he's actually useful. Ihyun continued to look at the two guys lying on the ground, mumbling, but these two are clearly hunters. Why did they attack me? Maybe I should ask Daehan about this. He scratched his head and continued, sorry about this. The ambulance quickly took these two away. Daehan spoke up to explain to Ihyun, I know those guys are clueless. He frowned while explaining, but didn't think they would go this far. They really crossed the line. This person asked Ihyun again, do you know them? He explained in detail, I know very well they are notorious for their despicable acts. The one who attacked you is a member of the Scorpion team. Daehan was a bit surprised to hear that. Ihyun had already shown his anger through his attitude and the pressure around him. He continued, they've been known as a dangerous team for many years. After you resigned, the Korean Association faced serious financial issues, and they were one of the teams that stepped in to provide support. Their captain, Jo Jin Nam, is infamous for doing whatever it takes to get what he wants. He recounted his not-so-pleasant experience with these people. Recently, I had a meeting with him, and the incident happened right when you showed up, so I kicked him out. This must be an act of retaliation. He couldn't reach me, the association president. He targeted you, Ihyun, because you registered as a rank F hunter. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have sought his help from the start. Ihyun coldly replied and walked away. The energy radiating from him made the other person cautious, the whole space glowing with a golden light. He thought to himself in fear, just standing next to him, I already feel suffocated by the energy. His hand instinctively tightened on his chest, trembling as he wanted to protect himself. Ihyun's energy continued to surge wildly. Daehan thought to himself, He was completely different from before thinking clearly. He shouted while using both hands to protect himself. Ihyun, calm down! Daehan kept promising Ihyun, if you're worried about your current team, I'll do everything I can to ensure their safety. He continued to plead earnestly, please let this go. Ihyun bit his lip, thinking to himself, this is crazy. He smiled wryly as he continued to ponder. So this is the ultimate reality, a battle between hunters spilling out beyond the space gate. And if they get in the way, they attack and kill without hesitation. He calculated, if the main character overcomes all these difficulties and grows, the other person was astonished to see Ihyun gradually returning to normal thinking clearly. Then his gaze became strangely excited as he reached a conclusion. How wonderful! Ihyun enthusiastically replied to him, you don't have to do anything, everything is perfect. The other person asked in surprise, really? Ihyun explained, yes, from now on everything is going to get exciting. Meanwhile, Jin Nam was furiously crushing the item in his hand. You idiots, I told you to stop the mission. He scolded his subordinates. If you've already done it, why not just kill him? Why let him beat you up and then go to the hospital? And you still call yourselves members of the Scorpion team. One of them spoke up to explain, well, it seems he has a bodyguard. Just as he was speaking, a fist suddenly swung out of nowhere, and in an instant he vanished with a flash of lightning. The guy who was talking got hit with a devastating punch, blood spewing everywhere. Jin Nam shouted even louder. What lightning? That's not a good enough excuse. Is that guy's bodyguard just an illusion? You all wear Scorpion badges and you can't even take down a kid? Are you kidding me? The underlings just bowed their heads in shame, saying, we're sorry. He sat down in a chair, letting out a long sigh, dealing with this useless bunch. Then he rubbed his temples, thinking things over. Damn it, that kid isn't the problem anymore. If he really is Do Wang's grandson, he will definitely take action. Do Wang, the captain of one of the 4 strongest teams, the Descendants team. Jin Nam read through the file while pondering, it's already happened. Stopping now won't change anything. He asked about another guy, the support one. He has a team, right? One guy quickly replied, yes, the C-rank team called Harmony of All Things. Jin Nam, satisfied, ordered, "Goodbye all the gates. That team wants to participate in making sure no team wants to let him in." He grinned wickedly, suggesting, "Since we're doing this, let's go all the way one by one to his family. Kidnap them." Another person just left the convenience store sighing. It was Yiseo. She complained while moving, unaware that someone was following her. "The world is getting so convenient. I can even buy ice cream in the middle of the night." She walked while tapping on her phone, mumbling to herself, "I wonder what I should watch when I get home?" Jin Nam's people approached her from behind. They shouted as they threw a bag over her head. "Gotta hurry, take her away!" Before she could even process what was happening, she was pulled away in an instant. Her hands were tied, her face covered, and they tossed her into the car effortlessly. Iseo thought in shock, "Wait, am I being kidnapped?" Seriously, me. The idiot sent a message anyone could tell she was the one who kidnapped them. Tin Tin replied with a stream of tears, and the idiot asked, "So what happened?" Tin Tin answered, "Who knows, ask Jin Nam." The idiot wondered, "Who the heck is Jin Nam?" Tin Tin explained, "That's the guy who kidnapped you. I heard he's the president of Scorpion." Ihion read the message. He chuckled dryly. Then he replied to Yiseo, Sis, I need a favor. I'll thank you with a wish ticket, okay." Tin Tin mocked back. So the useless one replied, "What do you need?" He hummed in response. Then someone came running like their life depended on it. This person grabbed onto the doorframe. It was Jin Nam. His face was bruised, struggling to stay alive. He almost died. One of his underlings shouted, "President, what the hell is going on? I still can't understand." He recounted Jin Nam's attitude earlier with the kidnapped person. "Are we good now?" Yiseo replied, "Just go, don't do things like this again." The guy protested, "All because of a little girl I have to bow my head, how embarrassing." The others chimed in, "Yeah, they say they're top tier, but up close she's just a pretty girl." "If we all charged in together," Jin Nam shouted back at them, "Shut up, you idiots, don't you know who Hong Diem is?" He recounted the terror of this girl. "If she shows up, it's just ashes left behind. Wherever there's Hong Diem, the heat radiates out from that gate. A rare fire mage in the industry, and she has a wide range too." Jin Nam continued to shout, "You think just being pretty gets you to the top tier? You fools being this battered is lucky enough." He gritted his teeth in annoyance, thinking to himself while lighting a cigarette, "Damn it, how did everything end up like this? Who would have thought Hong Diem is the granddaughter of Do Hoang?" He was frustrated, thinking, "I just wanted to deal with that idiot supporting the gate. Just wait for now, Jin Nam will retreat, but I will definitely settle this debt one day." But just as he was catching his breath, a voice called out from the other side, "Hey, stop right there!" Jin Nam and his underlings were terrified when they saw someone approaching from the other side. He shouted, "Hey, stop right there!" Then he nervously explained to Yiseo in front of him, "What, didn't you say you'd let us go, or do you want us to take you home?" The other person coldly replied, "No." She continued, "I've changed my mind." Then Yiseo snapped her fingers, creating a huge fire that terrified Jin Nam and his underlings. They screamed, "What the hell, why?" The girl simply replied, her expression showing no particular emotion. "Well, it's been a long time since Tae-yeon asked me for a favor. I was curious to see if there was anything interesting, but it turns out to be..." Yiseo asked back, "You guys dared to touch my brother." In Jin Nam's ears were the screams of his underlings, "President." He himself was so scared he couldn't say a word as the girl continued to explain, "This is just you bringing disaster upon yourselves." She smiled, declaring lightly while engulfing them in hot flames, "Making that kid uncomfortable is my job." A whole dragon of fire appeared, threatening the Scorpion gang, saturating the area with overwhelming heat. A column of fire erupted, piercing the sky. Yiseo calmly walked away. She burst out laughing, "Oh wow." Then she narcissistically remarked, "I really feel like the main character in a comic." The kidnapping of Hong Diem by the Scorpion gang resulting in the destruction of the Scorpion gang. And South Korea was abuzz with an unprecedented incident, a high-profile kidnapping. Everyone in the room was buzzing with chatter. Is this a new suicide motif? Why would anyone think of kidnapping an S-rank person, especially Hong Diem? It's probably because they're the strongest gang among the A-rank gangs, so they just flaunt their power over others. Kyungmo had a thoughtful look as he stared at his phone screen. Inside was a message, "What's this, writer Tae Ihyun, editor? I'm sorry, I will definitely submit the manuscript tomorrow." Meanwhile, those directly involved in the incident were... Ihyun was arguing loudly with his sister. "What's this? Come on, go outside, let me write my article." She was fuming in her dream, writhing in anger. "Who do they think they are, that you personally came to ask your sister for help?" He irritably turned to ask, "You really want to know?" Yiseo's gaze instantly changed. His next words made her lose interest and turn away, then just use a wish as if. His chair turned back as he sighed, "Last time those Scorpion guys made me late with my manuscript." Yiseo was about to step outside but paused when she heard that remark. "Now there's another monkey involved." She angrily turned back and grabbed Ihyun by the throat. "What, that guy who's the monkey? Fine, I'll let you die at the hands of the monkey." He clicked his tongue, his face turning pale as he stammered, "I said no need." She waited for a response from her younger brother. "The gang we—" At this moment, Yiseo slowly released her grip. "They're bullying our gang." Ihyun collapsed to the ground, crying and wailing. He was gasping for breath, almost dying without finishing the story. The corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. "The gang?" Yiseo's eyes were filled with suspicion. "Yours." Ihyun nodded without beating around the bush. "That's right, I don't like noise, so let's keep it a secret for now." Hearing that, she dashed off. "Oh, come on, this is ridiculous." Meanwhile, they were chatting happily. "Awesome Tai Ihyun joined the gang, this monkey. Really yay. Ihyun, eat your meal in peace. Tai Ihyun, Tai Yiseo, eat your meal in peace. What are you holding in your hand?" The older brother with the two bangs looked confused about the pile of stuff on the table. "My parents asked me to pass this to you. They said thank you for accepting their son into the gang." "No need we should be the ones thanking you." The older brother was already asleep. "I'll talk to him later. Young-sik is also busy and coming home late. Let's leave it for later, okay?" At this moment, he went out to ask Ihyun, "By the way, have you heard about the scorpion kidnapping Hong Diem?" "Yeah." Then he laughed with delight, feeling quite smug, daring to take away our right to break through the gate serves him right. "But inside you've turned to stone. Sorry, that's all my fault." Suddenly, the face of this two-part brother darkened, but I found it a bit confusing. The rankings of both sides are completely different, yet they're tangled up in the same issue. Could it really be a coincidence you turn to ask in surprise what I feel like there's some reason behind this? Isn't it strange? The Scorpion Guild is famous among the A-rank guilds, yet they suddenly snatched away the rights to the gates we were planning to bid on. And they even caused a huge uproar by kidnapping an S-rank. The two of them looked at each other thoughtfully for a moment, no one saying a word. Inside, Ihyun was extremely scared, his body involuntarily trembling. Could it be that he realized he was the cause? If he obstructed the guild, would he get kicked out? His expression remained dark as he continued putting all of this together. There's only one conclusion. "You were scared stiff by his murderous aura, hey?" Ihyun shouted in fear. "I won't let this happen again. Please don't kick me out of the guild. We're about to get rich." He raised the glowing ticket high in his hand. Why did those high-rank hunters suddenly cause this trouble? Thinking it over, there's only one reason. With his extremely excited mood, it's because inside the gate we were planning to bid on, there's a huge treasure. They were overjoyed waking up the older brother beside him. Thank goodness the scorpions were wiped out, so the rights to the gate they snatched away have been returned. Before he could finish laughing, the two-part brother was kicked away. Now it's just about getting rich, let people sleep a little. The older brother couldn't help but feel angry, rubbing his nose lightly. They've been so lucky lately, and now they're about to get rich. What treasure, just making people lose their sleep. But the two-part brother turned to him, ignoring the wound on his face, and cheerfully said, "It's true it took a lot of effort to bid for this. Come on, that kid is here. Let's go after this. I still have to work as a mercenary." He walked closer to the older brother. As long as they could find the treasure, that annoying mercenary job would come to an end. I hope I can get a break. And Ihyun behind them breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Suddenly a message popped up on his phone. "I want to have a short meeting about the draft you submitted this morning. Is it convenient for you now?" Looking at that message, Ihyun's expression suddenly turned fearful. This is definitely feedback. The two of them quickly met at a cafe. "The author, you've arrived. First of all, I've read your article carefully. It's improved a lot compared to when I suggested ending the contract." Ihyun was delighted to receive the compliment, "Thank you, but there are still some points that concern me." Kyungmo hesitated for a moment, for example. At this point, he asked, "When will the protagonist become a B-rank hunter?" Something like that. Ihyun didn't understand what was happening. "What, recently your writing style has become more realistic and interesting." Kyungmo explained, "But it's all just mundane content. There's no event that brings about change or growth for the protagonist, so the work hasn't progressed. Normally, the protagonist starts as an ordinary person, then goes through many challenges, trains, and gradually becomes stronger. The readers feel satisfied and relieved through his growth story." Ihyun asked in disbelief. A coming-of-age story, really. Even the 12 apostles weren't all strong from the start. They became stronger through countless hardships and battles, eventually turning into the heroes they are now, precisely because of that difficult journey. That's why people are even more passionate about them. He picked up his teacup to sip, probably aside from the one who was born with power. "Yes, I've heard he was granted strength from birth, so I really don't know." Then he gently set the glass of water down on the table. "One thing's for sure right now." Kyungmo looked straight into his eyes and said, "It's time for your main character to grow up." Ahyeon couldn't help but think so. In the next episode, I need to add a scene where the main character overcomes challenges and becomes stronger, that's right. But suddenly, Kyungmo noticed the time on the clock. It was already time. He quickly stood up to leave. "Sorry, I have another meeting, so I have to go ahead. Yes, thank you for your feedback." Suddenly, Kyungmo looked at him with eyes full of hope. let me just say one more thing before I go. I hope you'll think more deeply about your own growth. After hearing that, Lee Yeon sat in silence for a moment, stunned because his character would also start from there. He sat there lost in thought. Ideas for plots kept popping up in his mind, the main character growing up, huh? But he still didn't understand those words. What does it really mean? What is growing up? Lee-hyun sat alone in the dark room, typing on his computer. He couldn't help but think about the idea before him. In front of him was information filled with letters. Lee-hyun rested his chin on his hand, so I just trained them to become stronger. Someone named Hungry made a suggestion that startled him. No, if you only focus on external strength, the story loses depth. The internal development of the main character must also be shown. What isn't that enough? I also need to express internal growth. Lee-hyun quickly went online to look up that term. What is internal development? What is internal development, Hungry? It's hard to put into words, but generally overcoming trauma is a common approach. It can also mean overcoming internal conflicts. For example, a main character lacking social skills, learning how to make friends, can be a form of development. The main character faces difficulties and helps a friend overcome similar challenges. Those moments also contribute to growth. He slammed his face down on the table in frustration. What the hell is this? Lee-hyun sighed, pulling at his hair. I don't know anything. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth lifted in a faint smile, but still, if it's about watching others grow, I can observe that. Amidst the mountains and forests, a fierce sound approached. It's coming. Everyone focused on the bear in front of them. Everyone take your positions. The brown bear charged wildly, baring its teeth and swiping its claws. It slammed down hard against the ground, creating a sound that shook the forest. Its gaze was incredibly fierce, filled with deadly intent. It lunged at the older brother, but was blocked. Sorry about that, but the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. I tend to get a bit rude. At that moment, the older brother shouted, Seungho Youngsik got it. The two worked together seamlessly to take down the brown bear. Lee-hyun stood to the side, watching them fight fiercely. Inside, he couldn't help but think nothing at all. Suddenly, Lee-hyun's face twisted in frustration. Nothing useful. Nothing at all, the same fighting strategy every day. A week ago, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. The same fighting strategy every day, no progress, nothing to learn. The contract will be terminated. Aeon coldly tore up the idea sheet. I'm really sorry, author, but the contract will be terminated. After dealing with the brown bear, the older brother shouted, okay, everyone did great. At that moment, he turned to Aeon. What's the new recruit doing? Right now, he was kneeling on the ground helplessly, anything but ending the contract. Please, this can't be happening. What's wrong with that guy? Suddenly, Youngsik raised his hand anyway. Let's wrap up for the day and head home, Saseong. He turned to the older brother. Did you forget something? The profit sharing, I'll handle that this week. That's important too, but Youngsik tightly hugged Lee-hyun's lifeless body. We still need to celebrate your return and the new recruit joining us. It's been almost 2 weeks. The older brother sighed, remembering that right, a welcome party for the new recruit. But he immediately declined, sorry, but I have things to do today. The older brother quickly left. Let's hold the party another time. The two of them stood there, puzzled, not understanding what was happening. Youngsik turned to his older brother. What's up with Saseong? Nothing, just... He sighed in response. After all, he is the family pillar. Under the bus stop, the sunset had fallen. Saseong, as the family pillar, got on the bus to head home. His face smiled with happiness. Soon, Saseong arrived at a bookstore. The cheerful consultant looked at him with a smile. Just a little while later, a pile of things was being carried in his hands. Along with that was a vibrant bouquet of flowers. He blushed, feeling shy as he thought of something on the way home. After a while, he finally arrived at the hospital. Inside the patient room, the two of them were chatting happily. Suddenly, they heard a noise from outside. Jiho was overjoyed to see that familiar face. The boy couldn't help but shout, Dad, son, how have you been lately? Chiho laughed joyfully. Yes, Dad, I finished all my food today, not a single bite left. He pulled out a book that the boy had loved for a long time. A good child deserves a reward, right? Chiho held the book in his hands, startled. This is why you shouldn't look for stories about love hunters by Namai Gang. He understood his son's feelings very well. This is what you wanted, right, son? Yes, yes. The boy's face lit up with an uncontainable smile. Thank you, Dad, you're the best. At that moment, he turned to his wife, my love. Then he took out the vibrant bouquet he had just bought. This is for you. She was incredibly surprised by the gift. Oh my, what is this? They embraced tightly. After all, today was their wedding anniversary. Both of them had forgotten about it for many years, my love. They looked at each other with deep affection, my love. Then they exchanged a hug and a kiss on the cheek. But suddenly they felt shy as their son interrupted. Dad, did you call me? The boy, curious about the book, suddenly had blood running from his nose. That pale face looked up at him, Dad. The words left them both stunned, feeling a bit strange. Just as the boy finished speaking, he collapsed without warning. Jiho. Jiho was immediately given oxygen and received timely medical attention. The doctor outside advised him, fortunately, the medication is working well. Everything should stabilize now. But he was quite concerned as he knew that Yiho's rare illness worsened when he was exposed to mana. The doctor's expression was very serious. I understand this is a difficult situation, but in my opinion, he needs surgery as soon as possible. Sasayong gritted his teeth, enduring the trembling of his arm. I know, but... After speaking, the doctor turned to leave. I'll make sure everything is ready for the surgery at any time. Please let me know as soon as you're ready. Meanwhile, Sasayong stood there, his hands tightly clasped together, yes. The financial situation at home was giving him a massive headache should he take out another loan. If not, he would have to take on more freelance work. He walked in to find her sitting by their son's bed, crying uncontrollably. He quickly approached to comfort her. Why are you crying again? Don't worry. I'll find a way to make money, my love. Even so, both of them had to smile. You don't believe me, I'm Sasayong. The surgery costs are nothing, Dad. The boy suddenly spoke up, startling them both. Jiho, are you okay? Jiho whispered without saying a word. Mom, Dad. Sasayong quickly asked, are you feeling any better? You must have been so scared, my son. It's okay now. The doctor had assured that he wouldn't feel pain before leaving. I'm sorry. The boy expressed his feelings. I wish I wasn't sick, Jiho. Don't say things like that. But I wish I wasn't sick. 2 tears rolled down Hiho's cheeks, Mom and Dad. The two were stunned to hear their son say that it shouldn't have to be this hard. They hesitated just looking at Jiho Yuyu. Her hands trembled. No, Jiho, why? Why are you apologizing? The mother's gaze darkened as she looked at her son. We should be the ones apologizing. Sasayong trembled, unable to cry in front of him. Mom and Dad will make sure you won't feel pain anymore. We'll make you better. The two cried in different places, we promise. At a market, people were lined up in front of a stall. Sasayong was also there. He remembered what the staff member had said. I'm sorry, but you've already got too many of these. The staff member insisted it seems we can't approve another one right now. In the end, he had hit a dead end. The only option left was to become a mercenary. Sasayong wearily sighed, sitting to the side. At that moment, someone ran up to ask, hey man, you've worked hard today, thanks Sasayong. He then asked Sasayong, what about your chance? Why are you still out here working so hard? Do you suddenly need money urgently or something? Sasayong gritted his teeth and replied something like that. He was incredulous, really. At that moment, his face darkened. Sasayong, I'm sorry, but you can. The number Sasayong had to earn shocked him. What, 200 million? Then he turned, scratching his head. You know, all the C-rank hunters are in the same boat, I get it. He felt helpless, just bowing his head in silence. At that moment, he turned to Sasayong. Wait a minute. Then he answered the phone. Sasayong, do you remember what we talked about before? Do you think it can reach C-rank? The conversation ended quickly. Yeah, I understand. Sasayong suddenly stood up. Is there any good job hiring, man? I don't know if this is the right thing to do. He couldn't help but be curious about what that job was. What kind of job is it? I can do anything I don't mind. Currently, a B-rank party made entirely of mages is looking for a tank to hold the line while they cast spells, but the place they're trying to clear is a high-level B-rank gate, making it extremely dangerous for a C-rank hunter. Sasayong's eyes lit up at the mention of the reward. Of course, if they succeed, the estimated profit is over 500 million. And since there's only one tank, you'll get 100 million for this job. 100 million, are you serious? But he still strongly advised, man, I understand you're in a tough spot, but think carefully, you'll have to face the monsters alone. A high-level B-rank gate, you could really die, it's okay. Sasayong stubbornly wanted to go for the money, please introduce me. He was determined to take this job. I have to do this. Looking at the monster before them, they were terrified. C-rank, you have to stand your ground or we all die, got it? Looking into the monster's fierce eyes, they shouted, got it! The monster was incredibly furious, glaring at everyone with murderous intent. Sasayong braced himself, surprised by the intensity. It charged straight at him without holding back. Each slash felt like it was tearing the sky apart. Sasayong gritted his teeth, enduring each blow. He thought about the bills at home. Why did the rent suddenly go up? The rent has increased, both the monthly rent and the one-time deposit. I can't make exceptions for you. I'm sorry, but if you can't pay next month, you'll have to leave this place. His legs froze as he fought hard. Man Sasayong, starting next month, the office rent will increase by 200,001. Suddenly, his legs couldn't take it anymore and gave out. Chiho needs surgery as soon as possible. Sasayong gritted his teeth, enduring the weight of his suppressed pain. He shouted, it doesn't matter what difficulties this world is pressing on me, do you think I'll crumble like this? Sasayong kept slashing forward, fighting off the monster. Each of his strikes weighed heavily on me economically. Sasayong shouted, the pillar of the family. The monster showed no mercy, continuously attacking. Fragments of the sword flew straight towards Sasayong. Quickly, someone rush it over. Don't hold back your mana. Pour everything you have into it. Push harder. Sasayong helplessly stared ahead. Before closing his eyes, Sasayong murmured, Jiho. Remembering that face, he couldn't help but think Dad is sorry for betting on such a pathetic father. A sound echoed from inside the building, a sigh. Ihion sat at the table like a lost soul, developing. He didn't care about the phone vibrating beside him, feeling like he was about to collapse from exhaustion due to the development. It's already morning. Iyon blankly stared at the phone screen, Seongho Saseong. At that moment, he finally picked up, "Yes, Seongho Saseong, I was just about to go to work." The voice on the other end said something that surprised him. "Sorry. Man Saseong Saseong." In the hospital room, Saseong was exhausted, lying on the hospital bed. His wife collapsed beside him, crying so hard she was trembling, saying, "My love." Suddenly, the door opened. Iyon walked in with Seongho. Iyon said, "I understand now, so Man Saseong took on the dangerous job of a mercenary to pay for his sick son's surgery, and ended up like this." Hearing that, Seongho replied, "That's right." He held his head and added, "That foolish man, if something like this happens, he should have told us, are we strangers?" Iyon helplessly scratched his head in agreement. Iyeon awkwardly continued, "If possible, I also want to help Saseong-hyung. How much is enough?" Seongho panicked in shock. "Really? That's right, you're the Thunder King." He fell silent for a long time. After a long pause, he continued, "I really appreciate that idea, but I have to decline." Iyeon was surprised and said, "Why?" Hyung explained further, "If he needed money, he would have asked for your help a long time ago, but he didn't write." Looking at the older brother on the bed, he continued to be honest. "I hope his condition improves. That's why I tried to convince him to bring you into the guild, but my Hyung, he never saw you as the Thunder King to him. You're just the youngest." As they left the hospital room, Young-sik suddenly ran over, calling out loudly, "Saseong, I've contacted the B-class person Saseong-hyung is working with as a mercenary." Hearing that, Seong-ho quickly replied, "I'll head there right away." Before leaving, he told Lee-hyun, "Seriously, I don't know if I should call him honest or just stubborn. He thinks too much about everything." He patted Lee-hyun's shoulder encouragingly. "No matter what, if we accept your help, I'll be disappointed in you. Somehow we'll solve this problem ourselves." With that, he turned and walked away. After walking a bit, Lee-hyun spoke up, "That's right." He suddenly turned back to listen. He continued, "Then don't make me bear the blame like the king of the underworld. Let me help you as the youngest Tai In-yon." The scene was in an area where several men looked panicked. One man held a large blazing torch high and shouted, "The monster is coming, everyone get ready to fight." In front of them was a pile of moving human bones. Under attack, they screamed, "Where's the backup? Get here and hold the front line." And everyone hurried to flee. Seong-ho was present at the scene with Young-sik to fight. He shouted, "Got it!" The skeletal figures attacked them with swords like real humans. They even had swords. The two boys raised their swords to block the strikes and hacked at them in chaos. Seong-ho got angry when the torch-bearing man shouted, "You idiot, are you even trying? We're being pushed back. Don't let them get close to us no matter what." He tried to calm down and replied, "Understood." While still swinging his sword, he heard a loud shout due to a slip-up. "You fool, you let one through." He grimaced and replied, "Sorry." When everyone paused to regroup, the leader ordered, "That's the boss's place. We'll rest here for a bit. Gather up and get ready to move on." Everyone replied in unison, "Understood." Meanwhile, Young-sik and Seong-ho sat down exhausted. Young-sik suddenly hugged his arm and shouted, "My arm hurts so much." Seong-ho sat beside him, panting, thinking, "So this is the B-level gate. All I've done is fend off a few small crowds and I've hit my limit. Saseong-hyung has dealt with these monsters on his own." A long-haired guy in the fighting group suddenly spoke up. "No, leader, I told you we should just hire a B-level tank. We can hardly deal with these monsters, so how can we take down the boss?" Seong-ho sighed and replied, "Exactly, at this rate we'll be wiped out." The man next to him, fighting alongside the long-haired guy, chimed in, "We can't do anything about this. Hiring a B-level mercenary costs 300 million won," he said, then thought to himself, "It's outright robbery," and continued, "Where are we supposed to get that kind of money?" Seong-ho listened to the fighters chatting. A long-haired guy said, "Moreover, last time we handled it fine with just a C-level mercenary, even though he gave up at that moment. This time we have two, so they won't be completely useless." That guy told Seong-ho, "But you can't blame us for worrying," which made him think, "They're right. Can I really hold on?" He clenched his fists, worried, thinking, "What if the worst happens and both Young-sik and I get hurt?" A man wearing glasses stepped forward and said, "Seong-ho-hyung, Senior Young-sik." Hearing this, Young-sik cheerfully waved and said, "Hello, youngest." They were surprised to see that he really was the youngest among the fighters. Young-sik's attitude changed completely when he realized he was very familiar with him, and he angrily thought, "Who messed things up for our youngest like this?" Seong-ho shouted, "What happened to you? What the hell is this? How did it end up like this?" The guy with glasses pretended to cry and then coldly said, "Guys, today we're going to hunt the boss. Will you trust me and follow my lead?" In the distance, the fighters were still battling the skeletons. Some used magical chopsticks, while others wielded swords to resist them. While casting fire magic, one person shouted, "What the heck, where's the boss? Why are there only small crowds?" Another splashing water spoke in a panicked voice, "No way did any hunters take it down before us." The fire-spitting guy replied, "Come on, if someone pulls that stunt and the association finds out their hunting career will be over, who's stupid enough to take that risk?" Then the fire-spitting guy turned to the earlier leader and said, "More importantly, sir, let's wrap things up for today." He was surprised and asked, "Why is that?" The fire guy replied, "There are too many. I've nearly used up all my mana." While someone managed to take down a skeleton monster, he continued, "I don't know why the boss hasn't shown up, but we've taken out most of the monsters." When a skull fell due to being defeated, they noticed a blue gem on its forehead, and he continued, "First, let's rest and recover our mana, then we'll search for the boss again. If we keep fighting in this state, we won't have any chance." The old leader found it reasonable and thought, "I hardly have enough mana left to cast 1 or 2 more spells." He still thought, if we really want to deal damage to the boss, we first need to stun it. Yongsik was next to Seongho and said, "Let's have a countryside dinner today." Seongho, hearing this, exploded in anger. This punk can't be serious. The old man with the medicine sighed, thinking, and there's no way those sea-level idiots can pull that off. He sighed. He approached everyone gathered and said, "All right, that's it for today's raid. Great job, everyone. It's a shame, but we'll be back for the boss next time." Hearing this, the whole group shouted in unison, "Understood." The disciple with his messy haircut laughed and said to the guild leader, "That's a great call, leader." Nearby, someone spoke wearily, "I'm exhausted." The guild leader turned to the bespectacled young man and said, "You all have worked hard. Why not take a break? Are you leaving already? We've just begun." Hearing this, he chuckled and replied, "What do you mean?" He smiled and pointed in another direction, prompting the guild leader to ask, "What do you mean?" The direction he pointed to was where a pile of skulls lay glowing with a bright blue light, as if generating some strange power. Everyone was astonished to see the pieces slowly rearranging into a complete skeleton as if being revived. Not just any small creature, but a massive giant skeleton appeared and landed on the ground. It was the B+ level boss monster, the giant skeleton. The guild leader shouted in fear, "The boss! Damn it, it had to show up now. Everyone get ready. If it's come to this, we'll finish it with one blow." One person with a flaming bow raised it high and attacked the monster, shouting, "Fire arrow!" Another shouted loudly as he unleashed a lightning strike, "Thunderbolt!" And yet another created ice and called out, "Ice spear." At the same time, 3 powers of fire, lightning, and ice flew up and struck the skeleton. The monster remained unscathed and even smiled, causing someone to shout in fear, "No way, it's completely unfazed." As the monster prepared to counterattack, one person said hopelessly, "I'm out of mana." They looked up at the terrifying monster, and all 3 were horrified, thinking, "Is this the end?" Suddenly, the bespectacled guy rushed over to them with a bright expression, saying, "Hey guys, this is our chance!" Seongho and Yongsik continued to attack the skeleton, powerfully leaping high and striking the monster with a flurry of sword thrusts. Their incredible leap left the guild leader astonished, shouting, "What the hell is this?" Meanwhile, the others stood there, mouths agape in surprise. The 2 sea-level members were completely overwhelming the boss. This surprised the bespectacled guy, but he remained optimistic, thinking, what the heck is going on here? Still standing there observing Yongsik and Seongho battling the monster, the bespectacled guy smiled to himself, thinking, "What's happening sea level? Do they want me to take down the boss? What on earth is going on here?" Seongho, while attacking, laughed and said, "It's just like the kid said." When the 2 paused, the bespectacled guy pulled out a notebook to show them, and they thought to themselves, "What is this?" In the notebook was the drawing of a cat being kicked by this guy, and he thought it was the boss attacking its enemy. He laughed heartily and said, "This is the strategy I planned based on the materials provided by the guild. It's my first time making a strategy in a battle below A level, so I did a bit of research." He flipped to another page with a drawing of a skeleton with its limbs circled at the joints. He continued explaining, "This boss is the Bone King. It's so huge that every attack has tremendous power, but it's also slow and clumsy." He added, clarifying for better understanding, "Its weakness is precisely at the joints. We'll aim for that." He suddenly said, "Seongho and Yongsik have the advantage in speed, so they can intercept before it can attack." Then confirmed, "I'll signal." Seongho, surprised, immediately asked, "Wait, hold on, you did all this research in just one night?" He asked, astonished, "You managed to study all this in just one night?" The bespectacled guy, feeling shy, replied, "What? Oh, well, I have a bit of a knack for writing." He introduced himself humbly, saying, "I'm just a novice writer after all. Research is fundamental." After hearing everything, Seongho continued with the mission and quickly said, "Thanks, kid, now on to the next step." To discuss how to deal with the giant monster, it's important to know that this boss has a habit of roaring loudly before attacking. When dodging, focus on attacking to the left or right. Dodging that way will distract it. When attacking, aim for the joints as much as possible. Yongsik shouted as he struck the monster, "Super Kapseong Thunderslash." He yelled slash and focused intensely as he struck the skeleton. The explanation continued. If we can successfully incapacitate the enemy like this... Suddenly, the guy with glasses shouted urgently, "Seong-ho, now is the time!" He rushed towards the monster and angrily said, using all his strength to attack its core, finishing it off immediately. Seong-ho yelled, swinging his weapon, pouring all his power into the strike, his face looking terrifying as he tried his best to execute the strategy successfully. He gritted his teeth and tensed his arm muscles to strike right at the monster's chest, making it weaken and almost shatter. A strong force knocked Seong-ho away, leaving him and Young-sik in shock. The guy with glasses saw this and said the attack bounced back. Luckily, no one was hurt, and the monster was on the verge of splitting in half but managed to hold its body together. The guy with glasses realized the issue, understanding now. Seong-ho didn't give up and moved towards the monster again to try the attack once more. The guy with glasses was sweating as he realized that strategy was just a method. Ultimately, without basic strength, they couldn't defeat it. One person in the group shouted in worry, "We're done for," and another, also sweating, said, "This isn't a boss that a C rank can handle." The guy with glasses suddenly generated electricity from his hand and said, "Looks like I have no choice but to take matters into my own hands." He went out to see Seong-ho still attacking, but quickly called for help, shouting, "Young-sik." Seong-ho, sweating, urgently asked, "Are you still waiting for our usual strategy? Let's tweak it a bit and apply it." Hearing this, the guy with glasses thought anxiously, could the strategy be... He recalled the days of training with his teammates, the strategy they practiced every day. Seong-ho shouted with determination, "Even without Seong here, let's combine our strengths and fight in his place." Young-sik understood and raised his hand to his forehead, responding, "Got it, Captain. First, let's use the old move and focus its attention on the attack." He charged forward and called out, "Hey, skull over there," to get its attention. Choi Young-sik unexpectedly raised his middle finger to mock it. "Come here, I'll smash your skull. You think you can come here properly when you don't even have eyes." The monster, hearing this, became furious and immediately yelled before charging at him. Young-sik dodged and panted, saying, "Now it's your turn, boss." Seong-ho used a large, sturdy rope and shouted, "Got it!" He successfully tied up the monster's massive body. He pulled it to stop the monster's movement while waiting for Young-sik to run away in time. Then Young-sik turned around and attacked unexpectedly. "All right, the final blow," Young-sik said confidently. "This is Seong's finishing move, right?" Still holding the monster tightly, Seong-ho shouted back, "That's right!" Seong-ho spoke powerfully. If it were Seong, he would destroy the core with just one hit, but let's try to strike together for now. Young-sik was ready with his sword in hand, focusing to prepare for the strike. The attack was called X Super Thunder Kapseong. Seong-ho's strike was called Slash, hitting him while Young-sik shouted the finishing move, Thrust. After the hit, the monster slowly screamed in pain. Its body sliced at its weak point, exploded, and gradually turned into a pile of debris like it melted into dust. Witnessing this shocked everyone. A girl in the crowd shouted, "The boss is disappearing!" And a young man added, "So what do we do now?" The guy with glasses felt joy as he saw everyone crying, tears of happiness, shouting to each other that we made it, we can go outside safely. The guy with glasses thought it was amazing to witness Young-sik and Seong-ho figuring out a way to cope, leaving him both confused and impressed. He looked at the two of them and thought, they've surpassed my strategy. Even in a life-or-death situation, they didn't give up. They came up with a new tactic based on their strengths. Then he smiled as he realized something. This is growth. He ran over to celebrate with his allies. At the hospital where Saseong was being treated, a faint voice echoed as he remained unconscious, Jiho. It turned out he was just slightly awake, mumbling as if he had just had a nightmare. He breathed out softly. "I'm sorry, Dad." Saseong's limbs and body trembled as he continued. "It's because I didn't do better." Then he suddenly woke up completely and sat up looking around for a moment confused. Where am I? He recalled what had happened to him. Saseong had been attacked and seriously injured. He realized, right, I was trying to earn money for Jiho's surgery. He felt disappointed, holding his head in despair. Did I really fail in the end? He blamed himself pitifully. What am I supposed to do now? 3 familiar faces entered to visit him unexpectedly. Young-sik joyfully said, "You're awake," while Seong-ho and the guy with glasses stood by, also surprised. Despite Saseong bending over on the hospital bed, Seong-ho still shouted loudly, a leader in this condition. "Do you have any idea how panicked we've been?" Saseong regretted it and bowed his head, replying, "I'm sorry." Young-sik quickly interjected, "Wait a minute." He cleverly brought a more pleasant atmosphere for everyone at this sensitive moment. Young-sik smiled brightly and said, "Now you can rest easy," and Seong-ho changed his tone after trying to joke seriously, telling Saseong, "While you rest, we did what we could." Seong-ho added, "Now you don't have to worry about Jiho's surgery costs anymore." After hearing that, Sa-seong fell silent for a moment, then asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Seong-ho showed Sa-seong the bill, making him understand and stammer, "So this is the money you earned from the mercenary work." Hearing him say that made all three smile blankly, then Seong-ho explained, "That's right, the mercenary money, and what we earned is enough to cover Ji-ho's surgery costs." Sa-seong couldn't believe it after hearing that, still looking at the bill and saying, "I didn't think." He continued hesitantly, "I can't just accept it like this." The statement seemed ordinary, but made the other three panic. "What?" Seong-ho quickly shouted, "What do you mean? Are you crazy? Don't you care about Ji-ho?" Sa-seong hurriedly explained to them, "I didn't say I wouldn't accept it. I just can't take it like this. You all risked your lives to earn this money. I will definitely pay you back," he said, still trembling while holding the bill. Young-sik found it really funny, so he quickly eased the situation. "What's the big deal? Just take it. We all know your situation." Sa-seong replied anxiously, "Right, it's my problem. All of this happened because of me." In a corner of the street, there was a group of young people dressed the same, smoking and chatting with tense expressions. One chubby guy, while puffing on his cigarette, said, "I'm so damn tired." Hearing that, Kim Do-jin spoke up to comfort him, "I get it, man. You've been running to conquer 3 or 4 gates a day." The chubby guy replied, "What else can I do? Ji-ho is sick." Another guy with his hair covering his forehead spoke in a bored tone, "No, forget about Ji-ho. At this rate, we'll be the ones lying down first." Then another guy stepped up to the group and said, "I think so too." His name was Richard Bear. They looked at him in surprise and called out, "Vice President." It turned out he was the vice president of this group of like-minded youths. He said, "Think about it, how much longer are we going to be running errands for the president? With things like this group will never level up to rank B." His words made the younger members listen in fear. He continued, "Right now we're all pushing ourselves to keep up with him one by one. We're exhausted, injured, and eventually end up in the hospital." After finishing, the vice president smiled and affirmed, "That's why I'm planning to start my own group." Once the crowd dispersed, only 2 people remained looking sad. One of them spoke up, "This is all my fault." The one who spoke was Sa-seong. He looked at a picture with all his friends and thought with a sorrowful expression, "Our dream and the family I couldn't protect." Currently in the hospital room, Sa-seong recalled everything that had happened and said, "It's all because I forced that burden onto you guys, making you help me like this." Hearing that, his good friends approached him, smiling gently. Seong-ho encouraged him, "No, it's all because of that jerk Richard." Young-sik added, "Exactly how could this be your fault?" The guy with glasses suddenly spoke shyly, "I will continue to help." Sa-seong was taken aback and said, "What?" The guy with glasses cheerfully explained, "Actually, recently I received feedback that the main character in my novel isn't developing at all. At first, I didn't quite understand. From my perspective, the main character was leveling up steadily, learning new skills and getting stronger." He thought, "But thanks to you guys, I realized that development isn't just like that." The guy with glasses continued addressing Sa-seong. "You didn't raid the gates to level up like my main character. You did it to protect something precious. Everyone else went into the gates to help the president. Because of that determination, you showed courage that far exceeds your rank." The truth is, before going to the hospital, the guy with glasses stood at the gate for a while, thinking before deciding to visit Sa-seong. The guy with glasses smiled and said to Sa-seong, "Now that I think about it, the moment I joined this group, I decided that the theme of my main character's story would be that family is the most important. If not here, where else could I experience this kind of development?" The guy with glasses reaffirmed, "So I will continue to help for the development of my main character and for our group." Sa-seong was surprised by these sincere words. He thought, "I get it now. It's not just for me. We help each other for everyone's sake." Sa-seong felt ashamed and thought, "I was too afraid of being hurt like a fool only thinking of myself." After thinking it over, he spoke up decisively, saying to everyone, "All right, from now on, I can be a little selfish, right?" The 3 of them saw no problem with that and laughed, even though it was a bit awkward. Seong-ho asked, "How much do you want?" Sa-seong wiped his tears and shyly said, "I'm being too sentimental." The guy with glasses smiled a slightly strange smile and chimed in, "So that means I can help as much as I want, right?" Sa-seong hesitated and said, "Why does that sound so scary?" Meanwhile, the guy with glasses laughed joyfully. In an urban area, a series of buildings were burning fiercely. A large dragon known as Boss Diablo was breathing fire, wreaking havoc in the area. A group of soldiers in full armor was present there to rescue those in danger. There was a group of soldiers in full armor present to rescue the situation. A man spoke up, giving orders to hold the line and push them back. He was the guild leader, Do Hwang. The armored soldiers responded to the command, affirming and continuing to raise their shields and swords to attack the enemy. Boss Diablo charged down, using its sharp claws to attack the armored soldiers, injuring them. It was so fast that even the guild leader, Do Hwang, felt a chill knowing he might be the next victim. It breathed fire, aiming to attack him. Just then, someone arrived with a shield to protect him, saying, "You won't get a chance." The boss Diablo flew away after being blocked by the shield. The benefactor quickly protected the guild leader and asked, "Are you okay, sir?" This person was the fierce warrior named Jung Hong Che with strength at level S. The guild leader was still exhausted, but replied, "I'm fine." He continued, "Even though we've deployed both elite squads 1 and 2, we're still being pushed back. On the ground, there are injured soldiers lying motionless everywhere, and above them looms a gigantic shadow. Boss Diablo had returned and attacked them. They thought indeed it was a real monster, the level SS Boss Diablo. The guild leader ordered someone take care of the guild members Heo Jun. Heo Jun replied, "No need to worry about this, just move forward." The one tasked with casting spells to help the soldiers recover was Bai Kui, known as Heo Jun level S. The guild leader Do Huang also picked up his weapon and cast a spell to attack. Boss Diablo, furious, breathed fire at him. The guild leader got into a ready stance, thinking, "This time I might have to risk my life." The two enemies stared at each other, their expressions filled with murderous intent. One was high above, while the other stood on the ground. The distance between them was vast, and the surrounding space was a massive whirlwind threatening to shake the city. The power of thunder named Lo Lun appeared and attacked. A stream of sand flew fiercely in the swirling wind, forcing the guild leader to find a way to shield his face and resist. The guild leader smiled upon seeing a young boy appear, the master of the storm and thunder from earlier. He proudly said, "Living long enough has its benefits." He continued with pride, "I never thought I would see a day like this. Yes, my grandson may be quite rough around the edges, but I always knew." He joyfully looked at the young boy and said, "You've come to save me, haven't you, Thunder King?" The Thunder King coldly replied, "No, I'm just here to ask you to do one thing." He pressed the boy to speak as he wanted instructing. "You must say it correctly." Hearing this, the Thunder King helplessly said, "Why?" The guild leader scolded him, "You insolent brat." At an international airport, a plane had just taken off at that moment. A crowd resembling fans cheered and held up their phones to record. One man even raised a sign with the name of their idol, Kazuya. They cheered to support a stylish guy, the Japanese heartthrob in their eyes. Kazuya carried a suitcase as he had just landed at the airport. He took off his glasses, looked at the fans, and thought, "It's been a while, hasn't it, Korea?" He wondered about his acquaintance. "I wonder how he's doing," as he was one of the 12 apostles of the god of war, fully named Sato Kazuya. Daehan awkwardly smiled and said, "You surprised me by showing up unexpectedly." Kazuya replied to him, calmly sipping tea. "Sorry about that." Afterward, he gently set the teacup down on the table. Then Kazuya pushed a stack of documents on the table toward him, saying, "Our guild leader has urgent matters to convey." Daehan picked up the document, thinking to himself just how important it must be for the president of the Japanese Association to go through the 12 apostles like this. Looking at the contents inside, he was horrified, his face paling as he shouted, "Destroyer and Jaina, are they really dead?" Without hesitation, he replied seriously, "Yes, 2 members of the 13 Stars of the Sky have been taken down." Hearing this, Daehan found it hard to believe. He was stunned, unable to accept it. He quickly thought about the 13 Stars of the Sky. Aside from the 12 apostles among the hunters worldwide, these are the top 13 on the leaderboard, close to the legendary rank, and they can be considered the strongest, no doubt about it. Thinking of this, he couldn't believe the news he just heard and immediately pressed for answers. "Who exactly killed those 2? Kazuya replied sternly, his gaze sharp, black sphere. That name sent chills down his spine. He calmly continued, "I'm sure the president is already aware, not just in social and economic aspects, but also the civil wars between nations, the one behind the recent events happening all over the world. Who else could it be?" Hearing this, Daehan stroked his chin in thought, hesitated, then replied, "Yes, it's all they're doing. They believe that the ability users are the true new humans, while those who haven't awakened are merely subjects to be dominated, an extremist force that slaughters Black Sphere, and the governments have classified them as a terrorist organization with dangerous ideologies, and they are currently under close surveillance." At this moment, Kazuya stood up, leaning on the table. "That's right. Up until now, it was just cautious observation, but after this incident, everyone knows they are not just a terrorist organization." Then he extended his hand towards him. "So the president wants to convey a message." He smiled gently. "Regarding the cooperation between our 2 countries on this matter, I hope you won't have any reservations." Seeing this, Daehan quickly stood up to shake Kazuya's hand. "Of course," he said firmly, "we are willing to cooperate." Hearing this, Kazuya smiled politely in response. "Thank you. You can review the details of this incident in the document." At this point, he suddenly added, "But to be honest, our president is being a bit overly cautious," which made Daehan feel a bit awkward. Kazuya shrugged, rubbing his neck as he continued, "I just need to sweep them away, so why is he worrying so much?" He looked at him and grinned. "Isn't that right?" This made Daehan chuckle awkwardly, thinking to himself, To say you can wipe them all out by yourself so casually. After finishing their discussion, Kazuya cheerfully thought, now let's go meet that kid. Meanwhile, over here, the Saseong family was happily throwing a celebration party. Youngsik stood up, raising a glass of soda, excitedly shouting, "Come on, everyone, are you ready? Fill up your glasses." He continued to cheer. "First, let's celebrate that I've finished my training and returned." Then he looked towards Ihyun. "Next, let's welcome the youngest officially joining the association. And of course, to wish for Brother Sasaeng and Jiho's safety and well-being." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone raised their glasses in celebration time to feast. Youngsik quickly stuffed his mouth full of food, exclaiming, "This is amazing!" which made the Hyung sitting next to him glare at him in annoyance. Chiho, seeing this, was drooling. "I want to eat that too," causing the lady sitting next to her to only smile and comfort her. "Try this one first." Youngsik continued to eat like a starving tiger, devouring all the food on the table, and the Hyung's irritation grew stronger. The moment a piece of food hit his face, he seemed to reach the peak of his anger. Hyung quickly turned to drag Youngsik away, shouting fiercely, "Come on, can't you eat like a normal person?" The two of them kept wrestling, and Ihyun watched the scene, feeling it was all too familiar. He ignored them and continued to enjoy his meal. This made all three members of the Saseong family burst into laughter. After a while, Hyung spoke up, "I'm so full I can't eat anymore." Youngsik immediately shot back, "What are you talking about? There's still dessert." His words made Hyung furious, hitting him in the stomach and shouting, "Aren't you full yet?" In response, Youngsik cheerfully dashed off, sticking his tongue out at the door, saying, "Even if you're full, you have to finish dessert, right? I'll go get it." This left Hyung feeling helpless. "Fine, I'll go with you to lighten it up. I'm too full." At that moment, Saseong's wife also chimed in, "I gave Jiho his medicine and I'll be right out," which made him sulk, "I hate medicine." Mansa Seong replied, "Just go." The two of them stayed behind to clean up the dishes, and Mansa Seong said, "Put everything in here. I'll take out the trash." Ihyun quickly replied, "Oh, okay." He continued the conversation. "Honestly, I was really surprised yesterday." This made Hyung a bit confused, and Ihyun pressed, "What do you mean?" He reminisced about the powerful words of the chairman. "I heard my nephew mention it. I didn't expect Hoang to be your grandfather." Immediately, Hyung rebutted, "He's not my grandfather." His words made him feel confused, and Mansa Seong quickly asked, "But he called you his grandson." Hearing this, Ihyun bowed his head and replied quickly, "He just said that. We don't have any blood relation." Seeing this, Mansa Seong continued, "But I was also surprised by something else. He suddenly came here and upgraded my and Jiho's hospital room to VIP. Not only did he cover the remaining treatment costs, but he also refunded all the expenses that had been paid, which left the entire Saseong family stunned. He continued to recall, he even said he would take care of our whole family. Quickly, Mansa Seong returned to reality, calling out, "Youngest, oh no, Ihyun, you said the way to repay him is for everything to go smoothly, right?" That statement caught Ihyun's attention, and he instinctively looked over. Saying that, he smiled, raised a finger like a thumbs up. "Once Chiho's surgery is done, we'll start recruiting members for the club. This time, let's do it seriously." Without hesitation, Ihyun immediately signaled his agreement. "Yes, I will do my best." He was happily cleaning the table while humming, thinking, recruiting more teammates, I wonder what story will unfold this time. Suddenly, a dark mist appeared. It brushed past Ihyun's cloth, causing him to freeze. He quickly turned around. This made Mansa Seong a bit confused. "What's wrong?" To this, he simply replied, "I have to go urgently." "I'll be right back." As soon as he finished speaking, Ihyun dashed off, leaving Mansa Seong in the apartment panicking and calling after him, "What, hey, wait, youngest." Scene change. He quickly arrived at a dense green forest. Ihyun looked around, hiding the aura, huh? But just a moment ago, clearly suddenly at this moment, an attack came from behind him. He quickly sensed it, and Ihyun immediately turned around with a glare. Then he delivered a powerful kick. Just like that, the masked guy was kicked away and the wind roared loudly. But very quickly, he darted behind Ihyun. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted, shattering everything around. He managed to block the punch from him, and Ihyun frowned and spoke up. "What are you doing?" Hearing that, he quickly pulled back his hand and slowly said, "Your skills are still the same, huh? I thought you had lost them all." Turns out the one hitting him all this time was Kazuya. He chuckled lightly and asked, "How have you been lately?" After a while of chatting, Kazuya spoke up. "So to write a realistic novel, you came back to this world to research material, huh?" Ihyun, sitting on the tree branch, casually replied, "Yeah, really, how many times do I have to say this?" He looked at him and teased, "The hero of humanity suddenly disappears and then comes back. How could you not care?" Then Kazuya stroked his chin and continued, "Honestly, I'm quite surprised." Hearing that, he turned to ask, "About what?" Immediately, Kazuya recalled the scene from before. "I thought you would give up quickly. You keep complaining all the time, it's so annoying. In my memory, you were always lacking motivation and full of laziness." At that moment, Tae Hyun awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "It's just that there are a lot of things going on." Then he leaned back, looking up at the sky. "But I'm happy, I want to write even better." Kazuya sat beside him, watching intently, thinking to himself, "Looks like someone has changed." A moment later, he stood up. "Then write diligently, okay, don't give up." Hyun, seeing that, immediately spoke up, "Are you leaving?" Kazuya walked away, waving his hand in response. "Yeah, I just stopped by to see you since I had some business today." Then he glanced back and smiled. "As long as you're still the Thunder God, we'll definitely meet again." His attitude left Hyun a bit confused. On the other side, Daehan was looking down from the window. He frowned and murmured, thinking back. 24 stars have died, so now who can stop the Black Sphere? Only the 12 apostles. Suddenly he thought to himself, but the problem is... Then Daehan recalled the conversation with Hyun, who was talking in a sluggish manner. "The Black Sphere, sounds troublesome, but with Kazuya it should be enough. Oh right, this month's request is done, maybe I should leave it for next month." Remembering this, tears streamed down his face. Will the Thunder God even help? No, the worst-case scenario is that he... Thinking this, Daehan continued to imagine Hyun. "I've finished my research, so I guess I'll retire again." He was in so much pain, pulling his hair out in a frenzy. It's possible that crazy guy could totally do it. Just a moment later, he couldn't help but kneel down, spreading his arms and shouting, "No, please don't retire!" "Please don't say that." Secretary Wu, witnessing everything from outside, could only think helplessly, "I don't want to go in at all." After a while, he stepped in. "Have you calmed down, sir?" Daehan awkwardly cleared his throat and said, "I just practiced my voice a bit." "So is there anything to report today?" Secretary Wu immediately presented a set of documents. "The hunters just announced the rankings of promising rookies, and our hunter is in first place." He guessed and eagerly flipped through the pages, then he spoke up. "The demon sword, huh?" He immediately replied, "Yes, you already know, right?" Daehan was intently looking at the documents while responding, "Of course, among the new recruits, I know he's the best." Then he thought, "The demon sword Chaseong-woo. The most talked about hunter in South Korea lately, a genius who reached S rank the fastest after awakening, and he was the one who made a pact with the Shadow Moon, one of the 7 divine weapons. Dubbed the strongest weapon since the Great Gate era." He thought to himself with a smirk, "As far as I know, in the history of those who made pacts with the Shadow Moon, only 2 have reached the legendary rank." Thinking of this, he became more and more excited. If the demon sword reaches the legendary rank, then... Daehan couldn't help but shout out loud, "South Korea will have 2 legendary hunters." The more he spoke, the more excited he got. That means South Korea will be #1 in the world, and I'll become the president of the top association. I can already vividly picture that Indian president trembling. Not to mention, I wouldn't have to depend on the Thunder Emperor anymore. No need to cater to his unpredictable temper. Seeing Daehan laughing out loud and talking like a madman, Secretary Wu shivered. That bastard keeps talking about retiring, but in the end, At that moment, he was laughing joyfully when Hyun suddenly spoke up. "What is it?" He was startled, slowly turning around in fear. He smiled with a chilling gaze. "Go on, I'm listening." Daehan flustered, trying to clarify. I didn't mean it that way." He replied, Okay, I understand." Outside the company building, a voice called out, "Hey, what are you doing here? You're still lacking in training time. I heard that when you reach S rank, you have to register and all that, so at least you should stop by the association once." Below the building, a mysterious figure was looking up. "Already reached S rank, huh? This kid is growing fast. But don't forget to become a warrior worthy of me. You need to be stronger than you are now. When you can fully harness my power, no one will be able to defeat you, and you will be able to take revenge in the way you always desired." At that moment, Hyun was sulking and leaving, while Daehan desperately chased after him, pleading, "I misspoke, it was just a moment of confusion due to old age." Hyun coldly replied, "You can say whatever you want." The 2 of them brushed past the mysterious figure without noticing. Suddenly, the Shadow Moon seemed to sense something. It turned towards the 2 of them. "No way, how can there be someone like that?" This surprised Xiongwu, and he asked, "What's wrong?" The Shadow Moon on his back replied, "That person is..." He instinctively turned to look. It continued, "A monster, an absolute monster that should not be confronted." Hearing this, Xiongwu frowned, thinking, "That guy," but I don't sense anything at all. Daehan was still focused on trying to convince Hyun, kneeling down, crying and pleading, "Just trust me this once." Hyun scratched his head and replied, "All right, thank you." He stared intently at Hyun, but An Nguyet had never spoken like that before. If that guy really is a monster, thinking this Xiongwu was about to step closer to Hyun. Then suddenly An Guye shouted loudly, "Wait, could it be that you—" Xiongwu kept getting closer to him. Surely this would help his growth. He was preparing to draw his sword, causing An Guye to panic. "Hey, calm down. I don't think this is a good idea." Xiongwu pointed the sword at the back of Hyun's neck and said, "Hello." He stared at him and continued, "Let's have a match." Hyun turned to look. Hyun pushed the tip of the sword aside. He looked at Seong-woo and said seriously, not interested. Seeing this, he was shocked, thinking he easily pushed An Nguye away. Then Seong-woo smiled wickedly. Ordinary people would faint just from touching An Nguye due to his magic, so there's definitely something different about him. He spoke up, I know this is a bit abrupt, but I really want to... At this moment, Hyun was annoyed, pouting in judgment. I already said I'm not interested, who are you to just show up and ask for a fight? Hearing this, Seong-woo thought to himself, is he looking down on those weaker than him? Then he removed his hood. Sorry, I was a bit hasty. Seong-woo smiled and introduced himself. Let me introduce myself. I am the Demon Sword Seong-woo. You must have heard of me. But Hyun wasn't surprised at all, crossing his arms and replying, so what? I don't care if you're a demon sword or whatever. I'm busy. I'm leaving. His words left Seong-woo stunned. Daehan was startled, realizing, looking closely, that it really was the demon sword. Why would the demon sword suddenly come to challenge the Thunder Emperor? Ah, so that's it. Normally, to level up a hunter needs a turning point. Over there, Seong-woo was trying to convince him, no, please just hear me out. Of course, everyone is different, but usually fighting someone stronger is the way to go. Just one match isn't enough, but at this moment, Hyun just turned away, waving his hand. I've heard enough, I've declined. If he is the demon sword, then just a bit of experience could lead to significant growth following his plan, thinking this. He smiled smugly. Daehan slapped Hyun on the shoulder. Wait, stop! He smiled industrially at him. You still have this month's mission, right? Hyun glanced over, so what? Then he smiled dangerously and continued. That's also why I came to the association today. You were planning to take advantage of my earlier actions to escape, weren't you? This made him jump. I also have my faults for behaving improperly, so I will make a simple request. Hearing him say that, he scratched his head, sighed in frustration. I understand, what is it? Daehan pointed at Seong-woo and said with a smile, I want you to fight this person. Scene change. Daehan was now pointing and introducing, welcome to the best fighting facility of our association. To avoid any disturbances outside this place is surrounded by dozens of barriers. His hand rested on the glass as he continued to smile and talk, saying that even at the S level, no, even beyond that it couldn't be destroyed, so you guys can fight with all your might. Seong-woo glanced at him, thinking to himself, no wonder he looks familiar. He's the president of the association. He watched as Daehan was pleading with Hyun, scratching his head and clearly not wanting to be there while the man was trying hard to encourage him just one more time, thinking to himself, someone like that has to flatter him. After all, what's the background of that guy? Daehan stood outside observing, then took his position ready to start. Seong-woo gripped the sword tightly and charged forward fiercely. He would find out soon enough. Meanwhile, Hyun was still feeling bored, yawning. The man shouted loudly, all right, get ready, start! As soon as he'd finished speaking, Seong-woo rushed in with sharp eyes. He swung his sword horizontally, but Hyun managed to dodge just by leaning to the side. Someone like him was only worth being a practice target. Seong-woo was taken aback to see him dodge so easily. He swung the sword again to attack him, and Hyun quickly stepped back. Seong-woo thought he had landed a hit, thinking he had caught him, but in reality, Hyun had already dodged and slipped behind him a long time ago. Seong-woo was astonished. How could he dodge so easily? Shadow Moon, I have to use all my strength from the start. He turned and charged quickly towards Hyun, and Shadow Moon spoke up, I told you he's a monster. The gem on the sword began to emit a red light, starting to synchronize. 12%, 34%. Seong-woo swung wildly, but Hyun only needed to take a small step back to easily avoid it. 47%, his grip on the sword tightened and his hand was starting to turn black. Hyun noticed that his speed was increasing and complimented him, you're faster than before. 54% at this point, a red glint flashed in Seong-woo's eyes. A powerful strike was launched, but he still managed to dodge in time. Daehan, watching from above, was astonished and exclaimed, this magic power is beyond what I thought. No wonder it's called the Demon Sword. Seong-woo was standing firm, both hands gripping the sword tightly. His gaze suddenly became resolute. This time would be different from before. Daehan murmured while watching this scene, maybe this time he'll really pull it off. No more time to relax. Down below, he was swinging with immense power. It zipped past and cut Hyun's hair. He leaned back to dodge as Seong-woo zipped past him. He looked back at Seong-woo in awe. The attacks are getting heavier. Seong-woo kicked off the ground. He turned back to attack him repeatedly, but Hyun still managed to dodge easily. It seemed like Seong-woo was starting to tire, gritting his teeth in frustration. No way, my attacks! He couldn't touch him at all. Every attack he made, Hyun easily dodged. Seong-woo stopped panting heavily. He looked up at him silently, thinking, is the gap this wide? Hyun, showing no signs of fatigue, perked up and asked, giving up already. Seong-woo whispered, Shadow Moon, enhanced synchronization, to which Shadow Moon replied, you know your limits end here, right? He smiled defiantly. I know, but it's time to push past that limit. Shadow Moon shouted back, got it. and then it lit up with a mix of red and black light. It kindly reminded him, but don't forget if you lose consciousness during synchronization, your soul will be devoured by my power. Xiongwu was gritting his teeth, enduring the pain. 58% his eyes flashed with a red gleam. Xiongwu clenched his teeth and shouted loudly. Then he thrust his sword into the ground, releasing something like a whirlwind. Black Moon, the vortex grew stronger and stronger. Daehan, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Incredible!" Xiongwu's eyes turned black with red pupils as he looked at Yi-Hyeon and said, "This time you can't dodge." He pulled the sword up and stood tall. Xiongwu raised the sword behind him to gain momentum. "Slash!" he declared, swinging down a fierce whirlwind rushing toward Yi-Hyeon. Yet he remained calm, staring intently at the whirlwind and briefly marveling, "Not bad. Then I'll show you a little something too." Yi-Hyeon lightly lifted his arm and golden lightning immediately surrounded him. Xiongwu was taken aback. Lightning! His hand reached out and lightly touched it. A massive surge of power shot from his fingertips towards Xiongwu, who quickly dodged. The two forces collided, causing the arena to explode. Daehan, watching from a distance, was momentarily blinded by the light and quickly raised his hands to shield his eyes. At that moment, smoke billowed out from inside, and he quickly covered his nose incredulously, saying, "No way, the defensive barrier has been completely shattered, my money." The wall was heavily damaged, and beneath it, Xiongwu was kneeling on the ground. He was panting, struggling to look toward Yi-Hyeon. Then Xiongwu let out a scoff. He looked up at the person in front of him, completely unscathed, and couldn't believe he was the one, the god of thunder. Xiongwu stepped forward with a serious expression and said, "Please accept me as your disciple." Taehyun, sitting focused on his work in front of the computer, replied indifferently, "Not a chance." Hearing this, he stood there, his face dark, staring intently at Yi-Hyeon. Then Xiongwu leaned over, placing both hands on the table, desperately pleading, "Please, I have a reason to become stronger." He continued, "When I was young, my family was very poor, but I still had a happy life with my sister. Then one day..." At this point, he could only sigh helplessly. Xiongwu kept on recounting, "My sister, who had great potential to become a hunter, almost got kidnapped by an evil organization. At that time, I tried to stop them, but I couldn't. At that moment, a sword appeared. 'Do you need power?' The dark moon emerged with its familiar cheesy line and made a pact with me. After many hardships, I finally saved my sister. But after that incident, my sister lay in bed as if her soul had left her body." As he recounted this, Xiongwu gritted his teeth, filled with rage. "To take revenge on those bastards and find a way to save my sister, I was determined to destroy that organization." Yi-Hyeon suddenly spoke up. "So that's why you need to get stronger, right?" This caught him a bit off guard. "How do you know?" At this moment, he clenched his fists, visibly annoyed, his lips twitching. "I've been hearing this story over and over for a week now. Why can't I memorize it? And I've also said repeatedly for a week that you're strong enough already. You just need to gain a few more years of experience to become stronger." Hearing this, Xiongwu muttered, "A few years." Then he slammed his hand down on the table. He shouted loudly, "That's too long," causing those around to turn and look curiously. Xiongwu said seriously, "I've only awakened for 2 years and reached level S, but to reach a higher realm I need to learn from someone even stronger. And through the recent battle, I felt that no one in this world is stronger than you." The more he spoke, the more he seemed to suffer. Xiongwu covered his face with his hand, gritting his teeth. "Only you, the Dark Moon, can help me. My sister is still in the hospital." Hearing this, he helplessly shouted, "Oh my God, I get it, that's enough." Then he irritably continued, "I'm really sorry for your situation, but I'm busy with my main job right now. I don't have time to mentor you." Xiongwu looked confused. "Main job, what do you mean?" Yi-Hyeon explained. "Oh, being a hunter is just my side job. Actually, I'm a web novel author." Saying this, he broke into a proud smile. Xiongwu was shocked, his face contorting in disbelief. As the sunset gradually descended, Yi-Hyeon was on his way home with Xiongwu still following behind him. He stared intently at him, thinking to himself, "I really don't understand. To give up such great power and fame to write novels. While I'm in such despair..." Xiongwu's expression turned uncomfortable and unwilling. The Dark Moon suddenly spoke up. "I understand now." He glanced back and asked, "Understand what?" That guy seemed to be in a lonely race, moving forward all by himself, with no rivals to chase after, and no one chasing him. Running endlessly alone on that road, then one day, when looking back, realizing there's no one beside me. It would be so lonely and empty. Xiongwu, hearing this, curiously asked, "Is that the solitude of the strongest, Gayet immediately replied, "It's just my guess, but there have been a few people like that before. Because they were too good, they gradually lost their purpose." Yan, feeling very uncomfortable, spoke up, "Hey." Then he turned to glance at Xiongwu. "You followed me all the way home." "Huh?" He was surprised to reply, "What?" He pointed to the house in front. "This is my house." And he suddenly realized, then awkwardly scratched his head. "No, I'm not that shameless," when suddenly his stomach growled, making Xiongwu blush, quickly covering his stomach. Wait, Hyun asked, are you hungry? He pointed to his house. Come in and eat, then go home, okay? A table full of sumptuous food, everyone shouted thank you for the meal. Ayeon cheerfully asked, where's that girl Yejun? While serving food, replied, she's working overtime, he added. Lucky thing almost showed you something you shouldn't see. Ahyun's mom glanced over a reproachful look. Ahyun, why do you call her a girl? Stop it. He immediately replied, but she really is a girl. Then a loud slap echoed. His dad chuckled, still eating as usual. He was about to take a bite when he suddenly glanced at Seong-woo. At that moment, he felt like a statue, his hands holding the chopstick stuck into the bowl of rice. It hurt so much. Seong-woo thought, I'm so shameless following him all the way here. Ihyun's dad, seeing this, smiled kindly. Just feel at home, eat comfortably. He shyly replied, yes, thank you, uncle. Ihyun's dad continued the conversation. Are you close to Ihyun? I've never seen that kid bring anyone home like this. He quickly explained, we're not friends, just happened to meet. Yejun sighed helplessly. Only you would dare introduce a ghost like that. Ayeon, hearing this, asked in surprise. You know him? Yejun quickly replied, of course, he's been quite popular lately. Seong-woo just sat there awkwardly listening to the two talk. Suddenly, a fried egg was placed on his bowl of rice. He turned to look and said, thank you, ma'am. Hyun's mom smiled and replied, what are you thanking me for? Hyun's friend is just like my son. She put her hands on her hips and continued. If you're hungry later, just come over to eat regularly. Seong-woo bowed his head, looking a bit sad, thank you. He started to pick up the piece of egg, may I? Hyun stood up, shouted loudly. Mom, where's my portion? His mom, annoyed, said, whine a bit, and then I'll give it to you, making his dad burst out laughing. Seong-woo's eyes were dazed. He remembered his family used to eat happily like that. Then he brought the rice to his mouth, speaking of which, it's been a long time since I had home-cooked meals. Seong-woo chewed and exclaimed, so delicious. Suddenly he stopped. The whole family looked at him with confused expressions. A tear unexpectedly rolled down his cheek. He hurriedly wiped his tears and said, I'm sorry, I don't know why this is happening, when suddenly a voice interrupted. Mom, the kimchi is too spicy. Yejun also wiped his tears. Yeah, it's so spicy it makes you cry. Dad Ihyun rubbed his eyes and said, I'm tearing up too, while Mom quickly stood up, scratching her neck, feeling embarrassed. Seong-woo, I'm sorry I accidentally made it a bit too spicy. Then she hurried into the kitchen. Let me get some water for you, okay? It's too spicy. Yejun raised his hand. Mom, me too. This made Seong-woo feel incredibly touched. Outside the building, after finishing the meal, he bowed his head and said, thank you all so much today. Ihyun quickly waved his hand. What are you thanking us for? Come on. Seong-woo looked up sincerely and said, I mean it, it's been a long time since I've felt this kind of family love. Then he looked at him and hesitated, and Ihyun noticed he suddenly went silent and didn't understand. Why don't you finish what you were saying? In Seong-woo's mind, the phrase appeared, because I'm too good, I've gradually lost my purpose in life. He sighed. It's nothing, I just feel like I've been thinking too much about myself. Seong-woo pulled his hood over his head and turned to leave. Excuse me, I'm going now. Ihyun crossed his arms, watching his back, wondering, am I being too harsh? Then he turned away, telling himself, forget it. I can't even take care of myself. How can I worry about anyone else? At that moment, his phone rang. He hurriedly answered, yes, it's Sung-ho. Amnunguye asked, so you've given up on being his disciple, huh? Seong-woo calmly replied, I can't bother him anymore. Suddenly he heard Ihyun's voice. Are you recruiting more members for the club? Seong-woo froze. He quickly turned to look back, thinking to himself, recruiting club members. Ihyun was responding to the other end. Yes, let's go ahead. It's a fresh start for everything to come together. Seong-woo thought back. Speaking of which, I did mention having a guild, of course. Then he took off his hood, his eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope. If I give up now, it would be too soon. On the day of the interview to join the guild, Young-sik cheerfully announced, first candidate, please come in. Young looked at the person across from him. All right, please introduce yourself. Mansa Seong also scrutinized him. The person excitedly shouted, hello, I'm the man faster than light, Choi-hoon, the lightning bolt. Hyung chuckled awkwardly. Faster than light, huh? That's confident. Choi-hoon, the lightning bolt, quickly replied, thank you very much. Mansa Seong stared intently at the information sheet. If speed is your strength, then your specialty is... Resume name 41, rank F special skill, 100-meter speed in 28 seconds. Safety management, related experience, participated in elementary school athletics, 3 years as a security guard in an apartment. After reading it, he sighed and decisively said, rejected. Next, the following candidate introduced with a sinister smile. I'm sealing the black flame dragon in this left arm. All it takes is to break the seal and the flames ignite on his hair. He struggles to put out the fire while the two older guys, Hyung and Mansa Seong, watch in fear, sweating. It looks like his head is on fire, led him to the door. The next person steps in, fists clenched with confidence, saying, I'm someone who hasn't awakened yet, but if you accept me, I'll become an S-rank hero. He adds, it seems like you've come to the wrong category. I'm the stone bridge of Suwon. My bridge is as solid as a rock. a decisive voice states. Hello, actually, I'm a secret disciple of the Thunder Emperor. Before he could say more, the older man angrily shouted, Get out! Mansa Seong, feeling helpless, exclaimed, This is crazy! It's the first recruitment and there's not a decent candidate in sight. Hyung sighed in agreement. That's true. He lay back on the couch, looking at Hyung, asking, But where's the youngest? Still no contact. Hyung then took out his phone to call Eon. He answered, Yeah, he is probably up all night writing and fell asleep again. At that moment, he was deep in sleep, not hearing the ringing phone. Seeing this, he said, Let's contact him later. Let's continue the interview. Suddenly, Hyung glanced at a piece of information and nudged Mansa Seong. Wait, check out the next candidate's profile. He replied, What's the rush? Mansa Seong quickly sat up to look at the information, suddenly astonished. Young-sik pushed the door open. Hey, the next candidate behind him stood a tall, muscular guy. May I come in? The two looked on in confusion. B rank. Why's a B rank here? He swaggered in carrying a large hammer. He smiled, his expression a bit fierce. I'm Nam Dupal. Mansa Seong looked at Dupal sitting across from him and asked, You're a B rank hunter, why are you here? He bowed his head and replied, I won't beat around the bush. Then he flashed a chilling smile. How much are you offering? Hearing this, Hyung turned in confusion to whisper to Mansa Seong, What's that guy talking about? He sighed and said, I get it now. A shield, basically the rank of a guild. You'll act as a shield representing our guild evaluated based on the highest rank of the members. So to upgrade the guild, people will pay a lot to recruit high-ranking hunters. Now our guild is also B rank. This is a common tactic. He leaned back in his chair, looking determined. Come on, this opportunity is rare. Let's seal the deal. Hearing this, he thought to himself, Simply put, I'll be your shield. Just bring the money right. Mansa Seong replied, Let's wrap this up quickly. Upon hearing this, he laughed heartily. That's refreshing. Before he finished, he was interrupted. No way. Dupal, shocked and disbelieving, quickly asked, What? Hyung looked at him anxiously. Hey! Mansa Seong smiled firmly. Not a chance. He pointed to the door. The exit is over there, please leave. He got angry and smashed the table with his large hammer. Dupal gritted his teeth, looking disdainfully at the two older guys. You dare to act tough with me? You want to die, huh? Young-sik suddenly pushed the door open, and upon seeing the scene before him, he was confused. Then he turned extremely angry, gritting his teeth and shouting, You bastard! The person behind him suddenly spoke up. That guy got rejected, right? Young-sik turned to him. Just look at his attitude, you can tell. Suddenly, he was shocked, mouth agape. Stand up, Mansa Seong. If the candidate doesn't understand, I'll explain it more clearly. He approached Dupal without a hint of fear, staring him down as he continued. Our group doesn't need someone like you, so get out through that door. Hearing this, he lost his temper and raised his hammer high. Fine, I'll make you all pay. Suddenly, a hand stopped Dupal's hammer in its tracks. He turned around in confusion to check. Seong-woo gently placed his hand on the hammer, causing him to freeze in place. He panicked and shouted, What the hell? He spoke in a low tone. If you're out, just go home quietly. Dupal, hearing this, angrily retorted, And who the hell are you? At that moment, he finally saw the person behind him and shouted in shock, The demon sword! Mansa Seong and Hyung looked at Seong-woo in disbelief. Is it really the demon sword? How did it end up here? He took off his hood and explained, Oh, that's me. With that, Seong-woo obediently sat up straight in his chair, ready for the interview, leaving the three of them stunned. After a while of talking, Mansa Seong understood the gist. To find a way to heal his sick sister, he needed to become stronger. But he got stuck at rank S, then met Eon and decided to join this group, right? Seong-woo tightly clasped his hands, looking worried as he replied, Yes, that's right, I don't have much time. My sister is still alone in the hospital. Hyung leaned in and whispered to Mansa Seong, What are you hesitating for? Just refuse him. Refuse him right now. If the demon sword joins our group, we'll become rank S. Can you handle that? Not to mention, if you get involved with someone of that caliber, countless terrifying things will come crashing down at the gate. You know that, which is why you're hesitating, right? Hearing this, his expression darkened as he began to ponder. Seong-woo looked up with earnest eyes, firmly saying, Please accept me. I have to become stronger. Mansa Seong stared intently at him. Then he remembered his past self. Please accept me. I have to make it. He was facing a gigantic, ferocious monster. I am the pillar of the family. Remembering this, his gaze fell. He couldn't let this kid go through the reckless things he did. Suddenly, he spoke up, All right, you're in. Seong-woo was taken aback and asked, Really? Hyung was shocked and slapped Mansa Seong on the shoulder, yelling, Are you crazy? He pouted in response. What's wrong when Eon asked to join you or the one who convinced him? Hearing this, he retorted, That was because of my circumstances. Mansa Seong interjected, Enough. He stood up and extended his hand towards Seong-woo. Demon sword, no. Let's just call you Seong-woo for comfort. I hope to have your support, Seong-woo. He quickly reached out to shake hands. Seong-woo looked at Mansa Seong and cheerfully replied, I hope everyone will help me. He patted Seong-woo's shoulder empathetically. I have a son who's sick too, so I understand how desperate you must feel. If you need any help, just let me know. He rubbed his neck and replied, yes, thank you. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed as Ihyeon burst through the door, shouting, sorry for being late! You're still half asleep. Are you done already? Mansa-seong waved hello. Hey, the youngest, not anymore, Ihyeon. We have a new member now. Hyung shook his head in disbelief while Ihyeon looked confused, not understanding what was going on. What? I asked back, still a bit dazed. A new member who? Seong-woo shyly glanced away and spoke up. I'm Cha Seong-woo. I hope to get your support. I was shocked. My face went pale after hearing that. I immediately shouted, why are you here? That day, the rank of the guild had risen to S, unlike the chaotic atmosphere of the group. Seong-woo looked at the scene before him, feeling happy inside, thinking that with the elite members he would definitely learn a lot. Only the Swordmaster was filled with hope. Mansa-seong was running and shouting loudly, run! Then he glanced back. It's time, Yongsik. Hyung and Yongsik were chasing behind Yes Boss. Hyung quickly launched an attack. Yongsik also quickly followed suit. Mansa-seong quickly executed his move as well. Mansa-seong watched the rabbit running away and shouted in regret, missed it. Yongsik sighed. That was really fast. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, Seong-woo, it's coming! The rabbit looked at Seong-woo in front of it and shrank back in fear. His gaze was incredibly fierce at that moment. Seong-woo recalled everything that had happened so far. There's another one, catch it, he thought helplessly. What am I even looking at? This childish game is supposed to be a battle? His eyes narrowed, remembering that not long ago they had taken down a B-rank boss. How could this be? Why is the Swordmaster in this guild? Seong-woo recalled his conversation with Ihyeon. Why am I in this guild? Right, gathering materials doesn't necessarily have to be here, so I don't understand why you chose this C-rank guild. So I can't be in this guild. How do you explain that? What kind of writer are you? Not every writer can speak well, he said when suddenly his phone vibrated. Ihyeon looked at the notification on his phone. A SS gate just appeared in Brazil. It's urgent, so let's hurry there, Park Daehan. He quickly put his phone away and stood up to leave. Just observe for yourself why I'm in this guild. At that moment, Ihyeon pulled out a small notebook and a pen. Seong-woo took it and said, please help me gather information and keep an eye on the guild. Back to reality, a broken sword was spinning in midair. It turned out that Yongsik's blade had broken. He looked at his broken sword, trembling uncontrollably, his mouth stiff and unable to say a word. Yongsik raised the sword high, crying out in despair. Young and Mansa-seong, even the rabbit, quickly came over to comfort him, asking if he was okay. My Seong-woo was left speechless at the scene. He frowned in discomfort, realizing it was a misplaced expectation, but still he had reminded everyone to take care of the guild. Seong-woo approached Mansa-seong, saying, Yongsik, don't cry anymore, and asked, are the seniors free later? Let's go upgrade a bit, shall we? The three of them were surprised, all eyes turning to Seong-woo. A moment later, the four of them arrived in front of a large monument, and Yongsik couldn't help but exclaim, wow! He gazed at the monument, his eyes sparkling with admiration, saying, I've only heard rumors about this Hunter's Mall before. While the other three, Hyung, Mansa-seong, and Seong-woo, remained indifferent. Yongsik kept talking, pointing at the monument in front of them. Hey guys, look here, it's the Thunder God statue. The more he spoke, the more emotional he became, almost in tears. It's so cool, my dream is to meet the Thunder God just once, and Seong-woo was taken aback. He immediately turned to ask, haven't you all heard? Mansa-seong replied with a sigh. It's just that Yongsik isn't very perceptive. Then he placed a hand on Seong-woo's shoulder, saying, but thank you, Seong-woo. I didn't expect to receive a monetary reward for the guild's upgrade. At that moment, a notification appeared on his phone. Korean Hunter Association announcement. Hello, Mr. Mansa-seong. This is the Korean Hunter Association. Congratulations, the Guild of All Things Harmonious has been upgraded and will receive a congratulatory amount of 10 billion won. He was left gaping in shock. 10 billion won. Seong-woo looked ahead calmly and replied, it's nothing, just a way to repay everyone for accepting me into the guild. He gazed at the Thunder God statue, thinking, never mind why the Thunder God is in this guild, just being next to him is enough. Then Seong-woo smiled. So shall we go check out the weapons? Yongsik placed his hand on the display case, listening intently. It's so loud, someone's calling me. Is this the ego sword everyone's talking about? Hyung held a large sword, looking pleased. This is a good chance to change my style a bit like a demon sword. Mansa-seong picked up an axe, cheerfully saying, this one is the cheapest, right? The three of them hugged the weapons they had just chosen, and Seong-woo said, we're done picking now, let's go pay. Seong-woo felt utterly helpless, rubbing his head in frustration. Just put everything down for me. The three were shocked. What? Meanwhile, he had a headache, wondering where to start explaining. Seong-woo looked at Yongsik first. Yongsik, logically speaking, how could the ego sword be sold in a mall? He stammered in response. No, there was definitely a voice calling. Then he looked at Hyung. As for Seung-ho, I don't know why, but your strength lies in mobility. That weapon would completely negate your strengths. Finally, he turned to Mansa-seong. and the guild leader is planning to chop wood somewhere. He replied with a hint of grievance. This is the most economical option. Young-sik loudly retorted, but if it's not the ego sword, I still like this one the most. Mansa-seong agreed. Yes, Young-woo, I only need this one. Spending a lot on weapons doesn't necessarily make you stronger. He sighed and raised his hand to explain. I can guarantee that if you keep thinking like that, you'll always be stuck in rank C. The talent of a hunter is indeed important, but the equipment must match. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Wait, hold on. Hyung pointed to himself in confusion. I don't know about those two, but I thought long and hard before choosing. He recalled and continued. Last time we fought a B-rank boss, I almost got into trouble because I lacked a finishing blow. Then Hyung slammed his hand against his chest and confidently replied, That's why I chose this to make up for the missing strength. Hearing that, Seong-woo spoke up, bringing up that matter. He looked at the three of them with a puzzled expression, wondering how they managed to take down Uwais given their strength. Defeating a B-rank boss seemed impossible. Young-sik shouted angrily, What the hell does that mean? Hey, you kid over there, don't be fooled by appearances. These guys are pretty tough, you know? Hyung avoided eye contact and hesitantly replied, Well, honestly, it's hard to believe. After all, we're only C-rank and we took down a B-rank boss. He laughed and added, I was shocked back then, too. If it weren't for Lee Yeon, it would have just been a dream. Seong-woo jumped at those words. He clenched his fists, unable to believe it. In his mind, he pictured the three of Mansa-seong holding a giant bone while Lee Hyun stood calmly behind them. Indeed, they had lied about taking it down themselves, while in reality it was Load who caught it. They were just riding on Load's coattails. Seong-woo stood frozen for a moment. Then suddenly he turned and walked away. I don't understand, Loid. Why are you with such useless people? Seong-woo called back, Let me pick out the right weapons for each person. Young-sik asked in confusion, Why is he acting like that? All of a sudden, Mansa-seong also wondered, Did I do something wrong? At that moment, a man was walking by whistling. Bear strolled along, leisurely looking around. Suddenly, he glanced up. Seeing the three of Young-sik talking, what did we do to upset him? He thought, looking at that face, no, I think he seems to be looking down on us more. From what I can see, it seems like he's misunderstanding something. I'll have to clarify things later. Bear smiled. Who is this? He spread his arms mockingly. Where do these ragged beggars get the money to come here? Young-sik turned around in surprise, while Hyung and Mansa-seong frowned in discomfort. Richard Bear. He immediately turned away. Let's go. Just looking at his face is disgusting, he said provocatively in a hurry. Huh. It's true that people like you don't belong in places like this. At that moment, Young-sik suddenly spoke up. Hey, long time no see. He looked at him and smiled. Isn't this Choi Young-sik? How have you been? Where's that guy that you came here alone? Bear patted Young-sik on the shoulder. You've done well, at least you know how to greet properly. He rubbed his neck and shyly replied, Because you were the coolest person I knew. His voice suddenly turned somber, but Young-sik shot a disdainful look at Bear. How did you turn into such a hopeless piece of trash? When the gate transition happened, I know everything. You pushed all the members of the guild down to run away and survive by yourself. Those were the people who trusted and followed you. Hyung and Mansa-seong were left speechless. At this point, he couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, Someone like that can still be a guild leader. Hearing this, he was extremely furious. Bear raised his fist and charged straight at Young-sik, this damn brat. A hand caught him, which left him utterly surprised. Mansa-seong stood in front of Young-sik, his anger palpable. One of my greatest regrets in life is this. Then he unleashed all his strength against Bear, leaving him terrified. Mansa-seong slammed him down onto the floor, and Bear cried out in pain, Ugh! He looked down at Bear with disdain, wishing he had gotten rid of him sooner. Bear struggled to get back up. Bear forced a smile in response, still clueless as ever. You guys still see me as some kind of trashy hunter, huh? He stood up, and now what you should regret is that a step was approaching from behind. A figure blocked Bear's path, and he felt smug. You've messed with me, a member of the Cheonlima B class. He shot a glance and spoke fiercely. What are you doing to my guild member? I'm the guild leader, Cheonlima B class Choi Dong-hoon. Seong-woo's expression was cold as he decisively swung his sword. It seemed he was dissatisfied. He frowned, staring intently at the blade. Seong-woo quickly retracted the sword, running his hand along its length, finding it just right. Then he swung his hand, throwing the sword far away, embedding it firmly in the ground, the weight also fitting perfectly. Suddenly, a notebook fell to the ground, catching his attention. Seong-woo immediately recognized the origin of this notebook. It was a note from the Thunder Emperor. He quickly opened a page in the notebook, finding not only scribbled notes, but also illustrations. Seong-woo brought the notebook closer to his eyes, observing carefully. The strategy for defeating the giant skeleton was the B-class boss they had taken down. After looking at this page, he quickly flipped to another to continue reading, which detailed each step of the battle just as he had thought. Seeing these notes from the Thunder Emperor, Seong-woo looked down on the others, realizing they were merely riding on the coattails of the Thunder Emperor. Suddenly, he flipped to another page, noting a complete failure in strategy, something he hadn't considered. This line left him astonished, forcing him to pause and reflect. According to Ihyun's account, the seniors began to rethink their own plans. Seongwoo flipped to another page in the notebook to read. On this page, Ihyun had noted how to defeat the boss, first create chaos, then strike at the core simultaneously. In the notebook, Ihyun acknowledged the achievements of the two seniors, stating that they had successfully strategized against the B-class boss through their own efforts, expressing hope for a bright future ahead. Was this growth? What else would happen next? Every day was too exciting to anticipate. Upon reading this, Seongwoo realized something, if this note was correct. He held the notebook in his hands, his face filled with regret, feeling as if he had misunderstood them. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. Seongwoo was startled by the sound and turned to look. Dong-hoon, along with Bear and his team, stormed in, shattering several windows and knocking people down in their path. Dong-hoon looked at the man lying on the floor and pressed him, "Do you dare insult my Cheonlima Guild member?" Bear quickly chimed in, "You think you're so tough, huh, C-class losers?" Just as he finished his sentence, Dong-hoon stepped forward and tightly gripped the man's neck. He gritted his teeth and glared threateningly, saying, "You're just a lowlife and you dare touch a member of our association." Mansa Seong struggled to respond. "Hey, it seems like there's been a misunderstanding." The manager, hearing the commotion outside, quickly rushed out to intervene. "Wait, what's going on? That's so noisy." Dong-hoon turned around, showing his displeasure. "Manager." The manager, intimidated by Dong-hoon's presence, was sweating profusely and waved his hands to explain, "Dong-hoon, even if you are a VIP, you can't cause such a ruckus." Dong-hoon found the manager's words reasonable. He paused to think. This shopping center was operated by the Hunter Association, and if things escalated, their intervention would complicate matters. After a moment, he finally released Mansa Seong, apologizing but refusing to take responsibility, instead blaming others. "Sorry for the noise, but they started it." Dong-hoon continued to insult them. "You lowly scum dare to insult a member of my association." Mansa Seong, still reeling from the earlier attack, staggered to his feet in pain, but managed to say a few words. "What are you talking about?" Dong-hoon ignored Mansa Seong's words, patting the manager on the shoulder and throwing out a few threats that made him sweat even more. "If I remember correctly, evaluating work performance includes treating VIP guests well, right?" He smiled, displaying an air of superiority. "Between those trashy lowlifes and a VIP like me, I'm sure you know which guest is more important." Dong-hoon continued with veiled threats. "I trust you'll handle this wisely." The manager, hearing this, could only lower his head, his face darkening. After considering the common interest, the manager reluctantly forced a smile as if nothing had happened. "Oh, I see I misunderstood." Dong-hoon felt quite pleased at this moment. One of Mansa Seong's group, hearing these absurd accusations, was furious and shouted, "Hey, they were the ones who started it. You didn't even listen to us just because they think they're better." The manager, prioritizing his job, chose to ignore the scales of justice and announced loudly, "Dear guests, I'm sorry, but if you don't cooperate, I will call the Hunter police." Mansa Seong's group stood there, stunned, unsure of what to do. Bear, seeing his side gaining the upper hand, laughed mockingly, "You fools!" Dong-hoon didn't forget to add a few more words, "I told you know your place." Suddenly another voice interrupted. "I understand the situation now." The unfamiliar voice surprised everyone, making them turn to look. Seongwoo slowly approached, defending Mansa Seong's group. "So you mean that lower ranks should just accept unfair treatment, right?" He looked at everyone with a serious, challenging expression. "But unfortunately, we are not lowlifes." Bear was taken aback, and Dong-hoon was equally surprised, but maintained his calm demeanor, frowning and asking, "What not lowlifes?" Bear panicked, quickly turning to Dong-hoon in fear. "No, they are lowlifes." He angrily stepped up, grabbing Seongwoo's shoulder and shouting, "Hey, kid, where did you come from to spout nonsense?" Seongwoo calmly and gently tightened his grip on Bear's wrist, demonstrating his power. He lifted Bear's hand away, which was trembling, and looked straight into his eyes with a cold, angry gaze. "Just wait and see if I'm talking nonsense." Bear quickly withdrew his hand, his wrist marked with red lines from the pressure gritting his teeth. "This kid is really strong." Seongwoo then turned to the manager and slowly said, "Manager, please check our guild's information." The manager, terrified and sweating, quickly agreed, "Yes, I'll do it right away." Suddenly another voice interrupted, "No need, manager." Everyone turned to see Mansa Seong bowing respectfully, apologizing, "We are indeed lowlifes." More dramatically, he took full responsibility for his guild and bowed to the manager. "I'm sorry for causing a disturbance. Once we finish here, we will leave immediately." Mansa Seong's actions left Seongwoo stunned. He didn't understand why he was doing this. Seongwoo couldn't accept this behavior and stepped forward to confront Mansa Seong, shouting, "No, President, what are you saying? We don't need to bow to such absurd words. I'm helping you." Mansa Seong remained calm, responding, "With your help, it will be easy to resolve, but Seongwoo, It's not us that's in the wrong rank, it's you. That statement left Xiang Wu stunned for quite a while, as if he had just realized something important. After saying that, Mansa Seong's expression turned very serious. Of course we can help each other grow like in Ihyeon's case, but at the very least, Mansa Seong expressed his feelings, saying, I don't want to show off things that aren't mine like that guy. At this point, he turned to look at Bear, feeling quite ashamed. After hearing Mansa Seong, Xiang Wu could only stand there in a daze, unable to do anything more. He lowered his head, his eyes filled with an indescribable guilt. He realized he had misunderstood these people. Mansa Seong then turned to the other members of the group, saying, Let's go. They quickly responded, Yes, brother. Meanwhile, Xiang Wu stood there deep in thought about what had just been said, realizing he had placed too much importance on rank without seeing the bigger picture. Dong-hun took this opportunity to push his luck boldly, shouting at everyone, You lowlifes, can't you hear, get lost or I'll make you regret it. Xiang Wu was annoyed by Dong-hun's arrogant attitude and shot him a glare. He kicked Dong-hun's knee, causing him to stumble and fall. Without hesitation, Xiang Wu tightened his grip around Dong-hun's neck, forcing him to kneel down face to the floor. He threatened, Try to move and see who will regret it. At that moment, Dong-hun was terrified, his whole body trembling. Mansa Seong saw this scene and was extremely shocked. He shouted, Xiang Wu, calmly replied, I see that those who intend to threaten the president in front of me should be controlled. He looked at everyone with a guilty expression, asking, Is it okay if I help you like this? Mansa Seong awkwardly responded, About that. They weren't paying attention as someone from their side had pulled out a knife intending to attack them. Bear, holding the knife, shouted as he charged towards them, You bastards, die! Before he could do anything, he was kicked hard in the stomach, causing him to roll out onto the floor. Mansa Seong stepped in front of Xiang Wu, asking, What do you think you're doing? Mansa Seong spoke up, It seems like we're helping each other out here. Xiang Wu felt happy to hear those words. Bear, realizing he couldn't do anything to them, got furious and started throwing a tantrum on the floor, calling for the manager. Manager, get these guys out of here. Call the police. Hurry. The manager rushed over, panicking, asking, Are you okay? Bear slowly struggled to sit up, but didn't forget to tell the manager to deal with Xiang Wu's group. Yet the manager ran over to Xiang Wu, bowing repeatedly, apologizing for not recognizing him sooner. Both Bear and Dong-hun couldn't believe their ears when they heard his title, exclaiming, What the demon sword? Xiang Wu didn't want to hold a grudge since the manager was just doing his job. He gently turned to the group and said, It's fine, I understand, but in return, he swung his hand, sending Dong-hun tumbling forward. Bear quickly rushed to catch Dong-hun, realizing too late who Xiang Wu really was. It's really the demon sword. Xiang Wu then voiced his request, Please handle those scum for me. After saying that, he turned to his group, Let's go, guys. Dong-hun quickly got up and Bear called out, Wait! The others bowed their heads in fear, begging for mercy. Please forgive us, demon sword! Meanwhile, Xiang Wu's group paid no attention to Dong-hun's crew, engrossed in discussing something else. I've chosen all my weapons already, that was fast. With that, they left. Inside, there was a large statue of the Thunder God on display. Xiang Wu glanced at that statue, still not understanding why the demon was at this gathering. But one thing was certain before he could think it through. A voice called out his name, Xiang Wu. Xiang Wu replied yes, and Yongsik turned around to ask him if the choice he made earlier was really a spirit sword. Mansa Seong turned around and shouted, What are you babbling about? Let's go! Yongsik held his head in frustration, clearly saying, I heard the voice. Then Mansa Seong teased him, Yongsik, even spirit swords have a knack for picking their people. Yongsik shyly retorted, Who knows? Xiang Wu was completely delighted with this group. It felt like he had arrived at an interesting place. Outside, a delivery person just dropped off a package. The package has arrived. A letter lay right at the door, and someone quickly opened the door to receive the package, thinking it must be the weapon he ordered. Mansa Seong held the letter in his hand, flipping it over in confusion, wondering why there was a letter. Although he didn't understand who sent him the letter, he decided to open it anyway. Reading the lines of information in the letter, he showed an expression of complete surprise, unable to believe his eyes. The shocking information in the letter made Mansa Seong shout out loud, This is... Meanwhile, Ihyeon was having a phone conversation, and the voice on the other end praised him, saying his stories have been really good lately. Suddenly receiving a compliment, he felt a bit shy, scratching his head and smiling, replying, Thank you. The other person continued, Now you just need to finish the draft for the next volume, and then you can aim for the next step, right? Ihyeon looked confused and asked, Next step. The voice on the other end quickly explained, What I mean is starting the evaluation for the release. At this moment, Ihyeon was extremely happy. He couldn't believe what he was hearing and instinctively asked to confirm release. Kyungmo smiled and confirmed the information, saying, Actually, it's the platform that will evaluate it, so we have to wait for the results, but the internal assessment from the company is quite positive. Eon quickly replied, "Oh, I see. Yes, I will keep trying." Kyung-mo encouraged him, "Just a little more, okay, author." As soon as he finished speaking, the other end hung up. Ihyon's mood was incredibly cheerful. He felt full of new energy, saying, "All right." He was overjoyed. His story was a hit. After receiving the news, he quickly typed out ideas for his work, even though it was just for evaluation. His fingers were typing away, but his mouth couldn't stop smiling, thinking, "This is already great. At this rate, I can release it soon." Thus, Ihyun stayed up day and night writing his work to the point where his eyes were dark circles. Yet he only cared about the story, saying, "Amazing, amazing." He kept working at maximum capacity with extreme enthusiasm. Time passed, and Ihyun finally collapsed onto the table, having run out of ideas and unable to squeeze out a single word. He lay slumped on the table, continuously lamenting, thinking back that he had used up all the recent events in the guild, so he had nothing left to write for the next volume. Ihyun sighed, saying, "If only something interesting would happen to reference." Outside, the sky had turned pitch black, and the towering building only had 2 floors lit up. Inside the company, there was a man who couldn't stop sighing and complaining. He was shouting, completely losing his mind. Daehan was trembling all over, biting his teeth in thought, unable to believe that the ridiculous party was coming up so soon. The party of the top 10 guilds in Korea, where everyone would gather around a banquet table. An annual event for the Korean hunters held every 2 years where the top 10 guilds come together to interact, usually raising their glasses to celebrate together. However, right now, not only had everyone forgotten the original purpose, but they were also busy fighting and undermining each other. The party was no longer joyful. Instead, the attendees were arguing and bickering. It had turned the party into a battlefield. They were even fighting, smashing and destroying everything in sight. Daehan sighed, not understanding why he had to deal with this, having to mediate and resolve issues. Just thinking about it made his stomach ache. He really didn't understand why the association had to organize this party. Daehan couldn't stop wondering, thinking back and forth. After all, the center of the party was just the 4 major guilds. He then thought of another small guild which had a rookie from the Gwangma Target Guild, but that wasn't enough. Daehan picked up the file, continuously searching for information within it, to surpass the reputation of the 4 major guilds that had dominated the Korean hunter scene for decades. In front of him was a list of people attending the party, repeating familiar names, faces, and rankings, making it hard to feel excited. The invitees included the top 10 guilds, their names, leaders, and guardians: Hwanggu Huisu Parthenon, God of Spear Park, Juyu Vokuk Tien Kiem Shin Seongjai Ku Long Ma Thua Choi Sang Fi Muk Tien Kiem Shin. Suddenly, Daehan noticed something unusual. He had to look closely to make sure he wasn't mistaken. Then Daehan suddenly smiled. He placed the list file on the table, his expression showing interest. Perhaps this year would be more exciting. With that thought, he felt motivated to start preparing for the party. He quickly stood up and called for his secretary. "Woo, hurry up and start preparing for the party." The secretary was surprised to see Daehan in such a cheerful state, asking, "What's going on? Didn't you hate it?" He happily replied, "This party seems like it will be different." It turned out that the name that caught Daehan's attention was Wansujia Hoa. Over here, from the top of a towering building, the leader of Hwang was standing with arms crossed, looking down with a serious expression. He glanced at the scenery below and remarked, "Time really flies." In another building, a man was sitting quietly, using his powers to gather information. He looked at the paper in front of him, frowning, curious about how they lived. Meanwhile, Seung was sitting in a high chair, his face deep in thought as if plotting something. He kept running his fingers over the beads on his bracelet. Then Seung smirked, showing disdain. "It's time to look at those disgusting faces again." The scene shifted to a desolate mountainous area where a lone man with white hair dressed in white was wandering. Muguk suddenly drew his sword, slowly gazing at it, hoping that this year's party. He quickly sheathed the sword, his gaze drifting off into the distance, hoping someone would be there for him to test this new sword. Over here in a narrow alley, a girl had neatly taken care of a group of people with a knife, leaving bodies scattered everywhere. She quickly lit a cigarette after the battle, damn it. She tossed the invitation card down to the ground, really not wanting to go at all. Over here, the group from Mansa Seong saw the invitation and trembled, unable to believe their eyes. The invitation was addressed to the president of the Wansujia Hoa, the 6th-ranked guild in Korea, wishing their guild continued growth and respectfully inviting them to attend the top 10 guilds party in Korea held this year. Your presence would honor this event, guests of the hall and members of the top 10 guilds in Korea at the Royal Platinum Hotel, Korean Hunter Association. Young-sik still couldn't believe it was real. Are we really going to that famous party? Even Hyung was confused, bombarding him with a series of questions. Is this for real? Am I dreaming? In 6th place, us in Korea. Mansa Seong was still trembling, his eyes wide open. How did it come to this? I'm just a C-rank hunter. How could I possibly go there? While Mansa Seong was as tense as a guitar string, Hyung came over to tease him. So our Saseong is about to have dinner with some S-rank guild leaders, huh? Mansa Seong's mind was racing with scenarios of being bullied by members of other guilds. Next up, the C-rank guild leader Mansa Seong, right? Help me. You'll pay for not knowing your place by coming here. Just thinking about it made Mansa Seong scared. He felt like he was about to faint, saying that he collapsed onto the floor, drooling. Young-sik and Hyung rushed over, shaking him awake. Hey, wake up! What's wrong with you? Xiongwoo smiled at the scene, thinking there was never a peaceful day. Ihyun completely agreed with him, that's right. Xiongwoo smiled again and said, but this is good. At the party, you'll have something to write about. Then Xiongwoo turned to ask Ihyun about Loid. Speaking of which, Loid must have attended this party before right back then there wasn't even a guild. Xiongwoo cheerfully said it's been a long time. Before he could finish, Ihyun made an extremely displeased face. I'm not going. Ihyun sat at the banquet table feeling dejected as he listened to others gossiping about him. Truly, Loid is different. The guests attending the party didn't stop praising him, saying he had broken through 10 SSS gates. This achievement truly deserved to be called a hero. Yet they continued to happily use Ihyun as a topic of conversation, completely indifferent to his feelings. That's right, at the age of a high school student, he had already reached this level, and now he was still grouped with other legendary hunters being called the 12 Apostles. Everyone at the banquet table looked at him like a leopard stalking its prey, but soon he would become the strongest hunter in the world. Ihyun rested his chin on his hand, showing his disgust. He was fed up with all this praise. Ihyun didn't want to stay at the party. Strongest hero, what do those things even mean? Why make such a fuss about it? The attendees kept using him as a topic to talk about. Come on, everyone, let's raise our glasses for the position of Korean hunters for Loid. Ihyun looked at them with a cold, dissatisfied attitude. I'm just bored. Thinking about what just happened, his attitude changed. He sat in deep thought. Saying that, Ihyun waved his hand. I'm not going. Xiongwoo was surprised and asked back, really. Hearing this, Xiongwoo decided not to go either. Then I won't go either. But unfortunately, this statement reached Mansa Seong's ears. Suddenly, he woke up, startling Xiongwoo and Ihyun. Mansa Seong, who had been unconscious, suddenly stood up with a fierce aura. He growled, trying to skip the party. Xiongwoo asked in shock, when did you wake up? Mansa Seong smiled, but radiated a chilling aura. Why did our guild rank up to S? He rolled up his sleeves to reveal bulging muscles. Thanks to whom is the Wansu Jiahoa Guild proudly standing in 6th place on the Korean guild ranking. Mansa Seong continued, why do we... Ihyun and Xiongwoo were now terrified, sweating profusely. Ihyun trembled and spoke up. I've been a bit busy lately. Mansa Seong kept rambling on whether he wanted to or not. You have to join the party, got it? He raised his fist to intimidate them, forcing them to participate in the party. Mansa Seong's eyes were shining at that moment, his fangs bared as if he wanted to devour the two of them. Now I'll ask again, are you going or not? Xiongwoo, terrified, quickly agreed, I'll go. Ihyun didn't dare resist either. Of course they had to go. The two of them hugged each other, trembling. Hearing the answer he wanted, Mansa Seong finally turned to leave. A wise choice indeed. Ihyun and Xiongwoo were still shaken by his intimidating presence, feeling overwhelmed by his murderous aura. With that, Ihyun slumped back in his chair and sighed, suddenly reminded of some unpleasant old memories. But he couldn't resist the president. He could only go with the flow. Well, there was no other way now, it was what it was. Thinking back, Ihyun realized this was also an opportunity for him to find inspiration for his writing, so he decided to look for some material to write about. Finally, the day of the party arrived. Everyone gathered around the main hall and reporters were there, snapping photos, eager to catch the notorious S-rank groups. Daehan warmly stood at the entrance, shaking hands and welcoming everyone. I hope to get your support this year too, he said. The other person politely replied, I'm the one hoping for support, President. After greeting guests for a while, Daehan started to feel tired. He wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced into the distance. All the A-rank groups had already entered, and what remained was... Suddenly, the reporters erupted in loud cheers, continuously clicking their cameras. They shouted loudly, the S-rank group is entering. Hearing this, Daehan turned to look. Just as he mentioned it, they had arrived. A group of people dressed in white robes with yellow sashes walked in. They were the Parthenon, a rank 2 group. Another group of bald monks with bulging muscles in their robes also entered. They were the 9 Dragons, a rank 4 group. Next came a group in traditional costumes, the Infinite, a rank 3 group. Another group, dressed entirely in black with a gangster style, gradually made their way in. They were the Targetless, a rank 5 group. One reporter, seeing each group enter, commented, Parthenon 9 Dragons and even Infinite, truly the caliber of the 4 major guilds. The photographer next to him quickly replied, "Targetless has also solidified their status thanks to the reputation of the Mad Demon." Just then, while they were in the middle of their discussion, another group suddenly walked in. Just looking at the backs of this group exuded a strong aura. Each member of this group radiated a domineering presence. They were the Guardians, and the crowd murmured, "The Guardians are indeed overwhelming." In the guild rankings, the Guardians were ranked number 1. Another reporter chimed in, "4 S-rank hunters impressive." The cameraman beside him nodded in agreement. No wonder they are the kings of the hunting world in Korea. At that moment, a white tour bus arrived, and the reporters quickly turned their cameras towards them, snapping photos non-stop. This white vehicle belonged to Mansa Seong's group. As soon as they got out of the car, they began to argue. Mansa Seong scolded Choi Young-sik, "I told you to let me drive." Young-sik, unwilling to back down, retorted, "I just got my license and wanted to try it once." Young-sik even tried to wiggle out of it, saying, "Besides, they say the main character usually arrives late." Mansa Seong, furious, looked like he wanted to hit Young-sik. "Thanks for making me the main character, huh?" Suddenly looking ahead, Mansa Seong noticed something unusual. The reporters were looking at his group with puzzled expressions. Other groups also turned to look with annoyed attitudes. At that moment, Mansa Seong realized the issue and lowered his voice. "We're being noticed. Are we really that late?" Hyung didn't know what was going on, he murmured. "Maybe it's not because we're the main characters that we're being looked at right." Their commotion caught the attention of other groups. "It's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting scene. Is that the newly emerging S-Class guild?" The two stood on the high platform, discussing, unsure if it was bravery or recklessness. They looked down at the members of other groups and talked. The Guardian Guild is a powerful force that has maintained its #1 position for 50 years, and their pride is just as immense. After saying that, the two turned to analyze the Mansa Seong Guild. Surpassing the Guardian Guild and making it to the finals of the official event, especially at a party held every 2 years, is like the Mansa Seong group is oblivious to the fact that they are being targeted. "Hey, I'm so nervous," one said. "Me too," replied the other. After sending a challenge, they finished their sentence and turned to look at the guild leader, Do Hwang. Seeing Do Hwang smile, they were utterly surprised. "What, he's smiling? Do Hwang is actually smiling." Even Seong, who had been silent, had to speak up. He seemed gentler than before, but it's hard to believe he accepted this. They tried to figure out why Du Hwang was smiling. Wait, the person Du Hwang is looking at is... Following his gaze, they realized he was looking at Xiong Wu. They couldn't help but exclaim, "The demon sword." The two suddenly seemed to realize something, and it all made sense. They couldn't stop watching Xiong Wu's every move. An S-Class hunter is a valuable fighting force that could change the dynamics of an entire faction, especially the demon sword. A genius who took only 2 years to reach S-Class, a talent everyone wants to recruit. After saying that, he fell into deep thought. "I've heard he has turned down all offers from guilds, but that's just a front." They feared that Do Hwang and Xiong Wu had some kind of connection, and if those two had a personal relationship... The two exchanged glances, silently implying they understood what the other was saying, and that our plans could be ruined. At that moment, guild leader Do Hwang's face was bright and flustered, as if he was about to bloom with flowers. "What a surprise, I didn't expect that kid to come to places like this." Muguk stood high, looking down cautiously. "So that person is the demon sword?" He frowned, quietly observing. Although he was a genius, it still felt like he hadn't broken any limits yet. He still had much to learn to compare swords with me. Suddenly, a trembling hand lightly touched Muguk's robe. "Master!" He turned and asked, "What is it?" His disciple was shaking uncontrollably. "Who is that person?" Muguk pondered and replied, "Are you talking about the demon sword? Don't worry, he is indeed very strong compared to others of your age, but soon you'll reach that level too." His disciple continued to tremble. "It's not him. It's the person next to him." Saying that, he pointed towards Ihyun. "It's him." He sighed and spoke. "I can sense an overwhelming power from that person." Muguk, hearing his disciple, finally noticed Ihyun. The disciple continued to shake, struggling to articulate, "Even if everyone here rushed in, we couldn't defeat that power." At that moment, a resonant voice echoed from the audience. "Welcome everyone to the evening party." In the packed hall, everyone was dressed formally. The speaker continued. "This party is held to thank the efforts and contributions of 10 exemplary guilds, the pride of Korea. I hope today you will set aside all complex worries and enjoy a joyful and happy night." The resonant voice became clearer as the image of its owner appeared. It was Daehan. With a handsome and noble appearance, he continued, "Moreover, with the proud name of Korea, remember that we are all colleagues enjoying ourselves and strengthening our bonds during this evening party." Then the young man concluded his speech with a very polite nod to the guests below, along with a brief, "Thank you." The crowd responded with warm applause. After that, the young man quickly coordinated the next activities. Now I invite the guild leaders to join me in moving to the dining area that has been specially prepared. Meanwhile, some guests calmly followed Daehan's every instruction. Shortly after, he continued, and the guild members are invited to stay here and enjoy the party. Suddenly, with a serious expression, Hyung turned to Mansa Seong and said, "Brother, it's time to go." Mansa Seong looked annoyed and a bit worried. "If we leave now, will we die? Or should I hand over the guild leader position to Seongho and run away?" His mind was in turmoil when suddenly a voice called out, "Brother!" It turned out that voice belonged to Young-sik. With excitement bubbling inside him, he gaped and chuckled, reassuring Mansa Seong. "Don't worry too much. This place is famous for its delicious food. Once we dig into the good stuff, all your worries will just vanish." At that moment, Seongwoo also nodded in agreement with Young-sik, smiling and adding, "Exactly, it's just a meal, so relax and enjoy." Hearing this, Mansa Seong felt a bit flustered, rubbing his neck and reluctantly agreeing, "Yeah, it's just a meal." He questioned himself again as a sort of reassurance. Surely nothing bad will happen, right? However, just as everything was going smoothly, Seong suddenly stood up, banging his fist on the table, his face a picture of fury. He shouted loudly, "Are you tired of living, you brat?" Standing before Seong was Yiseo. She refused to back down immediately, standing up, gritting her teeth and retorting, "Bring it on, let's see who backs down first." As Mansa Seong witnessed this verbal clash, he suddenly realized, uh-oh, something's going on. To understand the cause, let's rewind to 10 minutes earlier. At that time, everyone was enjoying a feast with delicious dishes like steak accompanied by the essential drink wine. The atmosphere was incredibly lively as laughter and chatter filled the room, echoing throughout the hall with excited discussions. "Wow, our group has so much good news this time." Seeing this, Mansa Seong let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "The atmosphere is beyond my expectations. I was worried for nothing." But then he became tense again as he glanced at the people sitting nearby, his brows furrowing, feeling a pang of concern, of course. At that moment, Mansa Seong's gaze fell on Seong, who was sitting next to him, and he felt that the atmosphere around him was still suffocating. Specifically, the tension was even heavier around Daehan, the president of the group, the mysterious old man with silver hair, and another person. They all sat in silence, not daring to speak. Suddenly, Seong turned to look at Mansa Seong with a scheming expression. Seeing this, he quickly feigned interest in Mansa Seong, smiling cheerfully as if they had known each other for a long time. "Oh, maybe we've been too neglectful of the newcomer. I don't know anything about this person at all." Despite Mansa Seong still focused on eating. Unexpectedly, he continued, "So I guess we should have Daehan introduce him." As soon as Seong spoke, Mansa Seong's heart skipped a beat, feeling as if someone was choking him, unable to utter a word. Then Seong approached the president of the group and slowly asked, "I wonder if you could lend a hand." At that moment, he was leisurely enjoying his hot steak. With a calm demeanor, he replied, "Why are you asking me that I just met this person today?" Rejected by the president, Seong didn't give up and continued to seek another way. In a low voice, he pretended to probe, "Earlier, it seemed like you knew him well, so there must be some connection with your president, right?" With a gaze as cold as ice, the president calmly responded, "I don't know why you have that misunderstanding, but I have no connection to him or his group." Hearing this, Seong quickly said, "Sorry, I misunderstood. I get it now." Unfortunately, Mansa Seong was choked by something, leaving him helpless, screaming in despair. "Damn it, I can't say a word." However, Seong wasn't going to let him off the hook. So Seong turned to him and said, "Well then." He focused his gaze on Mansa Seong and pressed, "Could you please introduce yourself?" Upon hearing this, Mansa Seong felt his face flush with fear, his teeth clenched tightly. The atmosphere became more tense than ever, and everyone in the room held their breath, waiting for what would happen next. All eyes were on Seong and Mansa Seong. Witnessing this unique scene, Daehan rested his chin on his hand, looking pleased. "Is this a battle of wits with Ma Seong? How interesting." Meanwhile, the president of the group had his own thoughts brewing. With that calm expression, he thought, "It seems he's displeased with being assumed to have a relationship with the group member. This guy has quite a bit of spirit." Then Seong appeared annoyed as he looked at Mansa Seong, who was still struggling to speak, and angrily shouted, "Hey, what are you planning to do?" Suddenly, at that very moment, Yiseo burst into a loud laugh. And then Yiseo laughed and said, "This uncle has a real sense of humor. Thanks to him, I got to see that great show." Not only that, she also raised 2 fingers in a provocative salute to Seong. "I told you to fix that weird temper of yours. I swear every time I see your face, I just want to kill you, you monk." As she spoke, her challenging expression made Seong incredibly angry, losing all composure as he slammed the table and stood up. The moment he stood up, Seong shouted loudly, "Are you tired of living, you brat?" Yiseo wasn't backing down either. She glared back and shouted, "Come on then, let's see who's tougher." Mansa Seong watched the scene unfold, helplessly frozen in place behind the others. Unable to speak, Mansa Seong expressed his helplessness through his eyes, the tension rising to the point where his teeth clenched. Wondering how things had come to this, he had to clear up the misunderstanding first. Finally, Mansa Seong managed to speak, his expression a bit flustered, hesitatingly saying, "Just now." This made Muguk, who was standing nearby, judge him completely clueless about timing and place. After throwing a sarcastic remark at Mansa Seong, Muguk calmly wiped his mouth with a napkin. Meanwhile, he raised an eyebrow and muttered a curse really vulgar. Yiseo and Seong were stunned to hear that, as if someone had silenced them, unable to say a word. Seeing this, a mysterious expert with silver hair tilted his head towards Muguk and spoke up. "You think you're so great, always acting high and mighty, but you're just a butcher." Faced with that judgment, Muguk's anger flared up. This made him lose his composure, drawing his sword and rushing out. "Come here, I'd like to have a word with you." The mysterious expert was unafraid to engage, gathering his strength. "All right, I'll take you on." He continued, "Today we will settle this right here." The situation was becoming extremely complex and dramatic. The mysterious expert Yiseo, Seong, and Muguk exchanged tense glances, each one radiating extreme tension, when suddenly a seasoned face with a silver beard appeared. It was none other than the president of the guild. With a cold expression, he commanded, "Stop." Strangely, his words carried a mysterious power that made Seong and Muguk wary. On the other side, the mysterious expert and Yiseo also took a defensive stance. Then the guild president said in a deep voice, "The atmosphere is getting too heated. Nobody likes that. Just stop." Seeing the imposing power of the guild president, everyone bowed respectfully, nodding repeatedly, not daring to argue even a word. Secretary Wu couldn't help but admire. Indeed, the guild president had a power that even the S rank had to yield to. Sweat trickled down Secretary Wu's face, his heart racing, feeling as if he was being crushed by an overwhelming pressure. However, he suddenly changed his gaze. Looking at Mansa Seong, Secretary Wu realized no way even the power of the guild president made the S rank yield, yet he could withstand it. Then, looking at Mansa Seong, Secretary Wu suddenly recognized this person is the president of the newly emerged 6th rank guild. But the truth was, Mansa Seong was actually unconscious. At that moment, Lee sat comfortably in his chair, shaking a pen in his hand. Suddenly, he sighed, looking utterly bored and disheartened. He felt frustrated, knowing he shouldn't have come. There was nothing worth writing about so dull. Then, unexpectedly, he heard the buzzing chatter from across the table. "This is amazing! How could it be?" The chatter started to grow louder as more people opened their mouths. She was just so beautiful. At that moment, the stunning Yiseo appeared, her beauty so captivating that it could make birds fall from the sky and fish dive deep. She could be considered a national treasure. However, from Ihyun's perspective, he felt uneasy twisting the pen he was holding without realizing it. At that time, Seongwoo, standing next to Ihyun, joined in the comments saying she really was beautiful. Hearing this, Ihyun gritted his teeth, visibly annoyed, and asked, "What are you going to say some cheesy lines too?" Seongwoo quickly retorted, No, it's not like that." So Seongwoo reminisced. In his thoughts, the image of Yiseo appeared, lounging with her hand on her thigh. Her expression was hard to describe. She kept asking, "So you're the sword-wielding ghost, huh? You're with Ihyun, so that makes you my little brother. Now buy me some snacks." Not long after returning to reality, Seongwoo explained to Ihyun, "I was just thinking if this is the person we saw at home." Upon hearing this, Ihyun was overjoyed, waving his arms and legs. Then he added, "Thank goodness there's still someone sober." However, Ihyun's actions caught Yiseo's attention, making her suspicious and furious inside, even though she appeared very cheerful on the outside. Those two must be talking behind my back. After that, she calmed down, raising her wine glass, savoring it while pondering, "You know, Ihyun has always hated places like this. Why is he suddenly here? Lately, he seems to be doing things he's never done before." Suddenly from the crowd, the dogfighter appeared, strutting confidently, pushing others aside, chatting as he walked. This is quite a lively scene. The people around were taken aback, stammering, "The dogfighter!" There he was. Then he stood at a distance looking at Yiseo, his mind racing with 1,000 scenarios. After that, he approached, his voice dripping with sarcasm, asking, "Are you still playing the queen today? Stop flirting with those useless guys." Despite Yiseo showing no interest at all. He then boldly stood right in front of her, his expression challenging as he declared, "Let's see if you can take me on." At that moment, the dogfighter stood before Yiseo, hands on his hips, boasting, "Stop flirting with those useless guys. Let's see if you can take me on." She frowned slightly but calmly replied, "What? That's ridiculous." Seeing Yiseo's calm demeanor, the dogfighter continued to provoke her, smirking, "A weakling like you who only knows how to play queen is considered the strongest among the S rank aside from the leaders of the 4 major guilds." Yiseo remained silent, and he took this as an opportunity to keep going. "You're just a little brat who knows how to play with fire." Seongwoo, observing from a distance, felt compelled to speak up. "Let me help." Ihyun, standing beside him, coldly replied, "No need." He acted as if he understood Yiseo all too well. That cunning old lady doesn't like anyone meddling in her affairs. Although the dogfighter was provoking her to the point of madness, every expression on her face was tense, as if a storm of rage was about to break. However, she reminded herself, clenching her fists, just hold on tight, Yiseo. More than anyone, she understood that the dogfighter was the captain of the Nine Dragons action team. The conflict between the officials of the four major guilds was not just their own battle, but could lead to war with other guilds as well. Then Yiseo resolutely stood up, looking straight into the dogfighter's eyes, and simply said, "Do as you wish." After that, she quietly walked away, leaving behind the dogfighter still ranting, "What are you scared and trying to run away? Not confident in your strength?" Suddenly, Hongchai appeared, shouting loudly, "Stop it!" With a very tense and serious expression, Hongchai declared, "Today is not the day for this nonsense." However, the dogfighter was still determined to provoke Yiseo, flashing a smug smile. Then he shouted, "Hey, Hong VM, are you hiding behind those old men now, or are you going to hide in my arms?" At that moment, Yiseo's patience snapped. She could feel it. She couldn't take it anymore. Suddenly, she sensed something unusual, her eyes widening in surprise. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting for what would happen next. Realizing that things were about to spiral out of control, Hongchai spoke up, "I told you to stop." At that moment, alongside Taisun Jung, Hongchai S rank was with Heojun S rank in white. The S rank Black Leopard Kim Dojin also showed his discontent, his face taut like a bowstring, trying to intervene. "Take it easy, dogfighter." Shungwoo at this point was equally agitated, his previously gentle expression now radiating a fierce intensity. He shouted, "I've heard enough, I can't take it anymore." The dogfighter still wore a provocative smile, disregarding everyone around him. Faced with a chorus of rebuttals, condemnation, and support for Yiseo, the dogfighter continued to laugh uproariously. "So we have both the Black Leopard and the promising newcomer here, huh? Looks like all the S ranks are gathered." With that, he gathered his energy, a dark and eerie aura enveloping him, making everyone nearby wary, and then he challenged, "All right then, let's have a real fight." His arrogance was rising, and the dogfighter continued to provoke, "Finally, we can settle who's truly the strongest." Seizing the opportunity, he poured out his frustrations. "I've been dissatisfied for a long time. Just because you're S rank, you get hailed as a hero, but not everyone is the same." Then the dogfighter glanced at Xiangwu and Dojin, who were ready to respond if he made a move, and said, "Let's use this chance to determine who's really the strongest." All attention was now focused on the dogfighter. Everyone was on guard against him. Ihyun, seeing this, expressed his disappointment. "It's just like before. There were always some guys who only flaunted their strength like this." Meanwhile, despite Yongsik trembling in fear beside him, he pondered, "Strongest hero? I really don't understand why we have to care about such things." At that moment, the two sides were almost in close combat, preparing for an impending fierce battle. Everyone was terrified, hugging each other and screaming, "Isn't anyone going to stop them? How can you stop S ranks?" Some even acted cowardly, panicking and looking for a way to escape to avoid getting caught up in it. After several tense moments, the dogfighter finally gathered his inner strength. Meanwhile, Hongchai Heojun and White Xiongwu and Dojin were already in their most confident stances. Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out. Daehan appeared decisively, commanding, "Stop!" He then continued seriously, "Today is not the occasion for a brawl." Contrary to that request, the dogfighter stubbornly challenged, "What if I don't stop?" Hearing this, Daehan stood tall and straightforwardly said, "The association will officially hold you accountable for this." Helpless, the dogfighter turned away. However, attention now shifted to Seung, who stood sadly behind Daehan. After a moment of struggle, the dogfighter decided to give up turning away and simply saying, "Fine." Seung then realized he also bore some responsibility in this argument, hurried over to Daehan and sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry, President, for causing trouble. I hope you all will pay more attention next time." Then Seung didn't forget to turn to President Do Hwang and sincerely apologize. "I caused trouble for you too. To avoid making things awkward for both sides, I take my leave." The mysterious white-haired master appeared dangerously intrigued, observing the unfolding events around, and said to President Do Hwang, "It seems something interesting happened while we were away." The mysterious master then moved closer to President Do Hwang, whispering in his ear, "It seems you've chosen Hong VM as your successor, but if you keep being overly protective, what will the girl learn? Perhaps it would be better to step down." In response, before the mysterious master could leave, President Do Hwang coldly replied, "Thank you for your advice." However, not wanting to be outdone before the mysterious master departed, he retorted with profound words, "Then let me offer you a piece of advice as well." At that moment, a mysterious aura radiated from President Do Hwang. In a calm voice, he continued, "From the very thought that only when someone steps down can they become king, you've already proven you lack the qualities of a ruler. Let go of your ambition for the throne." The mysterious master, upon hearing this, seemed to have his expression contort, as if struck at the heart. The chairman of the Golden Society continued speaking, saying that people must know who they are. The mysterious master was so furious at this point that he was shaking, but he couldn't do anything. Seong, who was beside him, could only stay silent, gritting his teeth and enduring alongside the mysterious master. So the chairman of the Golden Society concluded with a cryptic remark, "I think you all understand now, right?" Hearing that the mysterious master was enraged, his fists clenched, his gaze icy, declaring with certainty. After that, the mysterious master quietly left, but not before reminding the chairman of the Golden Society that one day he would have to step down from his position. Yet the master walked away slowly. Seong expressed his concern, asking, "What should we do? It seems he has figured out our plan." The mysterious master, filled with indignation, gritted his teeth and replied, "We anticipated this, but we can't turn back now. The plan will proceed as usual." As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious master continued with an arrogant tone, "That damned old man, if he doesn't intend to leave the throne, we'll have to drag him down ourselves." Then the master solemnly declared, "Prepare for war." After that, the chairman of the Golden Society, along with Hong Che and Heo Jun and White, left. In his heart, the chairman of the Golden Society pondered, "They seem to be harboring some foolish thoughts, either trapped in their own egos and unable to see reality or pretending not to know." At that moment, Lee-hyun turned to look at Mansa Seong still lying on the floor and asked, "Hyung, are you okay?" Seeing this, the chairman of the Golden Society turned away. Meanwhile, Lee-hyun thought to himself, "There's a god above the king." Seong-woo then said, "Young-sik, go start the car. We need to get him out of here quickly," and he rubbed his head looking quite flustered. Young-sik quickly replied, "Yes." Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed from somewhere, "Well, we'll go with you guys." Lee-hyun sensed that something was off, filled with anxiety, thinking, "Oh no, we've gained nothing at all. There's barely any time left before the deadline. What am I going to say to the editor-in-chief?" While he was lost in a jumble of thoughts, a figure gradually approached, and that was Muguk. In a calm voice, he called out to Seong-woo, who was standing near Lee-hyun, "Hey, buddy." Then, standing in front of Seong-woo with a serious expression, he clearly said, "Can I trouble you for a moment?" Seong-woo gently asked back, "What's the matter?" While Lee-hyun, feeling confused, kept rubbing his head, thinking, "Oh no." But then Muguk quickly realized his mistake and said, "Sorry, not you." He then extended his hand toward Lee-hyun. As he reached out, he said, "I need to discuss something with the person next to you." At that moment, Lee-hyun pretended not to know anything, hugging his head with both hands and turning away. Then he was taken aback, turning around with a bewildered and frightened expression, asking, "Me?" At that time, after the gathering party, everyone had returned to their respective societies. However, Lee-hyun and Seong-woo followed Muguk to a certain room. In a calm voice, Muguk stated, "While everyone is enjoying the lavish feast, you still followed me out here, thank you." Lee-hyun politely replied, "No, I was planning to go outside anyway." "So is there something going on?" Lee-hyun asked back with a puzzled attitude. Hearing this, Muguk picked up a cup of tea and sipped it, speaking in a serious tone. "Let's get straight to the point." Then he turned to Seo-yoon, who was sitting next to him, and said, "Seo-yoon." She immediately replied, "Yes." Then Muguk revealed, "My disciple Seo-yoon has a power that no one knows about." With his magical eyes, Seo-yoon's gaze suddenly lit up, radiating a strong energy. It allows him to grasp the abilities and information of his opponent within sight. At that moment, Seo-yoon truly demonstrated this supernatural ability as he looked at Lee-hyun and realized, Magic Sword Rank S, the contract signer of the Dark Moon, enhances combat ability through synchronization with the Dark Moon's strengths in mobility and destructive power. But weaknesses lie in exposing vulnerabilities after an attack due to using a great sword, and he can even know the weaknesses. Hearing this, Lee-hyun felt a bit hesitant about this ability, knowing that grasping the opponent's weaknesses before a fight is a huge advantage. Upon hearing this, Lee-hyun began to have many questions. If Muguk used the information gathered from tonight's dinner and intended to use it, the balance of the four major guilds could be disrupted. Seeing the incredulous expression on Lee-hyun's face, Muguk explained, "Don't misunderstand, I have no intention of using this information for anything." He continued while sharpening his sword. "So today I'm also looking for a strong opponent to take on this sword." Muguk further analyzed Seo-yoon's abilities for everyone to understand. Through Seo-yoon's magical eyes, I learned that he is incredibly strong. Finishing his sentence, he suddenly stood up, so unexpectedly, Muguk wanted to test his skills against Lee-hyun. "If you allow it, I humbly request to spar." Upon hearing this, Lee-hyun sighed in relief. "Oh, I see. I thought my identity was discovered." Lee-hyun picked up a cup to drink carefully, considering Muguk. "The Heavenly Sword has encountered me a few times when I was a hunter. If I really get discovered, I guess I'll have to ask to keep it a secret." He then contemplated Seo Yoon's abilities, thinking those magical eyes would surely make for an interesting novel. Lee-hyun closed his eyes, focusing on his thoughts. After a moment of careful deliberation, Lee-hyun clicked his tongue. All right, then. At that time, Muguk and Lee-hyun decided to choose a spacious courtyard in front of Muguk's study for practice. With a very confident demeanor, he gently said, I can start whenever you want. He held the sword in his hand, silently observing Lee-hyun. Seeing this, Muguk judged hands in his pockets. So confident, huh? Then he closed his eyes and coldly said, I won't hold back. The treasured sword was gradually drawn from its sheath. Muguk announced, let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged at Lee-hyun like an arrow at breakneck speed. Seong-woo, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim, he closed the distance in an instant. As Muguk approached him, the two locked eyes. However, Lee-hyun showcased his superior ability by easily dodging Muguk's attack. He leaped high as if he exerted no effort at all. After observing, he suddenly realized, indeed faster than Seong-woo. Unexpectedly, while lost in thought, Lee-hyun let his guard down, giving Muguk the chance to strike. Muguk charged in, slashing with a dangerous sword strike, but fortunately Lee-hyun managed to fall back just in time to evade it. He almost took the full brunt of the attack, causing him to exclaim, Whoa, that startled me. Muguk coldly observed, thinking to himself how ridiculous. Lee-hyun quickly stepped back into the arena after his fall. Muguk wasted no time, letting him rest swiftly, launching an attack. The dual strikes not only kept the initiative, but also controlled his opponent's movements. Another deadly sword strike was unleashed, but Lee-hyun managed to dodge it as the opponent would move in the direction he led. Muguk continued his relentless assault, making it nearly impossible for Lee-hyun to evade the attacks from two sides. There was no way to escape his sword strikes. Muguk was confident in his abilities. However, contrary to Muguk's expectations, Lee-hyun continuously managed to dodge his attacks by mere inches. After enduring the relentless strikes, Lee-hyun couldn't help but feel excited and thrilled. Meanwhile, Seong-woo stood nearby, observing with curiosity and confusion. Was that the heavenly sword? It was concise, fast, and powerful. At that moment, the shadowy moon on Seong-woo's body whispered to him, saying that in terms of swordsmanship, he was nearing the pinnacle. Even though he wasn't from their lineage, there was much to learn from him. Remember every movement he makes. On the other side, the duel was still intense and dramatic, with Muguk preparing to unleash a devastating move. He continuously executed breathtaking sword strikes, tearing through the quiet night sky with such fluidity that Lee-hyun couldn't help but marvel. The sword moved freely, as if being attacked from all directions. He looked at the thousands of sword strikes surrounding him, feeling no fear. Instead, he smiled, knowing that every attack had its openings. With that in mind, he used the openings to escape the deadly blades. But suddenly, a flash of a sword struck towards Lee-hyun. Luckily, he managed to dodge just in time. After escaping danger, he turned back, feeling satisfied. It had been a long time since he had seen such speed in a sword. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a part of his sleeve was torn. He couldn't completely avoid it, could he? Lee-hyun landed again, facing Muguk directly. At this point, Muguk was panting, drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Within less than a minute of the match, the heavenly sword had drawn conclusions after assessing his opponent's strength. Muguk lowered his head in contemplation, showing signs of frustration. He couldn't win. His sword hand began to tremble violently, feeling an overwhelming sense of powerlessness for the first time. The only reason he didn't drop his sword was to break through his own limits, and with that he sheathed his sword. Then Muguk focused all his might, determined to swing his sword one last time. He just wanted to wield it until the very end. At that moment, a tremendous force erupted, as if the ground was shaking and the surrounding space was awakened by this invisible power. Light flashed dazzling like thousands of lightning bolts striking down at once. This terrifying source of power nearly blew Seong-woo and Seo Yoon away, who were nearby, as they covered their faces and screamed. The energy was overwhelming. Suddenly, Seong-woo felt a doubt arise as he witnessed Lee-hyun concentrating his strength, condensing energy, and drawing it out in the form of a star strike. Then Lee-hyun, coldly, with a confident expression, transformed into the form of the Thunder Emperor, raising his powerful hand and saying, "This is the reward for helping me entertain myself." A wave of terrifying power erupted, taking the shape of a blazing phoenix, both fierce and majestic, like an ancient god reborn amidst the sea of flames. A phoenix with fiery wings spread wide, as if wanting to sweep away everything around it. The Thunderbird. Finally, this technique was used by Lee-hyun. Finally, Lee-hyun has used this technique, the Thunderbird. Everyone present had to cover their eyes because the light was blinding. After everything, the surroundings were still a pile of ruins, and Muguk sat dazed behind the cloud of dust. However, in response to Lee-hyun, Muguk remained strangely calm. I had forgotten. He then looked up at the sky with an expression of resigned acceptance. We are dominating the world of hunters. He glanced at Ihyun, who was casually standing on the back of the fire phoenix, but there was still a god above. The scene shifted to a tranquil place with gentle waves lapping. Inside the room, Ihyun opened his mouth wide, savoring the delicious meats. His hands quickly picked up each dish laid out on the table. Seeing him enjoy his meal like that, Muguk couldn't help but ask him if it suited his taste. He smiled and explained, "It's exactly my kind of food." Watching him eat so heartily surprised Muguk a bit. It was quite strange. He couldn't help but recall the scene of Ihyun's battle last night. During the training, the overwhelming atmosphere made him feel distant. Back in reality, he was surprised to see Ihyun still eating heartily now, looking just like an ordinary boy. Noticing the strange look on Muguk's face, he quickly asked, "Is there something on my face? Why do you keep staring at me?" Muguk chuckled lightly and replied, "Sorry, it's just that you feel so different from yesterday and just imagining it is already interesting." His words piqued Ihyun's curiosity. "What are you imagining?" Muguk laughed, looking at his current gluttonous state. If the other guilds knew the Thunder Emperor was back, how would they react? Ihyun glanced at him in boredom. Is there really a difference? The more they talked, the more interesting he found Ihyun. Of course there was a difference. This time, he directly announced to everyone about the boy joining the guild and participating in the banquet of the 10 major guilds. Muguk gently raised the cup of wine to his lips, signaling that the Thunder Emperor would officially return to the world and resume the activities of hunters. He began to enjoy the delicious wine in his hand. Surely they would realize that the fight for the throne had always been a farce. After hearing this, Ihyun felt a bit speechless, as if he was misunderstanding something. He quickly cleared his throat. "Well, the thing is," then he slowly explained, "it's true that I'm back, but that's just because of my personal matters." Hearing him say that, Muguk seemed confused. "What do you mean?" While continuing to stuff food into his mouth, he informed him, "Actually, I'm busy writing. The reason I agreed to train was to learn about the demon eye, something that seems like good material for writing." Muguk slowly spoke, "You." Hearing him call his name surprised Ihyun a bit. He continued to approach him more closely, his demeanor becoming serious. "Are you just going to stand by and watch the Korean hunters now?" The story slowly unfolded. Many were vying for power, and in the Korean hunters' hour, power struggles were a daily occurrence. While they were arguing, it became clear that something was off, but it was different from the current chaos. They all fell silent for a moment, not speaking a word to each other. In the past, they could only hold their breath and endure. The one who appeared was the Thunder Emperor, or in other words, Ihyun, whose presence silenced them all for the existence of a god named the Thunder Emperor. Even everyone had become so scared that they were trembling. His existence suppressed the desires of the 4 major guilds and the powerful forces. Even so, the Dragon Emperor couldn't care less about what they call power. However, when the Dragon Emperor, the strongest of them all, suddenly disappears. This also presents an opportunity for those vying for power to quickly scramble those who crave power, begin to reveal the desires they've hidden for so long, and that desire only grows stronger. All those wicked people are always eyeing what they call power to the point where war is about to break out. After this story ended, Seongwoo, sitting on the side, angrily spoke up. "War is something that cannot be accepted." Just thinking about those people fighting for power recklessly only makes him angrier. Even the 4 great clans cannot start a war. Public opinion and the association won't let that happen. Would they really do something so unreasonable? Muguk gently poured tea and placed it in front of the two, saying, "I've decided to follow the path of righteousness, so I have no desire for power." He sighed and recounted everything he knew, but Ma Thang and Than Shuang, the leaders of the other 4 great clans, are different. They have always craved the throne, so they must have connections with those in power to clean up the aftermath. His voice continued to resonate. I don't know exactly when, but this time the image that appeared was of a fierce battle occurring on the battlefield, and they will definitely wage war against the Guardian sect. At this point, Muguk gently placed a teacup in front of both of them, so if I remember correctly, your relationship with Du Huang is not superficial at all. He looked a bit disappointed, raising his head to look at Ihyun and anxiously asked, "Are you really going to just stand by?" Contrary to his worried demeanor, Ihyun calmly picked up the teacup and replied, "There's no need to worry about that. I have no reason to take responsibility or care about those things." Hearing him say such things made him a bit disappointed. Seeing this, he realized the immaturity of the boy. He continued to analyze Ihyun's mood as he sat there. On the surface, he seemed fine, but he couldn't hide his complicated feelings. This time, Muguk directly asked, "All right, can I change the question?" This surprised him a bit. He quickly voiced his inner question while sitting in front of him. "Why did you decide to retire, and what made you start writing?" He looked at him with eager eyes. "I want to hear your story." Hearing this question surprised Ihyun a bit. "My story." He continued to nod in confirmation. "You seem to have a lot on your mind. Sharing with someone might help you sort things out." Looking at the teacup in his hand, he sighed thoughtfully. it's not really an interesting story. The story gradually unfolded. When I was born in the delivery room, my father quickly heard the cries of a baby. But as soon as they saw Ihyun's form, even the doctors were stunned in surprise. What is this? Even his mother and the other doctors became extremely bewildered. Ihyun, just born, flew into the air while crying. It was said that I cried and discharged electricity from the air. From a very young age, he had a happy family as his parents always took great care of him. Since I couldn't control my powers as a child, my parents had to wear rubber gloves when taking care of me. As Ihyun grew up, his sister wasn't as fortunate. When I could control my powers, my sister, the little monkey, oh no, my sister awakened. And so this pair of superpowered siblings quickly had to heed their parents' teachings. My sister could breathe fire while I could discharge electricity. But my parents still wanted us to grow up normally and advised us not to use our powers recklessly. However, these two wouldn't listen to their parents. We were not obedient children. After playing outside with his sister, Ihyun sighed, holding his stomach and complaining, "Sister, let's go home, I'm hungry." Yiseo, hearing this, looked confused. "So soon I still want to play." Suddenly, a strange man approached the two of them. He was very moved and tightly grasped Ihyun's small hand. This man's appearance was very pitiful. He kept thanking the two children who were his saviors. "Thank you so much, kids. I thought I was about to die. Everyone around couldn't help but look at the two of you. Thanks to you all, we are safe." This time others looked at you both with tearful eyes. Indeed, I really don't know how to repay this kindness. People kept calling out, "You all are the heroes of everyone," and those words truly moved Ihyun. He slowly started to react, his mouth opened quickly in hesitation. "You." His eyes sparkled more than ever. He asked in surprise, "A hero?" And the story of the two sisters with superpowers began to unfold. Every time a portal suddenly opened, we would rush in to battle all kinds of monsters, elementary school kids, and preschoolers. Many hunters had come to the doorstep of Ihyun, hoping to persuade him and Yiseo to become hunters. So it was only natural for recruiters from the association or private organizations to seek us out. His father, feeling utterly helpless, announced to all the reporters around, asking everyone to go home, saying he had repeated many times that he did not want the kids to step into the world of hunters just yet. He firmly declared to everyone, at least until they reach adulthood. Meanwhile, Ihyun looked down in surprise at the crowd gathering at their doorstep. There were so many people. He was still young and unaware of the dangers that were about to unfold. His mother had become extremely worried. She had anticipated some of this, but the kids' information had leaked out too quickly. She was helplessly lost in her own thoughts, unsure of what to do. While she could prevent it now, later they would approach the kids even more aggressively. She continued to look at Yiseo, who was the most concerning. At that moment, Yiseo still didn't understand what being a hunter meant. "Mom, is being a hunter good?" She quickly shook her head, explaining to her not good. Although she was a bit worried about her, the girl always acted on impulse, so who knows when she would insist on becoming a hunter. This time she turned her gaze toward Ihyun, who didn't seem to be much of a concern. He was naturally a kid who hated trouble. Just when she felt reassured about him, she was startled to find that he was no longer by her side. She anxiously searched every corner of the house, but it seemed he had vanished without a trace. He had just been here. Where could he have gone? This time, a call of "Mom" rang out. "Mom!" She looked up in surprise. Ihyun was soaring in the air, joyfully announcing, "I want to be a hero." This filled her with such fear that her face went pale. Even his father below was left speechless at that moment, causing the paparazzi to snap photos continuously. Both of them were completely overwhelmed by this scene, screaming. As time passed, the family's gaze toward Ihyun became increasingly sad. Although it was a bit noisy in the end, his parents respected his wishes. His mother even reminded him to always be careful and listen to the adults. He smiled gently, agreeing to his parents' advice, yes. The story began from there, and so I started my life as a hunter under the association's management. This time, Ihyun had come to a vast space crack. He looked in amazement at the gigantic portal right in front of him. "I can go in here, right?" After stepping inside the large portal, he quickly showcased his strength, starting with the S-rank portal that I had entered for the first time. Then came the portals of even higher levels. Ihyun was not afraid at all even facing the SS rank portal. Then came the even higher level abilities, including the SSS rank portal, and Ihyun easily defeated monsters that were hundreds of times larger than him. The more monsters he defeated, the more joy he felt, bursting into laughter. "These are as easy as candy!" In the vast secret space, Ihyun ran around playing with everything. To me, they were nothing but a playground. After playing to his heart's content, he could jump back outside to the real world. Seeing him appear alone made everyone gasp in surprise and cheer. "He's out!" Hearing a strange noise from behind made Ihyun turn his head in surprise. This time, everyone below was cheering for his appearance, conquering the SSS rank portal all by himself. "Hero, hero! This is the arrival of the Thunder Emperor. Hearing the cheers directed at him filled him with excitement and joy. The attention and applause were enough to move a child. Amidst the praises from everyone, he stood still, lost in his own joy, and so I couldn't help but immerse myself in that hero game on the playground. Time flew by like a dog running in the fields, but as time passed, the child grew up and would no longer find the game enjoyable. When Hyun grew up, he could completely defeat the giant monsters. The thing is, there's no longer a joyful smile on his face like when he was a child. It's a sign that it's time to leave the playground, but I still have to stay here. He looks towards his fans who are cheering excitedly in this playground that is now filled only with boredom and emptiness. Eon stands still, watching everyone who is continuously cheering for him. He no longer feels the joy he once did. In fact, he feels a bit disheartened looking at this scene, a hero, it's just so dull. Time passes quickly, and the cracks in space are gradually opening along with the appearance of giant monsters, unexpected gates emerging and the monsters flooding in. And Eon will be the main character for everyone. He gently appears, defeating all these monsters. The world needs heroes. With just a simple move and his cold gaze, he completely takes down all the monsters. So I've lived like a hero. At the Noble Party, everyone keeps congratulating him, but Eon doesn't care at all. People worship me, but I don't feel anything. He sits there unresponsive, staring at the glass of red wine in his hand. A grown child no longer feels moved by attention, nor does he find joy in playing in the playground. He sits there in deep thought, not understanding why he is here, and I'm not even trying to be a hero, so I can't feel any sense of achievement. Soon one day comes, and when the endless emptiness accumulates, Tamu sits there smiling, chatting with Ihyun, apologizing for suddenly asking him to practice. He shakes his head, explaining to him, "It's okay, it's been a long time since I exercised. It's good." However, his face now shows no sign of joy. Lately, everything has just been boring. Suddenly, a strange smile appears at the corner of Temu's mouth. He quickly turns his face away, but the smile still lingers at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Temu smile like that makes him a bit curious. Why is he suddenly laughing? He chuckles and shares his thoughts, a child who should be enjoying life yet has the eyes of someone who has lived a full life, so I find it amusing. This makes Hyun beside him a bit confused. I'm not a child anymore. He doesn't respond, but continues to look up at the sky. Don't you find the life of a hunter enjoyable anymore? Hearing this, he sadly lowers his head and sighs, recalling his childhood dreams. Honestly, it's just normal as a child. I probably wanted to be a hero. His gaze becomes incredibly sorrowful. He doesn't know if the path he's on is the right one, but when he actually becomes one, he feels nothing at all. Temu remains silent after hearing all these words. Suddenly, he speaks up to comfort him. Perhaps that's just the way it is, hearing that he feels a bit surprised, really. He smiles and looks up at the stars in the sky. Look at that night sky. His face is very contemplative, enjoying the scenery here. Everyone has to face worries without seeing a way out, just like that dark night sky. His gaze seems to understand all the life struggles, but they never stop. Everyone will try to move in any direction to resolve those worries and find their own meaning to light up the darkness like those stars. After saying those incomprehensible words, Temu continues to look at Eon and advises, "Come on, you should find your own meaning too." He expresses his true thoughts. At least that way you won't get lost in the darkness. He sits quietly beside him, gazing at the stars in the sky, with him deciding which star to follow. After hearing these words, Ihyun suddenly falls into self-reflection, his own meaning, This time he suddenly responds, "That's really not fair." A smile that hasn't appeared in a long time just surfaced at the corner of his mouth. After hearing those words, I have no other choice but to strive until the end. However, life isn't a dream, and just as he resolves himself, a man quickly runs ahead. He hurriedly looked towards Eon and announced loudly, "Emergency ASSS gate has erupted right in the center of Seoul." Before long, I had given up trying to keep up. Hearing the news from the association, he quickly nodded in understanding. "I'll head there right away." Ehyun's gaze changed as he looked ahead, for I had witnessed it firsthand, the true heroes. He caught sight of everyone working together to eliminate all the monsters present. Looking at the monsters that kept appearing, Do Hwang anxiously shouted to his subordinate, "Heo Jun, when will the support team arrive?" He helplessly replied, "I don't know, there's no communication." The others continued to hold their ground against this difficult scene, reporting back to him, "Du Huang at this rate will be wiped out. We need to retreat and regroup." But he didn't care about any of that. It was nonsense. Du Huang kept his eyes on the monsters that kept appearing right in front of him, thinking, if we retreat like this... Even though everyone was exhausted, he remained determined in his mission to protect the country. Who will protect the people? A gigantic monster quickly opened its mouth wide, preparing to attack everything in sight. This time, Ihyun moved behind the giant monster. He gently unleashed a technique, striking directly at the giant monster, killing it in an instant. After dealing with this monster, he slowly withdrew his hand. Ihyon's face was incredibly calm, as if nothing had happened. This monster was nothing compared to his strength. Just like that, the monster turned to ash and fell to the ground below. This also made everyone below who were struggling instantly joyful. Look, it's Lloydie. They quickly looked towards Ihyun, cheering non-stop. Lloydie, the hero has arrived, we're saved. He stood there silently, continuing to watch everyone cheering for him, wondering to himself. He quickly looked at each person being attacked by the monsters, the true heroes who were tirelessly trying to save the fallen civilians. Just a little more effort. Then Ihyun turned his gaze back to Do Hwang and his teammates. Weren't they the ones who never gave up and fought till the end? Now his face became very perplexed, questioning himself. Do I really deserve to be called a hero? I was just born strong. Thinking he was overthinking this time, he slowly closed his eyes. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but he couldn't organize them. The story closed from there, and since that day, I'd given up on becoming a hero. Standing high above the entire city, Ihyun announced, I will no longer be a hero. He had made his own decisions. I choose not to seek any meaning at all. Ihyun's phone vibrated, the president of the association, Park Dae-hun. In front of the computer screen since that day, he scratched his head, not knowing what to do while ignoring the ringing phone. What should I do in the forest now? I told the association that I only wanted to take on high-risk missions. Ihyun gave up his life in the virtual world, returned to reality, and abandoned the life of a hero or a demigod to enjoy the life of Tae-yeon comfortably. Sometimes he lazily lay on the bed. Of course, even that soon bored him. Ihyun felt vague in his own home. He sighed, this is so boring. From then until now, Ihyun hasn't changed at all. A year passed just like that. I've grown up, but my state hasn't improved. I just feel more sluggish. He scratched the back of his neck, really annoying. Kazuya seriously reminded him, they're thanking you. You should respond politely. Hyeon walked ahead of him, calling Kazuya you. He shoved his hands into his pockets, continued walking, and remarked, you're much gentler than before, huh? It seems like you didn't care about manners at all back then. Kazuya behind him chuckled. You're not a kid anymore either. Then he placed a hand on Ihyun's shoulder, moreover. He moved up beside Ihyun. After all, everyone changes. Their feet still didn't stop. Ihyun paused silently, looking at Kazuya. Thoughts of Kazuya's words swirled in his head. Am I the only one standing still while everyone else moves forward? I felt a bit anxious about that thought, but I didn't want to complicate things further. Ihyun didn't want to deal with any more problems. He was tired of headaches. That's why Ihyun started to be lazy. He reached into a bag of chips, and just like that, I went through my usual days. He popped them into his mouth, crunching. What's meant to happen will happen, and a turning point came for me. Yuseo was happily playing games on the sofa. This is really fun. What are you watching? Ihyun asked curiously. Send me the link. The link was quickly sent to his device. A poster appeared on the screen, a long novel by author Kim, from an F-rank hunter to a hero. Ihyun's gaze was not very interested. A web novel, huh? He clicked to check it out. His fingers continuously scrolled on the screen. He slowly felt, this is better than I thought. The story was incredibly intense. A monster gaped its wide mouth and blocked the way. Even I would find it hard to safely get past these monsters, but I still charged ahead because what I was after was right in front of me. No one asked, but Ihyun explained to the readers, it's not that I'm too impressed with web novels, it just feels like I've found a new pastime. He began to find this game really interesting. Reading web novels became a part of my daily life. So every day, Ihyun immersed himself in the novels, swaying on his chair, wondering how to wait until tomorrow for the next chapter. Ihyun sighed in frustration. I guess I'll just watch YouTube today. He scrolled through the website to see what was interesting today. Then Ihyun noticed something. An article appears on the computer screen, and anyone can become a writer, including you. Writing online novels is as easy as pie. Ihyun asks, anyone can really... He thinks for a moment, and then Ihyun gets an idea, maybe I should give writing a try. This intention is realized, and Ihyun dives into writing with the same curiosity and excitement he had as a child. The sound of the keyboard clacking in the night. I'm writing what I want to write, completely unaware of the intricacies of writing. Just the act of writing is satisfying enough for me. Finally, Ihyun finishes a novel. He wrote an impromptu piece. I posted a free online novel, a creative work, a short story. I'm Not a Hero, written by a convenience store guy, published on January 6th. 20XX last updated on January 6, 20XX with 3 chapters, 0 views, 0 likes, 606 words introducing the work A Hunter. Someone with abilities, ordinary life title, new chapters published daily at 9 p.m. Since it's new, not many people know about it. So of course the views and comments are both 0. Aeon looks at the screen with disappointment. Well, who would want to read this anyway? It seems like something has changed that caught his attention. Someone has entered to read the novel A Visitor. How great! Hyun feels a flicker of hope. He secretly smiles and thinks maybe I'll write a little more. Life in the game also changes around the time I think the chaotic gate attack has succeeded. They are having a meeting to discuss ideas. Everyone has thought about what to do next. Ihyun ponders the future. I've never thought about that before. Now the world doesn't seem like it's going to end anymore, so there's no need to keep being a hunter. He's focused on something new, maybe seriously writing. It's been a while since he found it interesting. Then Ihyun quickly brushes it off. Never mind, I'll probably get bored soon anyway. Someone calls out, pulling him back. Temu asks, what do you want to do in the future? Ihyun's past story is revealed. That question from old man Temu makes me remember the story from before. He feels uncertain. I don't know if writing will help me find my own meaning, but at least I can try. Ihyun probably knows what he wants to do, so his eyes sparkle with dreams. I will become an online novelist. This time, I have to see it through to the end. Ihyun immerses himself in the words. Kim Shim's words remind me of what was once said. I don't know if writing will help me find my own meaning, but at least I can try, so this time I'll see it through. Ihyun nervously asks Muguk, what do you think? He shyly smiles, his voice trembling more and more, struggling to find the words, and since I'm not good at speaking, I'll just write it down. If it's not good, you can just skim through it. Muguk calmly says, now I understand. He calmly analyzes and comments on his character. Even the disastrous gates seem like a playground in your eyes with overwhelming innate strength since birth. Muguk continues to sense the difference between the heroic image of Lloyd Day in our eyes and what you perceive, so there must be a difference between the two, which is why you feel confused and lost. After reading a few chapters of the novel, he gets a glimpse of his character, so that's how it is. I feel like I've come to understand you. Muguk doesn't forget to interact online. Right, if you read a good article, you should leave a comment, right? He turns the laptop towards you. The comment seems to express what Muguk wants to say. I can understand why you write and the feeling of being unable to sort out your emotions. Those words felt so heartwarming. I support you in following the path you've chosen, free from any constraints. Ihyun read each word on the screen. If you face your worries and untangle each complex knot, one day you'll accept your true self. Muguk's encouragement was so sincere. I hope you stick to the path you've chosen. If you confront your worries and resolve each complex knot, one day you'll accept your true self. Simply put, you're doing great right now. After that, he stood up, ready to leave. The story has gone on long enough. I'll take my leave now. Please ask Seo-yoon about the ghost eyes. Muguk even forgot to tell you, and he was intrigued by Ihyun's novel. Next time I want to read more of your writing. And he didn't say a word. The conversation with the Celestial Sword ended without any changes, as this wasn't something one person could resolve. The positive feedback made Ihyun feel happy, but knowing someone had read my story and my writing made him grateful. Thank you for reading. Ihyun's mood felt like it was soaring, which lightened my heart significantly. Meanwhile, two people were having a mysterious conversation. Are you really going to do that? Why are you scared? The boy next to him asked seriously. What you mean is what I mean too, but is this the only way? The silver-haired man chuckled slightly. He laughed wickedly, saying it was too late to say those words now. I just received the news. The private jet has landed. They have arrived. The plane bore a logo symbolizing Power, one of the 3 largest mercenary groups in the world. The noble group descended at the airport. What a beast. The masked man stepped down with the group. This is... He smiled cunningly. A new business location, huh? They settled in to negotiate seriously. Money was laid out before them. The masked man turned to ask, is the amount correct? The girl next to him replied, close enough. The silver-haired man presented negotiation terms. If everything goes smoothly, I will pay the remaining amount along with what was promised on time, so I'm counting on all of you. The masked man held a cigarette. He took the cigarette from his mouth, asking, who is the target? The masked man placed his hand on the document in front of him. He flipped through each page. The masked man wanted to confirm, is it the 13 stars of heaven? He wanted to increase the payment. I've only heard of a few S-level individuals, but I've never known of this. This might require additional compensation. The other side immediately countered with double the price. His gaze suddenly shifted. The silver-haired man smirked. Increase the price, no triple it. This made the masked man find it quite interesting. He burst out laughing in front of everyone. The guy stood up and generously praised him, saying it had been a long time since he met such an interesting customer. Then he just walked away, saying he would get in touch later when it was time to get down to business. Suddenly, the masked guy stopped. Right, it reminded me. He uttered a mysterious line, you all are in cahoots, aren't you? The silver-haired guy agreed, even though he borrowed your strength, this is still our business. He casually replied, the customer can have it their way. The masked guy placed his hand on the table as a reminder, but don't get in the way, okay? He was surrounded by a threatening aura. If I accidentally kill someone, don't blame me. Then the masked guy left as if nothing had happened. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way. Shung beside him seriously asked, is everything okay? That guy can't tell friend from foe, isn't that just like a rabid dog? The silver-haired guy replied nonchalantly, that's why I called him here. Indeed, just as the comment said, the masked guy is a lunatic. Hunting doesn't require a trained pet dog, but a bloodthirsty wolf instead. At this moment, Ihion was happily chatting on the phone with the other end. I've seen your draft, thanks overall. The storyline isn't bad. He immediately replied, thank you. The person on the other end pointed out a mistake. It seems the power of the magic eye just appeared. It might be a bit overpowered. That person said it's as if every event is resolved by the magic eye. Ilyon felt flustered. Oh, then I'll just drop it. But the person on the other end saw it as a highlight. No need, that material is quite interesting. He perked up again, really. Xiongwo stared at Iyon, not believing his eyes, the person talking in front of him while he was still focused on the phone call. Yes, is he really the strongest demon king in the world? Kyungmo offered him another idea. How about making the process of acquiring and using the magic eye more dramatic? He added some ideas. An extremely strong enemy appears, causing teammates to sacrifice the protagonist, awakens the magic eye at that moment. Although it's a bit cliché, a typical development trope Kyungmo suggested, and when facing that enemy again, show the first use of the magic eye. This made Ihyan a bit hesitant. He felt a little reluctant. So does that mean the protagonist has to kill his teammates? Hearing this over the phone, Kyungmo guessed Ihyan's thoughts. Seems like he doesn't really like this idea, huh? Seeing this, Kyungmo said it doesn't have to be written that way. I'm just throwing out ideas, feel free to consider. You obediently replied, yes, I'll think it over. Yes, thank you. Ending the conversation, Ihyan leaned back on the sofa, sighing. Ihyan felt that Kyungmo's additional plot points were okay, but he still felt uneasy killing teammates in the storyline. I know that novels need events like this, but it just feels awkward somehow. For him, those teammates are really great. He had always written based on experience, but he had never gone through that, nor did he want to imagine it. But the tension makes the storyline better, he lamented. It would be a shame to drop it. What should I do? Iyan felt like a soulless body on the sofa. Is there really no good way to utilize the magic eye anymore? Seongwo suggested to him, how about taking a walk somewhere? Maybe a good idea will pop up. Ihion grasped the armrest, agreeing that could work. He sluggishly stood up. Suddenly, there was a noise in the room. What was that sound? Turns out the computer was wrecked by Iyan during that last stand-up, in another part of the skyscraper. The president of the committee wrapped up the long meeting, so let's call it a day. He cheerfully invited everyone to go out for a meal, which is rare for meetings to end early. How about we grab a bite? But he was met with refusals. I'm busy, I have to leave now. This left him feeling a bit let down, that girl. Hong Chae turned to Heo-jun. I told you not to complain so much, and he agreed, yeah, exactly. The committee president wasn't giving up, so how about the three of us go eat? Hong Chae quickly shot that down, reminding him. We have so much to do. Come on, old man, did you forget we have a business trip to Dasadejan today? Heo-jun added teasingly. I wonder why I'm still not retired at this age. The committee president started to act all pitiful. Feeling lonely in old age, huh? It's sad enough being abandoned by my juniors now, even my friends are leaving me. So lonely. Hong Chae found him really annoying, that old man. To cheer up his old friend, he suggested something better. If we can't have lunch together, how about we drink tonight? The committee president perked up again. All right, I'll work while I wait. Yiseo gritted her teeth, driving ahead. Ihian just sent a threatening message asking to borrow something. Let me borrow your laptop or this pair of glasses is going to meet its end. This made her want to go crazy. How dare he use her sunglasses to threaten her? Suddenly, Yiseo smirked, coming up with a not-so-bad idea. No wonder I've been feeling restless lately. It's time to teach that little brother a lesson. She laughed mischievously. Just wait, Tae-yeon. Just because of speeding, there was a collision and both sides suffered losses. Yiseo tried to escape. She suddenly collapsed onto the road. Yiseo groaned in pain. My head hurts too much, as a dog emerged from the black smoke looking pitiful. Yiseo glanced at him with a disheveled look. He mocked Yiseo with a disdainful expression. Looks like you're not being protected by those old men today like at the party. He spoke softly to them. I don't have any ill feelings towards you two. His eyes held no light. This is just my brother's opinion. At that moment, the committee president was organizing documents. Uninvited guests, huh? He knew what kind of situation this was. Surely they weren't here to invite him to lunch. A group of people approached the committee president, finally ready to make a move. Leading the pack was a nasty, silver-haired guy. I told you so. This time the good guys had to be extremely cautious, not taking their eyes off the opponent. He smiled wickedly, provoking, there will come a day when you have to leave that position.